Trusting the Rock Star. Rock Candy Book 3 by Virna DePaul. Chapter 1. Corbin. Where in the world is Corbin Ross? I read Tucker's text, chuckled, then responded. Today, Austin. Tomorrow, who knows? Tucker texted back, feeling inspired yet? I hesitated, not wanting to admit the truth. Tucker Benning was Point Break's drummer and one of my best friends. He knew how restless I'd been feeling lately. How, despite the fact critics and fans loved us and girls threw themselves at us on a daily basis, that buzz I used to feel when I first started playing the bass, that way the music used to sing in my veins as I thumbed the heavy strings, had been gone for a while. I needed to get my groove back somehow, some way, somewhere. Which is why when our band went on our post-world tour hiatus, Tucker had headed to Paris with Nikki, Liam had headed to Hawaii with Abby, Wes had headed back home to visit his friend Ben, and I'd taken off in my '67 Pontiac GTO from LA and headed east. Some odd notion in my mind that I'd find that buzz again, out on the road. A few days ago, I'd stopped in Austin, figuring I'd check out the local music scene, something the city was famous for. But as far as inspiration was concerned, so far no buzz in my belly, no thrill up my spine. Nothing. Still looking, I finally texted Tucker. Then I asked how Nikki was and smiled at Tucker's response, fabulous. It was weird. The other guys and I had always hung out even when we weren't recording or touring. They'd been my best friends for a while, and in fact felt more like brothers now. Hell, I'd learned how to party hard from Tucker, and now my wingman was playing house with a fashion babe. He and Liam had found true love. Everything was changing. Everyone was settling down. Only Wes seemed perfectly fine continuing the hard-partying playboy lifestyle. Me. I was a 24-year-old rock star who'd had my fair share of women and didn't intend to settle down anytime soon. But now I was having to fight this odd restlessness. This nagging feeling that maybe it was time to move on and do something different with my life. Or find someone different to add to my life. Someone amazing like Liam and Tucker had found. Then again, part of me couldn't help but figure it was all wishful thinking. In my experience, time with someone amazing always ended badly. After a few more texts back and forth with Tucker, I pocketed my phone. I glanced around Chappie's, a combo nightclub and dive bar, where I sat alone at a back table in the dim light watching the crowd slowly fill the room. No one seemed to notice me, which was the way I liked my attention when I wasn't with the band, non-existent. At the table to my right, a college kid talked a little too loudly to a fresh-off-the-farm Texan girl who seemed enraptured by his attention. To my left was a table full of young women, already close to drunk even though the evening had barely started. One of the women wore a cheap plastic crown, a bachelorette party in full swing. A few months ago I'd have been all over the table of girls, laying on the charm, taking one or two up on their offer for a little behind-the-scenes adventure. But tonight? My focus was on the next band taking the stage. While there was a standard-issue drummer, guitarist, and a bass guitarist, there was also a dude carrying a violin, or would that be a fiddle? A tiny woman with a big accordion, and a guy who had a steel washboard tied to his chest. The bass player moved sloppily, tangling up his cord, getting his arm caught in his strap and tripping over the monitor amp. The guy was either drunk or stoned, either way, no way he'd be able to keep the beat in his state. The accordion player glared at him when he wobbled into her. Maybe it was time to throw back my beer and head out. I was here to listen to music, not watch a circus. The guy with the fiddle got to the mic and squealed out a sound meant to start a hog calling or rodeo, then called out, "Name's Aimee Bodine and this group here is Bayou Bo. So grab your baby, and you better be a prayin' you ain't no grand beady. This here's some Zydeco." Did he say Zydeco? I asked, leaning toward the kid at the table next to me. The kid didn't blink. Good. No recognition. One advantage of having joined Point Break late and playing the bass, which meant I could hang out in the back and hide behind my long hair, was that I wasn't as easily recognized the way Tucker and Liam were. They were the headliners and the ones people flocked to. I got attention too, but give me a major haircut, add a hat and shades, and I had the anonymity I needed when I wanted to stay under the radar. The kid flicked his gaze back to the band but answered my question saying, "Yep. You've heard of it, right?" Sure. I wasn't quite lying. I'd heard of Zydeco, but I couldn't say I'd actually heard Zydeco. I guess my response was a little lackluster, because the dude raised an eyebrow. I take it you've never been to Creole Night at Chappie's. The bands from Louisiana come over once a month. The music's out of this world. You're gonna love it. I'll love an accordion, I asked dryly. The last time I'd heard an accordion played was when my great-uncle Bertrand forced me and my cousins to listen to polka after polka during a family reunion. I think I was about 5. I'd been traumatized ever since. Bro, just listen. The band started up, and instead of a cacophony of sound the way I'd expected, something magical came rolling off the stage. I had to admit the music spoke to me. It was fast in tempo, and sounded like bluegrass and rock had given birth to an unruly, illegitimate child. The accordion player burned through the keys with an almost inhuman speed, the drummer beat the skins like they owed him money, and the dude with the friggin' washboard racked his spoons up and down with a gigantic grin that filled the room. The only player who wasn't up to snuff was the bassist, who stared vacantly into space, dropping the beat enough times to throw the tempo off. After 2 songs, the band struggled so bad a few people in the crowd started to boo. Something in that pissed me off. Everything else about Bayou Bo was surprisingly rocking, even the sharp hiss of the washboard. The kid at the table next to me caught my attention when he swore. That bass player's gonna ruin their gig. I've heard them before and they can play a crowd like nobody's business. But if they don't fix the beat, it's all over. Chappie won't invite them back. And if you don't play chappies, you don't get ahead in the Austin music scene. And if you didn't get ahead in Austin, you were looking at the writing on the wall. I knew this. I also knew raw talent when I heard it, and Bayou Bo had raw talent written all over them, except for the bass player who clearly sucked and was about to take the band down with him in his descent into his drug haze. Song number 2 faded away amid a few jeers, and the singer Daniel spoke into the microphone, a frown on his face. Hold on folks, we gotta fix a technical issue. He turned his back to the crowd and leaned in close to speak with the bass player, who'd amazingly enough become more glassy-eyed and out of focus. The only way to turn this around would be if the band got an entirely new bass player. The thought gave me an idea. My signature long hair was cropped short. I had on a ball cap, jeans and a lightweight plaid button-down. I looked nothing like how I did when I was playing with Point Break. No one had recognized me and no one would. I threw back the rest of my now warm beer and got up from my table, then carefully made my way around the side of the crowd until I reached the stage. I had to do something to help the band, I told myself, but in the back of my mind I knew I was doing this for me. I wanted to hear more of this amazing talent that stood unleashed right in front of me. The accordion player nodded in my direction, and Daniel turned around and noticed me. "What you doing on my stage?" he asked bluntly, scanning me up and down. No sense of recognition lit in his eyes though. "Looks like you might need a bassist. If you don't get off the stage, I'ma pass a slap at you." What was this guy even saying? What? I'm gonna give you a smack. Get off my stage. He bit the words out but cast a worried gaze over the bassist, who'd slowly slumped to the ground and now sat with his head hanging between his knees. "I'm a bassist, promise. Been playing professionally for a while now. Haven't played Zydeco, but I can keep the rhythm." I nudged the bassist with a foot but held Daniel's gaze steady. No recognition flickered in his eyes. I flashed my gaze over the other band members. None appeared to realize the bassist for Point Break stood in front of them. "I'm enjoying your music, but your gig's about to die unless you have someone tying together the harmony and the rhythm." I let out an impatient sigh, then qualified my statement by adding, "You're in key of C, playing a 12-bar blues and your accordion's leading." The band exchanged glances and raised eyebrows. The washboard player's face lit up. "Boss, let him up. Hurt. If this feller thinks he can do better than passing on out, I'ma wanna see dis," Daniel said. "Take it if you want. And someone get this peashwank off my stage." He gestured to the bassist who grinned before his eyes rolled back in his head, and he keeled over. As the washboard dude dragged the bassist off the stage by the heels, I grabbed the bass and slung it around my neck, then gave it a quick tuning. Mine would cry if it could see the mangled fretboard and the strings that needed to be replaced. It wasn't hard to pick up the riff I needed. Like I'd thought before, most of the beats were based on old-times blues riffs. If you could play, then you could hit these licks. But that wasn't the magic of the night. The magic was watching the crowd. Once the band really hit its stride, nearly everyone in the joint crammed onto the dance floor. Men swung women around, girls twisted and shimmied as their partners grabbed and released them, and the energy grew. I couldn't wipe the grin off my face. It was the most fun I'd had playing on stage since Madison Square Garden. But this was different. This wasn't about the thrill of a massive crowd and a lifetime achievement. No. As the sweat poured down my brow and the whole bar became a raucous dance hall, I realized what I felt was free. A buzzing in my belly inspired by the raw love of the music that I hadn't felt all spring. For the first time in a long time, something in me felt alive. I grinned and leaned back to back against the woman playing the accordion. Yeah, this was a hell of a gig. The rest of the night passed in a blur of music and laughter. By the time the band finished, I was drenched in sweat and feeling more alive than I had in months. Along with the rest of the band, I headed out to the alley to help pack up their van. I finished putting the battered bass into its equally battered case and handed it to Daniel. Thanks, man, that was a blast. The accordion player, Cindy, the slight Asian girl with close-cropped hair and a nose ring, gave Daniel a pointed look. It could be more than that. We won't be letting Lawrence play with us again. You ever think of coming down to Pont Mason, Louisiana? We're the house band at Daniel's bar, Evangeline's, just outside town. Pont Mason is small, about 3,500 total, and it's a sober parish where everything closes by 8, but come 9 o'clock the bar is always rocking. We play again on Tuesday. I prevaricated. It was nice to be asked, but hadn't I just been thinking about returning to LA? That's sweet, I said, but I can't. Why not? You got another job? A woman who needs you here? I'm not. I stopped myself before I could say I wasn't from around here, and before I could say I didn't have a woman in my life. And as for another job, I had all summer off. What was keeping me from saying yes? That music move you, EH? Once he was off stage, it was obvious that Daniel Bodine was a lot older than I thought. Somehow, under the stage lights and playing the fiddle like the devil was after him, he'd seemed no more than mid-30s. Here, though, as the night drew into the morning and we stood in the back alley under the crackling streetlights, the ancient calluses on the man's fingers and the streaks of gray hair among the black stood out clearly. Once Zydeco gets under your skin, tain't no way back. You got the look of a man who's trying to figure out his destination. Maybe Zydeco lead you there. His words resonated with me. I had nothing going on in my life at the moment. Nothing to head toward. Point Break didn't need me right now. No one did. And the fact none of the band members or anyone in the crowd had recognized me as the bass player for Point Break meant I could keep living in anonymity for a while longer. It felt good to be just a regular old guy. Mostly, however, it felt good to have music make my blood come alive again. Maybe it would be nice to lay low for a while. Stay out of the spotlight. Play music that lit up my soul. Hiding out in the bayous of Louisiana could give me all that. I cocked an eyebrow at Daniel. You really do need a bassist? Daniel's dark gray eyes squinted back at me. Lawrence B. DePaul. Meaning? I asked, thinking I'd have to find a Cajun to English app. Daniel was an amazing musician and seemed like a cool enough guy but impossible to understand. It means that Lawrence is a mess, Cindy translated. Look, our gig on Tuesdays at 8 p.m. You're welcome to play with us. You'd be doing us a huge favor. Daniel snorted and said something in Cajun that I figured was cursing from the tone. You get to the stage on time and you can have the gig, I guarantee. I thought about it for a few seconds, contemplating my choices. Why commit to a gig 3 days from now when tomorrow I might want to head back to LA or party in Florida or New York? But still, didn't matter that I was a rock star and could travel anywhere. Something about the offer, the chance to play music and keep my anonymity, had my belly buzzing, and that didn't happen often nowadays. So I grinned and nodded. I can't commit to anything long-term. If that works, I'll be there. Chapter 2. Aimee. Late afternoon light filtered gently through the red and white checked gingham curtains framing the windows in Evangeline's kitchen, illuminating a 3-tiered devil's food cake with white cream cheese frosting. I always look forward to Tuesdays. That's the day of the week I took the time to bake and decorate a cake. I swiped some frosting from the bowl, closed my eyes and groaned. Delicious. I'd made a matching batch of cupcakes, and would take one home to eat tonight before collapsing on my bed. I'd started work at 5 o'clock this morning, and all I wanted was to have my cake and eat it too, and sleep. Mostly I wanted sleep. Maybe cool it with all the moaning. I'm getting jealous. I started and flicked my eyes open at the sound of my best friend, Elaine, who was leaning over the kitchen counter in the back of Evangeline's, grinning at me. A fresh wave of energy surged over me, and I gave my bestie a big hug. Where's the baby? I asked, noticing the lack of her 11-month-old who was usually perched on her hip. "I just popped in to see if you'd be able to bake a cake for little Brian's birthday next month." "You know I will," I exclaimed, beaming at Elaine. I had no plans to ever get married and bring a child into the world, but I was glad Elaine had gone a different path and produced little Brian. That kid was adorable. And his birthday cake would be too. Images of brightly colored fondant cut into delightful shapes and covering a 3-tier vanilla cake leapt into my mind. I picked up the cake and motioned for Elaine to open the swinging doors to the dining area for me. After setting down the cake on the front table where a hostess, if Evangeline's could ever afford one, would have been stationed, I checked the display of other desserts I'd made earlier in the day: a huckleberry pie, a chess pie, several dozen pecan sandies, a slab of hazelnut fudge, and a row of amaretto chocolate truffles drizzled with white chocolate. A lemon meringue cheesecake sat chilling in the back fridge, and would be added to this stack by our waitress Beth when she showed up for her shift tonight. Smiling, I dusted my hands on my apron. Evangeline's would sell every one of my desserts tonight. If I had more hours in the day, I'd make even more yummies. "Aimee, we want to pay you for the cake." I whipped around to narrow my gaze at Elaine. "Heck no. But it wouldn't be fair if you buy all the supplies and take all that time to bake a cake for little Brian, when you could be baking someone else's cake and making money. Or baking more stuff for Evangeline's." She gestured around the now empty dining area of my uncle's bar and grill, the most popular dining place in Pontmason. "I know you're struggling to come up with the down payment for the bake shop, and I want to help. I'm not taking money from my best friend for my godson's birthday cake, and that's final," I said, walking back into the kitchen. Elaine followed me, close on my heels. As I fought back a yawn and pulled down the pans the fry cooks would need for tonight's service, she harumphed. "You're too stubborn for your own good, you know." "So you tell me," I replied mildly. A buzz sounded with an incoming text, which always took me off guard since the cell reception in Pontmason was so awful most of the time. I gestured for Elaine to hold her next thought while I read the text. "What is it?" "Nothing to worry about," I said, shoving the phone in my back pocket and giving Elaine a big fake grin. "That's your fake grin," she said. "What's going on?" she demanded. I sighed. "Beth's sick again. And Tony's in New Orleans at her cousin's graduation." Evangeline's was small, but we still needed waitresses during the lunch and dinner rush. Beth had been calling in sick more often than not, and with our relief waitress Tony out of town, that meant I'd be stepping in to cover her shift tonight. So much for sleep. "But you're wiped. Can't Remy do double duty?" Our bartender, Remy Dorman, sometimes took over waiting duties, but only when nights were slow. I shook my head. "Bayou Beau is playing tonight. Even though it's Tuesday, we'll have a big crowd ready for good food and good music. I'll have to wait tables." "I wish you'd slow down. Hire someone else to sub when Beth can't make it." "It's fine," I replied. "Besides, I need the money." "And yet you won't accept payment for Brian's birthday cake." "That's different. And I don't want to argue." "Me either. But you can't keep working this hard, Aimee. You bake all day and manage Evangeline's at the same time, and you're still one of the tour guides out at Gator Ventures. When do you sleep?" I shrugged. "You're the one with the baby. How often do you sleep?" "Point taken. I never sleep. Or have sex either," Elaine huffed. "I miss it." I missed it too. It had been over a year since I'd dated Bill, the nice graduate student from Texas who I'd met at Gator Ventures. He'd spent the summer in Pontmason working on his thesis and having sex with me. Too bad he'd been a better student than lover. Even so, he'd been sweet and he'd tried hard, and well, even mediocre sex with a warm-blooded man was better than the self-induced kind. "Maybe." "Tell me about the bake shop plans. Is everything coming along?" Elaine could switch the subject like a quarter horse turning on a dime. I nodded and grabbed an apron off the hook by the swinging doors. No time to go home and take a shower or change. I'd have to wait tables tonight with frosting in my hair and smelling like chocolate. Elmer Lamel drew up the papers at his bank last week. So long as I can come up with the $15,000 deposit by the end of the month, the place is mine. 3 months ago, old Reba, who'd owned Reba's Diner, had passed. Her diner had come on the market as either a purchase or rental. In a town as small as Pontmason, and as far off the map as one could get in rural Louisiana, finding a buyer wasn't easy. So when I'd mentioned to the local banker who held the note on the diner that I wanted to open my own bake shop, he'd made me an offer, $15,000 down and $2,000 a month thereafter for 30 years, insurance and property taxes included. Because Elmer Lamel had known me and my family since his grandparents' time, he knew I'd be good for the loan. And since there were separate living quarters above the diner, I jumped at the chance. Even though it meant having to move out of Miss Cecily's place, I knew it was time. I was about to become the proud owner of a bake shop, where I could bake and cook to my heart's delight. So long as I made the down payment, that is. How much more you need? Elaine wasn't nosy, just concerned. Another $3,000. So basically this month's salary at both Evangeline's and Gator Ventures, plus whatever I make in tips, and the rest of my savings should make it. Elaine grinned at me. I'm so proud of you, Aimee. You're going for your dream, and you're gonna get it. Fingers crossed, Elaine. Fingers crossed. I crossed my fingers and held them out, then yawned so wide I was sure I was showing Elaine my tonsils. Yeah, I'd get my dream so long as I could stay awake. Corbin. I floored the GTO and headed out on the highway, but even with the throttle wide open, I wasn't sure I'd make it on time. Evangeline's was way farther out in the bayou than I'd ever imagined, so far that Google Maps was no help. I'd even stopped at a gas station outside of Lafayette and tried to locate it the old-fashioned way. Not much luck. The directions that Cindy had written down were based on landmarks, and about 30 minutes ago, I'd turned left down a one-way dirt road, doing my best to keep my Pontiac from grinding over every rock in the way. That's no way to treat an American classic muscle car, I grumbled. The Pontiac had been a part of me ever since I'd earned enough money in high school to buy what had been a bucket of rust. I'd spent 3 years in auto shop repairing this baby to cherry condition. No way was I gonna let some backwoods boulder destroy its chassis. I put my focus back on the road, hoping that the log ahead was the one mentioned in Cindy's directions, but at this point, I was scared I was about to encounter the family from Deliverance. Finally, when I thought I'd either be murdered by hillbilly cannibals or eaten by a pack, did they come in those, of alligators, I pulled up to something that was nicer than I'd imagined. The roadhouse actually looked comfy and cozy and well-kept, definitely not skeevy-looking as I'd imagined. It was a one-story with a wide front porch, and on the porch sat a few tables complete with white cloth and candles, set out for customers who wanted to eat outside. Tall trees with moss wafting from widespread limbs framed the building, and a hard-packed dirt parking lot was filled with a mix of beat-up trucks, minivans, and older sedans. A sign along the roofline looked like it was straight out of the 60s, one of those old neon deals. It amused me that the EV and the ENS were out. The only part left was Angel, which I took as a good omen. I parked my car over by Daniel and Cindy's van just before 9 p.m. I was wired from too many Red Bulls and restless after the 10-hour drive, which should have really taken me closer to 7. I couldn't wait to get on stage, to feel the energy of the music thrumming through me. I'd warned Daniel and Cindy that I couldn't commit to anything long-term, but ultimately I'd told them I'd probably stay at least a week before moving on. I grabbed my bass from the back seat and headed inside. The place was hopping, with patrons drinking cold beers and scarfing down spicy wings. Over the stereo, an old 80s hair band tune pounded out. I could see Daniel, Cindy, and the others already setting up on the small raised stage in the corner. Cindy saw me first and waved. I was about to hop up on the stage when Cindy shook her head. "Give us a minute and then I'll help you set up, that cool?" Cindy called out. "Grab yourself a seat." She pointed to a table next to the stage, and I did a double take. Seated at the table was a young woman who was half laying on the table, her head burrowed in the crook of her arm, long dark hair covering her face and curling down her shoulders in a mass of enticing ringlets. All I could see was a tight black t-shirt and a pair of jeans shorts that were so tiny they were probably a felony in some states, all covering a petite body with curves. The shorts caressed her and showed off the olive tone of her legs. The drummer for Bayou Bo dropped his cymbals, which created a cacophony of sound that would wake the dead, but the girl still didn't stir. Was she passed out? Did people party that hard down in the bayou? It was only 9 o'clock at night. I yanked a chair out and sat at the table, still staring at the girl. No beer bottles or empty glasses sat on the table, and I couldn't smell any alcohol emanating from her, just a whiff of, was that chocolate? A soft snore came from somewhere under the mass of hair, and I grinned. The girl wasn't passed out, she was sound asleep. "Hey Corbin," Cindy called out. I glanced up at her and held a finger to my lips and whispered, "Someone's taking a nap." That table is no bed. Wake her up and tell her Daniel says to go home. She's worked long enough today. Waking the girl seemed cruel, but so did letting her continue to sleep on a table in a pub ready to explode with Zydeco. I reached out and gently shook the girl's shoulder. She responded by mumbling something and rolling her head on her arm, the movement enough for me to catch a glimpse of her face. I sucked in a breath. The lights in the sign on the pub's roof had illuminated Angel, and that's exactly what I was looking at, an angel. Her olive skin held a sun-kissed glow on high cheekbones. Dark eyebrows framed closed eyes with long silky lashes that went on for miles, pointing to an adorably slightly crooked nose and berry red lips in the shape of a bow. Kinda wishing I could stare at her forever, I instead gave her another shake, but this time let my hand rest on her shoulder a little longer than necessary, but not enough to be a creep. This time she stirred, first rubbing her face against her forearm before lifting her chin and opening her eyes. I guess I was a little too close to her face when she woke up because her gray-green eyes went wide with alarm, and she jolted upward. Her chair tipped right and she yelped as she realized she'd knocked herself off balance. My attempts to save her from falling to the floor failed miserably, as both she and I and our individual chairs end up in a pile of bodies and chairs on the floor. Then there we were, me and an angel, on the sticky floor of Evangeline's, under a table, the crowd roaring with laughter in the background, and our faces about 2 inches from each other. Hi. I offered softly. I should have sat up, offered her a hand, but I rather liked being this close to her. For a moment she lay there frozen, still confused judging from the wrinkle on her forehead. Finally she grinned, a smile that seemed to send out sunbeams and stardust all at once. Hi back, she replied. The sound of her voice was sexy with a rich, honeyed flavor that reminded me of whiskey. Or brandy. Or rum. The combination of her pretty face, smoking body, and husky voice made me shiver. I stood up and helped her to her feet, giving the gaping crowd a silent warning to mind their own business. The attempt upward was a bit awkward, given that her feet had tangled in the chair, but we managed to find ourselves upright and chair-free, staring at each other still a little too close. And yes, she definitely did smell of chocolate. Delicious. I'm Corbin, Bayou Beau's new bassist. At least for a week. Her eyes widened just slightly before she nodded. I'm Aimee. Daniel's my uncle and I run this place for him. Oh. Wow. You sound surprised. Why? Because I look too young? I know I mean. I relaxed my shoulders and poured on a smile. I guess I imagined the person who ran this place would be like my great-aunt Maud. You know, poodle hair and a cigarette hanging out of her mouth. My bad. She laughed at that. Corbin, you gonna flirt all night, or get up here and play some Zydeco with us? Cindy's voice rang out over the crowd. I watched in fascination as a pink flush came over Amy's face. I wanted to cup her cheek. Feel for myself how warm that blush was. And that was just for starters. Instead, I cleared my throat. I gotta go play some music, I said quietly. And apparently Daniel said you were supposed to go home. Something about you working too long already. She looked around the room and bit her lip. Can't go home just yet. I finished dinner service, but Remy's gonna need help serving drinks. The poor girl was exhausted enough to fall asleep at a table in the middle of a crowded roadhouse, and should probably head on home to bed, but I still felt a surge of excitement knowing she'd be around watching as I played. Maybe when the set's done I could buy you a drink? Because you're beautiful, and I'd love to get to know you better. To my surprise, she didn't giggle or melt the way another woman would have if I'd handed her that same line. Instead, Aimee rolled her eyes. And I laughed. Too much? Just a tad. Then what about this? Your voice is like buttered rum, all smooth and with a bit of spice, but you smell like chocolate. That combination intrigues me. The cloud lifted just a little, but enough to give me hope. Now that's a line I haven't ever heard, she said, a slight smile teasing the corner of her mouth. So that's a yes? The cloud returned and she gave a quick shake of her head. I don't date musicians. Smart woman, I said, and meant it. We could be scum. But not if women knew the score. I always made things clear before I slept with a woman. Told her how it was gonna be. At the same time, when I wanted a woman, I didn't hesitate to make my desires known. And I most definitely wanted this woman. I'll tell you what, I won't ask you on a date while we're having a drink. Her brow creased, as if she were trying to puzzle out what I just said. Then she pursed her lips in thought before shrugging one delicate shoulder. Maybe you can buy me a drink when we're both done. Maybe. But if you do, you definitely won't ask me out. Promise? I crossed my heart and held 2 fingers up to the sky. Promise, I agreed, then grinned and took the stage. Chapter 3. Aimee. For the 4th, 5th, heck why lie, the 10th time that night I caught myself checking out the new guy. And for the 10th time that night, I found myself going a little breathless, a little butterflies in the tummy. The man was flat out sexy, and he wanted to buy me a drink at closing time despite our rather clumsy introduction. I grabbed a couple of long necks off an empty table and cast a glance over my shoulder at my Uncle Daniel's band, still churning out Zydeco. Hot Guy played a mean bass. Uncle Daniel seemed to like him, smiling and grooving with him during a couple of hot bass solos, as did those listening to him, who clapped long and loud after each song. I wished I could remember his name. He told me when we were lying there under the table, but I'd been so discombobulated by the events that had led us to being under the table in the first place that I'd promptly forgotten. Uncle Daniel had mumbled it into the mic before they'd started playing, but Daniel wasn't known for his enunciation. Was it Corwin or Corbin? Cormac? I wanted a name to go along with my fantasies. He looked vaguely familiar but at the same time screamed pure-out tourist to the south, let alone to Bayou country. Tourist or not, he was a hot one. He was about 6 feet with broad shoulders, soulful brown eyes, dark brown hair that was a little on the short side, and a short, well-trimmed beard. It was a nice, scruffy look. I'd never really been one for clean-shaven pretty boys. I was a bad boy kind of gal, something I had to keep a tight rein on. I loved my Uncle Daniel, but I knew exactly the type of guys he hung out with. Yes, Mr. Corwin or Corbin or Cormac something or other was dangerous. And damn if the boy didn't know it. The band was blaring as I made my way from table to table. After rolling around on the floor with Hot Guy, I'd snuck out to my car and found a change of clothes, a requisite black t-shirt with Evangeline's written in neon pink and a pair of black cutoff shorts, and had washed my face and hands, then stifled enough yawns and downed enough cups of coffee to keep up with the crowd. Remy had tended bar at Evangeline's for ages, but I'd slipped behind to help him pour the easy ones when I wasn't needed on the floor. I'd already served and cleared for the dinner crowd, and those who came for the music mostly wanted beer, sometimes hurricanes, usually ordered by tourists who mistakenly think they're still in New Orleans, and a whole lot of bourbon. As I reached down to scoop up some wet napkins, I felt fingers pinch me. I turned around lightning fast like a cobra and grabbed the familiar arm. Pinning it behind the regular's back was child's play. Jimbo groaned even as his trucker's hat fell to the floor. "Aimee, baby," he slurred, and I ignored the stench of Jim Beam on his breath. "How you gonna do a fella like that? You know you're my everything." I shook my head and dropped his arm. He was lucky. Since I was a teen, I'd been helping my uncle with this place, taking over management when my grandmother Vivian died a few years back. Evangeline's had started out as Vivian's mother's place. My great-grandmother Evangeline Harris had created a place in the bayou everyone raved about for generations, with her down-home cooking, Zydeco music every week, and delicious desserts that people drove from miles around to eat. Learning self-defense had been Uncle Daniel's #1 caveat before I could work here. There was no way I was gonna let the old coot get away with pinching me or any other girl who might walk into Evangeline's. "Jimbo, I catch you touching any woman in this joint and you'll be out. Don't matter that you're a major contributor to our rent each month, you'll no longer be welcome." "You can't talk to me that way, missy." I snorted. "I can, I will, and I did. Now I suggest you head on home and sleep all this off before I call Sheriff Trudeau. He would be more than happy to make sure you sober up." Who I wouldn't call would be Deputy Brad Lamel, my first boyfriend. I'd always sworn I'd never date a musician, but dating Brad right out of high school hadn't been the wisest choice either. The man had an ego that would sink the Titanic, it was that large and heavy. He'd been dating Mireille Dubois for the last month, but she'd moved to New York and started a real estate company up there. Since then he'd given hints about wanting to rekindle things with me. Not a chance. "Darling, you're breaking an old man's heart," Jimbo said, wiping the sweat drops off his bald spot. "Then I'm doing my job," I said, handing him his ticket and twisting so I could find a way to stare up at the stage. I managed to catch a moment when the new guy was grinning from ear to ear, bobbing up and down on his feet in time to the music as my uncle brought up the tempo. Yes, I was drooling just a bit. "We'll be open tomorrow, like always." You just sober on up, and when you can hold a civil hands-free conversation, you know we'll be ready. Maybe I just won't come back, Jimbo whined. Yeah, right. I make the best pie in the state, and my uncle makes the hottest music. You know you can't resist either, I said. And so long as you pay your tab and keep those paws to yourself, you're welcome here. Now get on home before you do something else stupid. I strode away, made change for another table, and then delivered some cold Budweiser to a third. Everything was typical, outside of the new brown-eyed stranger who was playing the bass with skill and finesse that old Lawrence could have only dreamed of. Hot Guy was sending my pulse way up high, but I told myself for the 100th time I shouldn't accept his offer of a drink. My mother's biggest mistake had been having that first drink with my biological father, whomever he might be. All I knew was he'd been a musician my mom met on the road when she was 17. She didn't even know his name. She'd flung herself at him, he'd taken her up on her offer. As the story goes, the condom broke, my bio-dad left town without telling my mom his name, and boom, 9 months later I'd arrived. My mother. My chest tightened at the thought of her. I wasn't sure where she was right now, truth be told. Even Uncle Daniel, who often paid for her bail when she went totally off the wall, claimed to be out of contact with her for the last few months. Not like she'd been around much throughout my life anyway. Seemed like every time Mom got her act together and came home for a while, she'd find yet another guitarist or drummer or lead singer and would go off into the wide blue yonder following true love. In truth, she was nothing but a desperate groupie, and I hated her for that. Hated her for not giving me a regular home life, with bologna sandwiches and apples in brown paper bags, new shoes at the start of the school year, a dress for prom. If it hadn't been for my dear departed Grandma Vivian and my uncle, then I really wouldn't have had a hope of making a life at all. The reality of life in Pontmason was just like the swamps it lay near, pretty on the surface, but underneath it all the alligators would chomp right through you. I made my way behind the bar and poured a couple of cold ones for the couple there, keeping one eye on the stage, admiring Hot Guy's tight jeans as he moved to the beat of the music. Suddenly I heard my name called. You know, those were some mighty fine reflexes there with Jimbo, the familiar and annoying voice added. I groaned and turned on my heels to see Brad. He was tall and loved to lord that over me, and maybe some girls fell for that sandy blonde hair and that wide grin, but I had no interest in the deputy even if he'd been sniffing after me like a bloodhound since I was 16. I'd finally given in to his pestering for a date right out of high school, and we'd gone out for 6 long miserable months before I'd had enough. I'd been firm in the breakup, clear as a bell, as in, I no longer am in a relationship with you, it's over, but Brad wasn't one to have a girl break up with him. Oh no, his precious ego couldn't stand for that, which was likely the only reason he'd set his sights on me once again now that Murray had left. Hey, Brad. You know better than anyone I can take care of myself. You've seen me in action before. It's a survival skill in this job. I hear you, but if you were my gal, you wouldn't need to make ends meet here. I gave him a one-shouldered shrug as I rinsed off glasses behind the bar. Yeah, well, you don't want me. Not really. You just want a woman barefoot and pregnant in your kitchen. He grinned, and I was sure there was some woman out there who wouldn't have her skin crawl seeing those dimples, but I wasn't one of them. But you're so good in the kitchen, he said smarmily. He opened his mouth, presumably to keep flirting, but I cut him off. You here on pleasure or business, Brad? Should I get you a drink? He seemed to get the message. Pleasure and yes to the drink. I poured him a double of bourbon, slid the drink down the bar to his waiting hand. Before I could turn to go, Brad started talking to me again. You know Tallulah's getting married on Saturday. I knew. Brad's younger sister had sent me an invitation. She'd also asked me to bake the wedding cake. I'm glad for her. Dizzy's a good guy. He'll make a nice husband. Dizzy Galliston and I had been in the same class at school. His name was actually Desmond, but none of us called him by his real name since that time he'd spun around on the tire swing in the schoolyard so many times he'd UP-chucked on the playground. He was a nice guy, cute in an egghead sort of way. I'd never been attracted to him, but Tallulah was smitten. And I absolutely adored Tallulah. She couldn't help her brother was an a-hole. I'd like you to be my date to the wedding. Brad's statement took me by surprise. I was just about to tell him I'd be his date when hell froze over, maybe a little more politely than that if I could manage it, when his father Elmer Lamel walked into Evangeline's. Elmer was a regular. After his wife left him years before and moved to New York, he'd come in daily for some home cooking and a slice of cake. "Hey, Mr. Lamel," I said. "A little late for supper, but might I get you a drink? Or cake?" I glanced over at the tray of desserts. The cake wasn't to be seen. I turned back to Elmer and gave him a rueful grin. "Sorry. Seems the cake was popular tonight, but there's cheesecake left, or my chocolate truffles." "Darlin', you know the way to a man's heart. I'll take a slice of your cheesecake. And give me a few of them truffles to go." He patted his son on the shoulder, then gave me a dopey grin. "Speaking of hearts, did Brad here ask you a certain question yet?" I frowned. So Elmer knew Brad was going to ask me to be his date to Tallulah's wedding? And the way Elmer was grinning up at me said quite clearly he expected me to accept his son's invitation. Was Elmer hoping Brad and I would get back together? Nervous tension ate at my belly, then dread made my limbs grow heavy. If Elmer was expecting me to get back together with Brad, but that didn't happen, would my bank loan be in jeopardy? Could I lose my shot at my bake shop if I didn't go out with Brad? Chapter 4. Aimee. Luckily, just as Elmer and Brad were waiting for me to answer, Remy interrupted us and started a conversation, allowing me to give a quick smile and escape. Still worrying about my loan being pulled out from under me, I served a few more tables then scanned the room. Elmer had taken a seat, but Brad leaned against the bar staring at me, and it seemed obvious he planned on waiting me out to finish our conversation. I quickly looked away just as I heard my uncle announce that the band was going to play its last song. Turning, I glanced at the stage, my breath catching when I saw Hot Guy looking at me. Then he winked at me in the cutest, most adorable way, and that's when I made my decision. I hustled to get Elmer his pie, dropped it off real quick like so he didn't have time to ask me anything about Brad's wedding invitation. Then as soon as the band finished their song, I made a beeline for Corbin whatever and smiled at him. "Awesome set," I said, then blushed at how lame I sounded, like some groupie or something. But Hot Guy just smiled, which of course made warmth flare in my belly. Mental sirens went off with words of warning. "I can look, but so long as he's a musician, don't flip out over this guy. That's what Mom does, and I'm not her." "Really?" he asked, a boyish expression on his face as if he was eager to believe my compliment. "I've never played Zydeco before I met the band in Austin. It's exciting music. I hope I did it justice." I'd say. "Daniel only lets people who can feel the music play with him, and he seemed to be loving what you were playing up there." "Good. So did you decide it's a yes on that drink?" he asked, and damn if he didn't have a cute smirk. "Danger? Danger?" Red lights flashed inside my head. Then I caught sight of Brad heading toward us, and I moved forward with my plan. I linked my arm through Hot Guy's elbow and said, "I'd love to have a drink with you." I practically dragged him to the other end of the bar, and I nodded toward Remy to push a few brews our way. "So," I said, glancing up at the gorgeous soulful eyes of the bad boy in front of me. "Your name is Corwin?" He tilted his head and grinned huge. "Actually, it's Corbin." "Sorry. I was a bit flustered when you introduced yourself. You know, on account of being all tangled in chairs and lying on the ground. That's not normally how I introduce myself, but it worked." His grin was infectious, and I found myself smiling dopily up at him before he added, "And I suck at names anyway. I'm still trying to remember half the band's names. Cindy and Daniel I have down, but I can't remember the guy with the beehive for a beard or the guy with the trumpet. Zeke has the beard, Jimmy plays brass, and Aga is the older woman with the long gray hair. They all come and go. Sometimes Uncle Daniel plays things bare bones, and sometimes, like tonight, he goes all hog wild and brings in the brass too. It's a roller coaster to get used to." I gestured around the slowly emptying roadhouse. "But that roller coaster keeps Evangeline's in the green." Corbin took a long draw off his beer, gazing at me quizzically. I was about to ask him if I had something on my nose when he said, "I thought you ran this place. But you also wait tables?" Remy, who'd been washing glasses behind the bar, piped up. "Yep, she does both. And she serves as a swamp tour guide out at Gator Ventures. Plus, she makes all the desserts we serve at Evangeline's. Besides the music, Evangeline's known for what our girl here can do with sugar or chocolate." "Wait," Corbin exclaimed, "you're the one who baked that amazing pie. One of the band members gave me a slice during our break. That was the best pie I've ever tasted." "Thank you. That was my huckleberry pie. One of the town's favorites." "You try any of her other goodies?" Remy asked. When Corbin slid his gaze to me, his eyelids half lowered and a sparkle dancing in his eyes, I felt myself blush. No, Corbin said slowly, his smile widening, but I hope to. Heat radiated through me, sending me off kilter and in a good way. No. Corbin was sexy, sensual, good-looking, and in actuality quite sweet, but I didn't need a musician in my life. I needed to be smart. Even though being smart all the time was boring. Gah. I couldn't seem to stop arguing both sides where Corbin was concerned. Suddenly, I realized Corbin and Remy were both staring at me. My mind scrambled to remember what we'd just been talking about. Oh right. My other goodies and how Corbin wanted to try them. I also made cheesecake cookies, chocolate truffles, and baked a cake, I said, and Remy rolled his eyes and walked away. Corbin whistled. You baked all that? Today? Sure. I shrugged. Although technically truffles aren't baked. How did you make all that stuff and manage Evangelines? And wait tables? Despite the fact I was enjoying my time with Corbin, I suddenly fought back a yawn. Seems like I'd been doing that all night, but for good reason. I got in here at 5:30 this morning. Baked all the goodies, got the ganache for the truffles going, then worked on Evangeline's accounting and scheduling until mid-afternoon, formed and coated the truffles, then waited tables until now. Corbin glanced up at the clock hanging behind the bar, which showed 1:45 in the morning. A furrow dug into his brow. But that's over a 20-hour shift. Your uncle was right, you need some sleep. It's been an unusual day. I don't usually work the night shift, but our regular waitress called in sick. Someone had to cover. Do you bake every day? Excitement buzzed around in my veins, the way it did every time I talked about my desserts. I do for Evangeline's weekdays except for Wednesdays, that's when I do the tours on the bayou, and sometimes I come in on weekends to use the kitchen if I have a special order. People order birthday or wedding cakes or desserts for dinner parties, that sort of thing. His gaze softened. You love it, don't you? I nodded excitedly. There's nothing like it. Not for me, anyway. That sensation of kneading bread to make dinner rolls, or the taste of frosting I sneak when I'm decorating cakes, how chocolate glistens when heated to the perfect temperature. Rolling out pie dough. That scent of freshly baked chocolate chip cookies. It took me a moment to realize I'd closed my eyes, dreaming of all my pastries. I flicked my eyes open to see Corbin staring at me, with the same intense expression he'd had when we were looking at each other after crashing to the floor. I remember feeling that way, he said quietly, almost to himself. What way? I felt confused. Excited. Alive. Thrilled to be doing something you love. He gave a quick snap back and forth of his head, and his mouth formed a tight line. Never mind. I was drifting in memories for a moment there. But enough about me. It's clear you love baking. That pie? I could actually taste the love in it. Am I wrong? It felt hard to swallow. Sometimes it felt like no one really noticed how much making desserts set my soul on fire. I'd won some blue ribbons here or there in county fairs, and people would notice that, and there was no shortage of people clamoring for my baked goods and saying they were the best they'd ever tasted, but no one ever really noticed what making those cakes and pies and everything else did for me. But Corbin had. This stranger who'd come into town to play his bass had seen more in me than people who'd known me my entire life. Aimee, he asked, waving his hand in front of me. Are you okay? I nodded. Yeah. Sorry. Got a little lost in space there. When did you discover baking was your passion? How did you know it made you feel so alive? And where are you going to go with it all? He seemed genuinely interested, and his questions had an almost wistful tone to them, as if he needed to understand. I opened my mouth to tell him about my plans to open my own bake shop, when suddenly I got embarrassed. Everything about Corbin got to me, and I had to stay strong. The plan had been to show interest in Corbin, so Brad would lose interest in me. Speaking of Brad, I tried to surreptitiously glance around to see if he was still at Evangeline's, but Corbin's body blocked my full view. I cleared my throat. Actually, it might be time I head home. I just need to check something first. You mean check if the deputy you were trying to avoid is still here? When my jaw dropped, he laughed. You knew that he was the reason you said yes to getting a drink with me. Yeah, I noticed that, he said, taking a long swig of his beer and winking at me. I winced. He wants me to be his date to his sister's wedding. So you flirted with me to keep from telling him no. I'm so sorry, I said, swallowing. That wasn't very nice of me. He shrugged. No worries. He's gone now, and I wanted to talk to you anyway. And despite your "I don't date musicians" declaration, I think you wanted to talk to me too. I sat there in stunned silence, thumbing the label on my unfinished beer. Corbin was just too tempting, and that could lead to trouble, and someone in the Bodine family had to be sensible. Lord knew my uncle with his crazy drive to play Zydeco day in and day out, and my mother with her fangirl fantasies that resulted in one failed marriage after another sure weren't. Despite my serious musings, I couldn't help the sudden yawn that overtook me faster than I could whip my hand up to cover my mouth. Listen, beautiful lady, Corbin said, leaning in closer to me. I'd love to continue this conversation, but you're exhausted. You should have gone home a few hours back. How about I put my number into your phone, and you text me when you wake up in the morning? I stared at him, wanting to do just that, but then reason prevailed and I slowly shook my head. I appreciate you having a drink with me, even knowing why I agreed to it, Corbin. But you're only going to be here a short time, and I really don't date musicians, and before you say you didn't ask me out, well, I just don't think it would be a good idea for us to talk or see each other. Outside of you playing in the bar while you're here, I mean. Disappointment flickered in Corbin's eyes before he nodded. Okay. No offense taken. Sweet dreams, sweet Aimee. I gulped and straightened and said good night, Corbin. Regret was a lead weight in my chest as I turned and headed back into the kitchen, but once again I told myself it was for the best. It might not feel good in the moment to be doing the right thing, but it would pay off in the end. I had dreams that were on the brink of coming true, and I couldn't jeopardize them because of my attraction to Corbin. No matter how much I wished things could be different. Chapter 5. Corbin. After Aimee left, I headed outside to help Daniel and Cindy pack up the van. Now the balmy night air surrounded me, silent except for the low croak of frogs and hum of crickets. I leaned against Daniel's van, amazed at the night and the excitement that coursed through my body. There was something electrifying about the set I'd done, and something even more electrifying about Aimee. Everything about her had hit me hard, right from the start. Her and those two short cutoffs, the way her dark brown curls danced around her shoulders, the way she deftly handled the old man who'd grabbed her, the way her green-gray eyes sparkled under the light, and how she smelled of chocolate. She triggered awake whatever had lain dormant inside of me for so long. So had the music. Zydeco. So raucous and unpolished, with its blaring accordion and weird giant wearable washboard and even a brass section. It was so different from rock and roll, and would never sell out giant stadiums, but then again, maybe that was the point. I was used to studios and recordings, to getting producers to edit and tweak every tiny bit of the reel. Focus testing. Agents. It wasn't at all how things had started out. Still, it was fun and the women had been great, but it was removed from reality, from the real blood, sweat, and tears of music. This was everything I'd loved about playing bass to begin with, and I was glad to reconnect with it. The woman, the music, even this small town out in the middle of nowhere, had me more energized than even the world tour with Point Break. Was it because Pont Mason reminded me of my hometown and my youth? I didn't tend to give much thought to the past. Too much bad had occurred back in Halvard Hill, Minnesota, for me to want to revisit my youth. But until things had gone south, times had been good. Unfortunately, as my mind tended to do, it immediately focused on the bad. Suddenly, I was remembering the night my first serious girlfriend Kara and I had snuck away from a community party and hid out under the heavy table laden with casseroles, pies, cakes, and drinks. The long white tablecloth had hidden us from view, and we'd practiced kissing for the first time. 6 years later, though, that kiss had led to one of the unhealthiest relationships of my life. To a woman who had been so needy, she'd done anything to hold my attention, even. No. I wouldn't go there. Not tonight. Not after feeling so alive, so awake again. Tonight was about remembering the music, and how amazing just talking to Aimee had felt. Despite her resolve to keep me at arm's length, and despite the fact I'd given the appearance of good-naturedly accepting her decision, I wasn't sure I could actually do that. I wanted to see more of her. Talk to her. Taste more of her sweet treats. And just as I'd implied earlier, I wasn't talking about her baking. Yet for Aimee's sake, I was trying to do the right thing. It was clear she wasn't interested in a short-term hookup, at least not with a musician, and it didn't seem right to push myself into her life, knowing in a week I'd just be walking out of it again. "Done?" Cindy said, bringing me out of my reverie as she slammed shut the back door to the van. "So same time tomorrow?" I asked. To my surprise, she shook her head. "We just got word we got a gig in New Orleans. Won't be back for a week." My gaze flicked back to the roadhouse. "Thought you were sticking around Pont Mason." "This is our home base," she answered, "but we take work where we can get it. I checked my email while you were talking to Aimee, had one from earlier in the day I hadn't seen. A friend of ours owns a place we'd played at a few months ago. He wants us again, and we really need to take the gigs as they come. We'd love to have you come with us." I hesitated for a moment before saying, "Do you need me to come with you? Or can I, hang out here while you're gone?" Cindy grinned. "Nah," Cindy responded. "We've got a friend who will play bass for us. You hang here for a while. Get to know the town. Get to know Aimee." She added a wink with the last sentence. Daniel, who'd been walking up to us, frowned. "Dat little Cher's my niece, y'all hear?" Cindy rolled her eyes. "Don't mind Daniel here. He tried pulling that with his little sister Lily, and she rebelled. You'd think he'd learn that Amy's a good kid." Cindy highlighted her point by turning to Daniel and glaring at him. "You can trust her, can't you?" "It's this guy I can't hardly trust," he grumbled. "Too much like me is all." He flashed a glance up at me. "You be here when we get back? Play with us again?" "Sure. In fact," I hesitated. Thought about Aimee, her reluctance to date a musician, and my own desire to do the right thing by her. Then I thought about how she'd smelled so good, and how her breath had caught any time I got near her. I wasn't ready to leave her. And it wasn't like I had to be back in LA until the end of summer. "I'm thinking of staying the summer here in Pont Mason," I said. "Nowhere else to go, and the music's good. So are the desserts." Cindy laughed, but Daniel frowned at my veiled reference to Aimee. "That lil' Cher's my life," he growled out. "You hurt her, I'll break your legs, and that I guarantee," Daniel said, opting for more clear language than ever before. "I won't hurt her," I promised. And I wouldn't. Just because I wouldn't be staying long, didn't mean Aimee and I couldn't have fun while I was here. She was an adult and she could make her own choices, as she'd already proven. I'd be clear with her that I wasn't looking for a relationship, and that I'd be headed out of town as soon as summer ended. The only thing I wouldn't tell her was that I was the bassist for Point Break. I'd had way too many times when women went loopy over a man with fame. Not that I was automatically throwing Aimee into that category. She seemed to have some smarts with her refusing to date musicians, but there was no sense in making a big deal about my fame. Daniel grumbled, then stomped back inside Evangeline's. Cindy sighed and leaned against the wall. "Look, I think you and Aimee seem to have something. I watched her when you were talking at the bar. Her eyes lit up like I hadn't seen since maybe her high school days. And I don't think it was because you're such a pretty face. I think it was because there's something between the two of you. One thing though," she added, frown crossing her face, "I'm figuring you didn't tell her who you really are, because she'd have had you out of Evangeline's and on your ear in a flash." "Aimee might," Cindy poked me in the chest for added emphasis. "I repeat, she might let you into her life a little bit if she thinks you're just a guy who plays bass from time to time, but you'll find every door shut to our Aimee if she finds out you're a bona fide rock star." I blinked. "You knew?" Cindy nodded. "My sister's 14 years old. One of those surprise babies, you know? Well, she's got Point Break posters all over the wall. I spotted who you were the minute you came onto stage the other night, but I didn't say anything because I figured you didn't want people to know. My thought is that if you had, you'd have been advertising it yourself." "Sometimes it's easier to be beneath the radar," I admitted. "I'm not as famous or popular as Tucker and Liam or even Wes, but I don't want to get mobbed." Cindy laughed. "This is Pont Mason, honey, don't worry about it. If it isn't country or Zydeco or blues, they ain't heard of it. My sis is different, but ain't too many little girls around here to mob you to start. Still, you stay, I'll take care of Danny boy. I don't want to put you in a weird place with the head of the band. Suga, I've been leader of this band for almost 10 years. Bodine's great, but he can't schedule or manage his finances or sometimes remember the right date." I laughed and regarded Cindy with her nose stud and her dyed hair. She seemed like someone who could take care of business. Then maybe I'm actually sad that I won't get to see that smackdown. Maybe, she said, smirking. So where you staying tonight? I hadn't looked online yet. I need to check Airbnb. At that she laughed so hard she doubled over. Honey, we don't have much in the way of internet here, and I can promise you no one's on Airbnb. You should try Miss Cecily's place. She always has rooms for rent. A motel? I couldn't remember seeing anything in town when I drove through looking for Evangeline's. Miss Cecily has the massive old plantation house a hop, step, and a jump from here. Looks like it's right out of Gone with the Wind. Then it's haunted. You guarantee, I added, chuckling as I exaggerated the final word in a terrible attempt at a Cajun accent. Actually, you're not far off, she said, shrugging. Miss Cecily's always been nice to me and my friends. I've never had a complaint with her, but you know how locals are in any town, especially down here, and how much they love to gossip. They say she's into voodoo. You kidding me? Yankees can say what they want, but the people in Pont Mason are superstitious and the reputation sticks. Hell, it's spread over most of Louisiana too. Small state in its own way. But if you're not bothered by town gossip, Miss Cecily has rooms for rent and they're massive. It's quiet too. And she's still up. She never goes to sleep until after 4 in the morning. I raised my eyebrow. Something to do with voodoo? Cindy laughed. Nah, she just can't sleep well at night. She sobered then. Listen, Corbin, in Pont Mason we have more than our share of people who walk a different path. Because it's a small town, we notice them more than you would in a big city. We take care of our own. Protect them, really. You stick around and you might see that for yourself. She patted me on the arm, then headed back inside Evangeline's after Daniel. I stared down at my arm where Cindy had patted me like I was family, and pleasure spread through me. I had connections. My family back home, even though I didn't see them much. My boys in the band. But there was no denying I was feeling welcome in Pont Mason. And I was hoping Aimee would welcome more of my attention. Aimee. After I finally made it home and washed up, I crashed onto my bed and felt every muscle in my body scream in protest and pain. Today's work schedule had been insane, but even though my body was sore and aches racked my muscles, my mind wasn't ready to let me fall asleep just yet. No, my stupid brain was too busy being focused on Corbin. He seemed so familiar. Even now, there was something about him that I couldn't place. Maybe it was those eyes of his, those large dark brown pools, so like molten chocolate that I could lose myself in them. I loved the delicate lashes around them, as if nature was going out of her way to draw attention to Corbin's gaze. What in the world are you doing, Aimee? I muttered to myself in the dark. I'd gotten hot and bothered by some of Uncle Daniel's guest players before, but my body had never felt as electrified as it did just thinking about Corbin. He was clearly a Yankee, and I'd never been out of Louisiana. Hell, I'd rarely been away from home. My family had needed my help too much. But it was my time now. Uncle Daniel had promised he'd find a new manager for Evangeline's once I opened my bake shop. In just a month, my life would change dramatically. All the more reason to enjoy a little time with Corbin for as long as he's here. There was that sneaky voice in my head, encouraging me to go for it with Corbin. For once, to my surprise, the negative counterpoint to that voice was silent. Would getting to know Corbin a little better, whatever that looked like, be so bad? After all, I wasn't my mother, which meant I didn't harbor any fantasies that hooking myself to a musician was going to result in any kind of permanent commitment or true love. Didn't that mean I could spend time with Corbin, have fun with him while he was here this week, and walk away unscathed? My body tingled in all the right places at the thought of all the fun Corbin and I could have together. I wanted more of those tingles. Chapter 6. Corbin. The place Cindy had told me to go to, Miss Cecily's, wasn't that far from Evangeline's. I probably could have walked the distance, but I didn't much like the idea of leaving my precious GTO in a dirt parking lot overnight. The townsfolk had seemed friendly enough and the town clean and comfortable, but you never knew. Cindy had been understating when she said that the boarding house was big. It was massive. I'd literally stayed at hotels that were smaller. It had 4 massive white columns that anchored it to the mammoth wrap-around veranda. You could probably fit 24 vintage Southern belles and hoopskirts on the front part alone, without any sweat. Before getting out of the car and heading to the massive veranda, I pulled out my phone and checked for texts. No cell service. In the morning, I'd have to find a place in Pont Mason that had cell service and check to see if Tucker had pinged me again. Shoving the phone back in my pocket, I got out of the car and headed to the house. "Hello?" I asked, knocking on the old oak door before me, then stepped back, taking in the front of the house while I waited for Miss Cecily. A faded yellow light above the front door illuminated a wide veranda, and the door was solid oak and old. The door creaked open, catching me off guard and revealing a small woman. Miss Cecily was so much smaller than I'd have thought. I'd assumed an alleged voodoo queen would be tall and seem larger than life. Miss Cecily was hunched over with osteoporosis, had wrinkled skin that made it hard to tell her real age, but I wouldn't have been surprised to find out she was 90. Her snow-white hair was wrapped into one braid that went all the way to her waist, and her skin was the color of mahogany. She looked up at me with some of the clearest green eyes I'd ever seen. Even if she was ancient, there was a lot going on upstairs with Miss Cecily. I'd seen less shrewd tour managers and entertainment lawyers. "Well, isn't this a surprise? I haven't had a new boarder in quite a while." Her voice came out smoother than I'd anticipated. Clearly making assumptions about this woman would not be a wise choice. I stuck out a hand. "My name's Corbin. I'm in town for a couple of months, and I'm looking for a place to stay. I apologize for coming over here in the middle of the night, but Cindy Lou sent me. She said that you'd be up. She also said you were the best bet for a place to stay in town." Miss Cecily shook my hand as she ran her gaze up and down me, peering into my eyes as if searching for my soul. "I do rent rooms, young man." I grinned at her. "Great. I have the money to pay. Do you take credit cards?" "I'll take cash when you can get it next." "I think you look good for it overall," she said, nodding toward my car. "Besides, if Cindy sent you, she's the best reference you can get as far as I'm concerned. She helped send my last lodger to me." "Oh, so there's still room, that's good." Miss Cecily grinned. "There's room for lots of things here, child. Come in." I stepped through. The front hall was dusty and the furniture looked turn of the century. I gazed at the portraits on the wall, as Miss Cecily led the way into a poorly lit kitchen. There, hanging over our heads, were various bags of something. Instantly I could see where some of the voodoo rumors had started. I sniffed the air, and realized some of the scents emanating from the bags reminded me of oregano. When I caught the scent of mint and lavender, a warm sense of pleasure washed over me. My grandmother on my father's side, Grandma Brigitta, used to grow herbs and dry them in the same way. As a kid, I used to help her harvest and put up the herbs. My cousins hated the work, but I didn't mind as much. Gran would tell stories of her grandmother coming over from Norway and settling in Minnesota. With the tales she told, I never felt bored. "Do you have an herb garden, Miss Cecily?" I asked, pointing at the bags of herbs dangling down. She looked up above our heads. "You ever hear of a gree-gree?" I racked my brain. Something in that term was familiar. Something about voodoo. I've been to New Orleans more than once, but I never really did the ghost tour or even the tourist bit at all. Miss Cecily chuckled. "Ah, you've heard the rumors. Cindy's a nice girl, but she always loves to spread the rumors. Can't quite help herself from telling everyone's story." Tension took over in my body, shoving away the warm sensation my childhood memory had brought. I had to hope Cindy would keep my secret quiet. I was enjoying the anonymity, and didn't want my summer in hiding over before it started. "Rent's paid every week," she said matter-of-factly, switching the subject. "Fridays. It's $125. A night?" I asked. "No, a week," she said, then she pointed upward. "So long as you don't mind the rumors or the ambiance, the room at the top of the stairs and to the right is yours. I only have 2 other boarders. Lisa and Aimee, and Lisa's out of town. So there's plenty of room." I froze. "Aimee Bodine? The girl who runs Evangeline's?" "That's her. You met her?" "I sure did." "And? Ma'am? And what did you think of her?" "She's amazing." Miss Cecily harumphed, but there was a definite edge of approval to the sound. "Tasted her baking, did you?" I grinned. "Yeah. But that's not why I think she's amazing." Something perilously close to a smile formed on Miss Cecily's face, and then she shooed me up the stairs. The room was actually nice. It sucked that there was no internet, no cell signal, and no landlines. The television did work and it did have color, but the last thing I wanted to do was watch TV. I laid awake all night, but I didn't toss or turn. I didn't even care that I couldn't sleep. All I could think about was the fact Aimee was in a room somewhere in this house. And I couldn't wait to see her again. Chapter 7. Aimee. The alarm from my cell phone was blaring in my ears. I reached over and grabbed the phone and blearily gazed at the glowing numbers. Then I bolted straight up in bed. How I'd managed to sleep through that loud screech for the last 30 minutes, I'd never know. Darn it all. I ground out, hopping out of bed. I needed to be at Gator Ventures in 30 minutes. Even with the world's fastest shower, I'd be explaining to Earl why I was late. I was still naked, but there was no reason to put on clothes I was only going to take off. The other boarder, Lisa, who lived downstairs, was out of town anyway. Miss Cecily would be sound asleep. I rushed down the hall in double time and turned on the shower in the shower room, then walked through the sliding door to the vanity area where I brushed my teeth in the sink and gazed blurrily at my reflection. Yowzers. A 20-hour workday did not look good on me. If this wasn't such a small town, I could have called in sick to my Gator Ventures job, but Earl would somehow find out I'd lied. I blinked heavily, then headed back into the shower room, sliding the door shut behind me and stepping under the spray. Oh good grief, the water was freezing. Usually it warmed up during the time it took me to brush my teeth, but not this morning. Not that I could complain. The rent here was good, and it allowed me to save for my down payment. The water finally warmed up a tad, so I showered and raked shampoo and conditioner through my long hair in record time before shutting off the spray. Blinking bleary eyes, I reached for my towel and realized that in my haste I'd forgotten it in the vanity. Perfect, I groaned. I'd have to drip water all over Miss Cecily's ancient oak floor, which she did not like. And I didn't like getting on Miss Cecily's bad side. I slid the door open and stepped into the vanity. It was then that I felt my heart stop. Oh God, I'm hallucinating. Hi Aimee, Corbin said just as conversationally as he had last night. Nope, not a hallucination. He was here in my vanity, leaning against the wash basin, shaving his face, dressed only in a towel. And I was naked and dripping all over the floor. What are you doing here? Was hot guy Corbin a stalker? But even as my heart beat double time in my chest, I noted that he didn't look threatening or at all embarrassed or worried to be here. Plus he was wearing a towel and shaving. Even as stunned as I was by his sudden appearance, I knew he was no threat. Cindy told me this was a good place to rent a room. I checked in last night with Miss Cecily. I closed my eyes. Of course. I opened my eyes again and took a deep breath. Cindy told you. But how did you, why? Aimee, I'm not complaining, but you might want to cover up while we talk. I'm trying to keep my eyes on your face, but I'm only human. I blushed, then blushed harder when he pulled the towel off and held it out for me to take. Which left him deliciously and mind-bogglingly naked too. You need this more than I do at the moment. I couldn't help it. I stared. His body was tan, and while he was sleek and slim, like a soccer or baseball player, he had rippling muscles in his shoulders and a trail of abs that part of me, okay, a huge part, would love to lick. It all trailed down to a narrow waist with those sharp dips in his hips. Aimee, he called softly, and when my gaze met his expression was amused. I grabbed the towel and wrapped it around me, then turned my back on his naked bod. Holy moly! He'd looked hot just in jeans and a leather jacket last night, but completely naked in my bathroom? I could barely comprehend it. My room's the first one on the right, just up the main staircase, he said behind me. I had no idea this was your home until Miss Cecily told me last night. Cindy didn't mention it. I can leave if me staying here makes you uncomfortable though. Cindy. I think I need to have a talk with her. She must be playing Cupid. Does that mean you want me to leave? No. No, you don't have to leave. So maybe we can both get dressed, and we can have breakfast together? I stared at the shower I'd vacated, unable to believe I was standing there in a towel while a naked Corbin was standing behind me, and we were just chatting away as if we were still at the bar of Evangeline's. I can't have breakfast with you. I have to get ready for work. Oh right. It's Wednesday. Gator Ventures. He'd remembered. This was the sort of thing that made girls weak at the knees. I opened my mouth and slammed it shut again, not knowing what to say. Look, Aimee, he said. I really can find another place to stay. No. My vehement and quick response surprised me, but I didn't want Corbin staying somewhere else during his time here. I wanted him here, in my home. I wanted him close by. I wanted him. Only I couldn't come right out and tell him that, so I said, Miss Cecily needs the money. She doesn't get many boarders. Oh well, I've decided to stay for a couple of months, so hopefully that'll help. I stiffened and glanced at him over my shoulder. You're staying for a couple of months? But I thought you were only staying for a week. Guess I know a good thing when I see it. And something tells me staying in Pont Mason a while longer would be good for me, he said, staring at me intently. Well, you're right. 2 months of rent would make a big difference for her. Stay, Corbin. We'll make this work somehow. We'll talk later today, okay? I promise. Still clutching my towel, I crossed my heart and held 2 fingers in the air, the way Corbin had the night before when he'd promised he wouldn't ask me out on a date. I look forward to later. I shuffled toward the door, opened it, then rushed back to my room. But before I did, I might have taken one quick little peek at Corbin, still standing there in all his naked glory. And he might have caught me and started laughing. Corbin. Aimee Bodine was the hottest woman I'd ever seen. I was hooked. Even after she'd headed back to her room, all I could think about was her gorgeous eyes and her banging curves. Lush. Silky. Creamy. And completely bare. It had taken all my willpower to hand her my towel. Thank God I'd decided to stay in Pont Mason, and would have 2 months with her. After she left, I finished shaving, got dressed, and headed down to the kitchen where a delicious scent wafted in the air. Miss Cecily scooped freshly scrambled eggs, a cinnamon roll, and some bacon onto a plate, and handed it to me. I don't do vegan this or macrobiotic bunkum that. You eat what I serve you. I'm happy to, ma'am, I said, biting down into a fatty piece of bacon that was salty enough to leave me drinking orange juice soon after. Salty and crunchy, just the way my Granny Tilda used to make. You like? She gestured to the food. You stopped eating. Looked a little lost in thought there. Your food is amazing. Reminds me of how my grandma used to cook. Miss Cecily nodded. You miss her? I can tell she passed by how you look so off in space, like you thinking about someone special. About some time that was special. She'd pegged that one correctly. I looked down at my eggs. They were spiced up with a mix of paprika and pepper jack, and kicked even more ass than the bacon. Do you cook this way every morning, and for all your boarders? How many do you have, anyway? At one time I had about 8. Made good money then. Not so much now. With you I have 3 boarders. Room for more for sure, but not many people have an interest. I get that you're not anywhere near the beaten path, or well, anything else for that matter. I glanced around. The place was a bit of a relic, too. True. That and the voodoo. I jerked my gaze up and saw Miss Cecily's eyes glinting at me, and a small smile tucked in the corner of her mouth. Just kiddin', young man. But some folks in Pont Mason can be superstitious, those lamels being the worst of them, and they'll judge you as soon as meet you. Maybe that's why Aimee finds a home out here, too. I set my fork down. Why's that? Everyone seems to like her. She got along well with everyone at the bar the other night. What's there to judge? I can't go spilling someone else's secret. Tain't right. Even though I was anxious to learn more about Aimee, I nodded, liking that Miss Cecily watched out for her. I ran into her upstairs as she was leaving for work. I can't believe she worked so hard at the bar last night, and is going to put in more time leading a swamp tour today. When does she have time to rest? Miss Cecily pursed her lips. She's got dreams and she's working for them. She's going to make them come true too, despite the hard road her mother paved for her. Before I could ask her what she meant, even knowing she wouldn't answer anyway, she stood up and rummaged through a kitchen drawer for something. I figured it was a serving spoon or something like that, until she came back with a pendant. I wasn't going to call it a necklace. It was really just a leather cord with a polished river stone wrapped in wire. It looked old. She stared at it intently for several seconds before saying, I'm gonna have to give up this place soon. Been struggling to make the mortgage and my time's just about up. But I'm glad Aimee will be moving on soon to her own place. Lisa's already looking for a place the next town over, where she stays with her boyfriend most of the time now. And you? She looked up at me. You're just here temporarily. Gonna go back to your real life, yes? I frowned at the news that she was going to lose her place due to financial struggles. Miss Cecily, Here, she said, interrupting me and jabbing the necklace in my direction. You wear this always. I eyed the pendant. Does that turn me into a frog? I joked. No, this here is to help you see. She placed it in my hands. I've never had a problem with my vision, I said absently, noticing how the stone warmed in my palm. Silly boy. It's not your eyes that need help. You need help seeing through the black veil of your past and into the future. I thought better of making a joke about seeing into the future and winning the Powerball. Somehow I didn't think Miss Cecily would take kindly to that response to her gesture of friendship. I wasn't sure what she meant by seeing through the black veil of my past exactly, but the last time I'd seen a black veil was at my parents' funeral. Multiple veils, actually. Both my grands and all my great-aunts wore them over their hats as they stood at the newly thawed earth, opened up to accept my parents' graves in the family plot. I realized Miss Cecily was still staring fixedly at me. Was she waiting for me to put it around my neck? I held up the pendant. So can I keep it in my pocket? She frowned. It won't do no good like that. To help you see, it needs to be close to the heart. I guarantee that. Shrugging, I took the pendant and slipped it around my neck. Hope this works. I do too, she muttered. I do too. Now don't you worry about what I said about losing this place. Life, it's always changing. You'd better hurry on up if you're gonna get on that boat of Aimee's. You are gonna go sit in on her tour, aren't you, young man? Chapter 8. Aimee. Spanish moss hung from the tupelo trees, where birds perched and squawked out their displeasure at the crowd of people boarding the tour boat, which rocked as a few latecomers clambered aboard. I'd arrived too late to go through the boarding process, but the boat's captain had taken care of getting the consent forms filled and seating the tourists while I'd been in the employee break room putting on my uniform. I took my position at the front of the boat and grabbed the palm-sized microphone. Welcome to Gator Ventures. Please keep all arms and legs inside the boat, I said, starting the same spiel that I'd said 100 times before as the boat captain revved up the motor and headed us up the bayou. In front of me, little kids were already bouncing up and down in their seats, old women with bored expressions on their faces were fanning at themselves with the brochure, and guys already tipsy this early in the morning were betting on how big a gator they'd see. It was the usual setup, and I was the one charged with maintaining order in the middle of all of it. The boat captain had his job, but wrangling the humans was my job and was harder than steering around marshland and predators beneath the water. A boy who looked no older than 10 in a Digimon t-shirt tried to lean over the boat already, and I sighed and wiped at the sweat on the back of my neck. Ma'am, please be careful with your son. Gators don't jump into the boat, but you need to be very, very careful. You can't stick your hands in the water. It won't be safe, unless you want to bring back a stump. Well, I don't think I'll worry too much about that, a familiar voice drawled, and I immediately gaped as big-mouthed as the base printed on the drunk tourist t-shirt. I always follow the orders of a pretty lady. Corbin. His name came out a whisper, without me even knowing I'd said it into the microphone until I heard the echo in the speakers. He looked good in jeans that hugged his lean muscular thighs and a t-shirt that accentuated his pecs. His eyes were still like liquid pools of chocolate, still urging me to fall into them to stare at them for as long as I could. 50 minutes ago I'd been staring at him in the same mindless way, only then he'd been naked. My mouth went dry when the mental picture of Corbin's insanely sexy and oh-so-naked body appeared in my mind's eye. Swallowing hard, I forced myself to look back at the annoyance of little David. It's very dangerous. Just because there's nothing stirring right now, doesn't mean right below the water it's not a whole new ballgame. Corbin smirked at me, a look so inviting and sexy that it should be illegal. But I'm feeling lucky and safe. I think if we have the best tour guide in the county with us, then nothing bad can happen. The crowd nodded and gave me a weak but polite round of applause, the kind you had to give the guests your principal announced at school assemblies. It wasn't overwhelming appreciation, but at least everyone seemed settled and ready to listen to me. That was a plus. It could have been an unrulier group, Corbin aside. The hardest days were those when school groups came. I practically had coronaries hoping that 24 fifth graders or high school kids or whoever didn't come back from a tour, missing a few limbs. Talk about anxiety-inducing. As soon as I opened my bake shop and was bringing in a profit, I could quit. Earl would have no problem finding a replacement. As we chugged down the narrow channel and I droned on about Latin names and the difference between caimans, crocodiles, and alligators, I couldn't help but eye Corbin. His short-cropped brown hair looked eminently touchable, and his brown eyes were soft and inviting, and his scruff of a beard looked like it would be oh so fun to shave. Suddenly, I noticed the cord around his neck and the crystal hanging from it. That belonged to Miss Cecily. I knew because she'd show it to me sometimes. Each time she'd tell a story about how her husband, who'd passed long ago, had worn it before they were married. She'd said it helped him to see. Had she gifted it to Corbin? I frowned. Had to be, but that was so weird. She'd never given me a gift, or given one to Lisa as far as I knew. If she was letting Corbin rent from her and was giving him gifts, then clearly she saw something in the man. I knew what I saw. A sexy stranger who could play the hell out of the bass guitar, someone who could tell right away about my dreams and desires with baking, a man who it seemed was kind and caring to Miss Cecily, a guy who'd given his own towel to make me comfortable. I wanted to know more. I wanted to know why on earth he would want to spend time in Pont Mason, which at the moment was stifling hot. Corbin, however, seemed as cool as a cucumber in a creek. Humph. Pulling my hair back as best I could with a barrette, I wished I'd cut it shorter for the summer. The thick swamp air was suffocating me, the sun was beating down on my back, and the sweat was dripping under my t-shirt and down the skin of my back. Anyway, I said as we continued, who here knows that alligators are ancient predators? We're talking about animals that predate some of your favorite dinosaurs, I added, nodding toward David. The kid had been playing with his mom's phone until that moment. Then he gaped back at me with eyes as big as saucers. Grinning, I nodded again. I loved that. Those moments where kids especially were tuned in were few and far between, but David seemed like he was watching a tennis match as he craned his head between me and the dark recesses of the swamp. Are you serious? An older woman in a t-shirt decorated by a bald eagle glared at me. Now I don't want to hear none of that evolution nonsense here. I signed on for this tour to see me some gators, and not to hear about that ridiculousness about us and monkeys. Ma'am, I said, searching around for something to say to respond respectfully to her views and yet still keeping with the scientific information the tour guides were supposed to repeat. I'm sorry if I don't want to hear any argument, she argued, seemingly not to notice the irony. Suddenly she started to stand. The boat shook from the redistribution of weight. She wasn't heavy, but it was hard to stand in a boat, and moving things around even a little could set our whole balance off. You really need to sit, I insisted. If you recall, part of the safety rules you agreed to before getting on the boat is to avoid standing. You could get pitched. Too late. Off she went, over the side. I rushed to the side as the older woman floundered in the dark water. The captain cut the motor. The rest of the boat started to get up from their seats, but I held up my hands. Nobody get up. We can't have everyone trying to stand or we'll capsize, I said, moving to the front of the boat. The instructions for the tour guides, in case anyone ever was daft enough to fall out of the boat, was to throw the person a lifesaver and haul them back in the boat. I wasn't all that sure I had the strength to get her back over the lip, though. He's going in, the kid David hollered. Confused, I turned around and watched, horrified, as Corbin jumped into the water. No way. He's nuts. I noticed my captain was leaning out the window, staring at the commotion instead of helping, and shouted, "Call it in. We have 2 overboard," as I grabbed the lifesaver on a rope and rushed for the back of the boat, ready to throw it to whomever was closest. Looking down, I watched as Corbin slid up behind the woman and dragged her back to the boat. She was coughing so hard I was worried she'd hack up a lung or worse, swallowed swamp water. That was dangerous. All sorts of parasites lived in it. Bald eagle lady could be sick for weeks. Tossing the rope into the water, I waited until she had her hands situated over it. Then Corbin pushed while treading water as 2 guys from the tour and I yanked as hard as we could. As a team, we were able to help get her back on board. I threw out the lifesaver again and wanted to scream when I noticed a distinct ripple slithering through the water. Hurry. Corbin, grab it. Frowning, he looked behind himself and gripped the rope hard. Together, the 2 guys and I tugged hard. Corbin came up over the lip. Pull hard, I shouted, seeing the snout of what had to be a 12-foot gator break the surface a few yards behind Corbin. The guys pulled, Corbin hefted himself up so his torso was over the lip of the boat, and I gave one last hard tug. Like the night before, Corbin and I ended up in a heap on the bottom of the boat. This time, instead of tangled up in chairs and with a bar full of people gaping at us, we were tangled up in rope and had the full and riveted attention of an entire boat of tourists. But Corbin was alive. Gazing at him, his face close to mine and dripping wet, I felt my body start to shake. He'd had a close call, that gator had been a big one. The source of last night's fantasies could have been a gator snack in an instant. And that bothered me more than it should. "Hey you," he said softly, not making a move to get up. I couldn't help it. I smiled. "Hey you," I whispered back. Then I frowned and sat straight up, glaring at Corbin. "Why would you do something so foolish? You could have been killed." "He saved me," the woman shrieked happily. The boat burst into applause. Cell phones were pointed in his direction, but Corbin had an arm up to cover his face. "No pictures, please," he said a little gruffly as he came to standing. "I'd rather not have all the fuss. Anyone would have done the same thing." No. Not anyone. No one else had made a move to help the woman, in fact. But Corbin had. Now he didn't even want the accolades. Or maybe, I cocked my head and watched him for a moment. The captain had brought out a few beach towels, and I noticed Corbin was using his towel to shield himself from one of the tourists who was still trying to take his picture. I'd had a lot of unanswered questions about Corbin last night, and now I had 2 additional questions to ponder. What was he hiding, and who was he that he'd risk life and limb for a complete stranger? Chapter 9. Aimee. Diving into the bayou, had done a number on Corbin's clothes and hot body. The man needed a shower, and bad. And to have his clothes washed, if not downright burned. At least Earl had let me off work early, shutting down the tours for the day after the accident. Corbin had followed me in his car back to Miss Cecily's. We'd get that boy cleaned up but good. And after that, my body practically hummed at the thought of him. Even smelling like a swamp, he could set me on fire. "See," I said, turning on the overhead light and easing my way down the steep steps. "You have to really know where you're going in Miss Cecily's basement. I have this theory it hasn't been cleaned out since the Civil War." I emphasized my point by stepping around a set of shelves stuffed high with jars of a variety of herbs. Whistling, Corbin kept following me, barely avoiding a collision with her supply shelf in the dim, flickering light. "She has quite the supply set, doesn't she?" Before I could reply, he added, "That voodoo stuff, it's not real, right?" "Now that I can't answer," I said. "But I've always tried to be respectful of Miss Cecily's beliefs, whatever they may be. You can't know her and not love her. But she is a powerful force, that's for sure. She commands respect." I continued down the hall, and came to the far corner where an ancient washer and dryer lay. The outside of the dryer was rusted on the bottom, and frankly, I had an idea they were older than I was. They got the job done, but sometimes I had to run my laundry over again in order to make sure it got dry. I'd once lost a load of whites assuming they'd been fully dried. A late shift and a 24-hour delay revealed otherwise. By the time I retrieved them, they had smelled like mildew even after 2 additional runs through the washer. I'd had to throw in a half bottle of vinegar to kill the smell, finally. "She did say something about this necklace, I guess you'd call it, when she gave it to me," Corbin said. "Claimed it would help me see beyond old black veils or something like that. That sounded a bit, woo-woo." I laughed. "Woo-woo? Who says that? And it's a talisman, not a necklace. No, I promise you, no matter what some of the people in Pont Mason say, she doesn't do stuff like make potions or poke dolls with needles. Although I think she gets a kick out of it when any of the Lamel family crosses the street to walk on the other side when they see her coming down the walk. Superstitious lot, them. Even Tallulah, bless her heart, shivered when Miss Cecily came along. An idea struck me. If Brad asked me to Tallulah's wedding again, I'd tell him I'd go with him so long as I could bring Miss Cecily. He'd retract his invitation in a second. Corbin pointed to a row of neatly stacked jars, filled to the brim with a variety of dried herbs. "So what's all that for?" "I know," he added quickly, "no woo-woo stuff. She has an extensive herb garden she still maintains. She harvests and dries the herbs and sells them online to gourmet markets. Packages them up and either Lisa or I ship them out for her. I use quite a few of her products for my baking too. Dried lavender for my lavender cupcakes, sage for my bacon and sage biscuits, and anise when I make my own licorice. I love using her ingredients. Of course you would, he said gently. Because she cared for the plants with love. And you only put love into your cooking. Again Corbin had shocked me with his observation both of me and of Miss Cecily. I guess you're right. Shrugging, he pulled off his soaked t-shirt and shoved it into the washer. Before I could regain my breath at seeing him shirtless, he said, "And you love Miss Cecily too. That's pretty clear." "True," I said absently as he stripped off his jeans. "Focus, Aimee," I reminded myself. Focus. That's probably another reason I live out here. She makes me feel? I wasn't sure how to finish that sentence, not even sure where I was going with the thought. She makes me feel safe? Loved? Wanted? Did Miss Cecily, even in her distinctly old age, somehow provide a mother figure that I'd yearned for when my own mother couldn't give it to me? I twisted my lips to the side, letting the thought sink into me, then noticed Corbin was staring at me intently, jeans still in his hand, boxer briefs molded around his. I jerked my gaze upright. "Sorry," I muttered. Got a little lost in thought there. "I got the impression from Miss Cecily that you were living out here because you needed your space from the town. Something about people judging you about some sort of a secret." I blanched. This flirtation with a near stranger was fun, and I was becoming more and more open to the idea of a harmless summer fling with Corbin, but I didn't much want him knowing my family's dirty laundry. Corbin would be in town for 2 months and then gone. During that time I wanted to be just Aimee, the girl from the bar, his housemate and maybe his bedmate. I didn't want to be Aimee Bodine, daughter of the town's drunken floozy who abandoned her daughter every time she found a new musician to let use her up and toss her aside. "Hey," he said quickly, tossing the jeans in the washer, "no worries?" She didn't say anything other than that. And I'm all for not digging into secrets. "I won't ask. Not my business." He held up both hands in front of him, palms out, a placating gesture. "And about that judgment thing? You're incredibly hardworking, passionate about your cooking, and you look out for an elderly woman whom you obviously love. If anyone judges you, they'd be stupid." What he said touched me, maybe more than it should. But I didn't respond. How could I? What would I say? Corbin let my silence settle as he pulled off his socks. I handed him a towel I'd found in the dryer. I should have turned my back, given the man some decency as he tugged off his boxer briefs, but instead I watched, admiring his muscled thighs, tight abs leading to a V. When I fanned myself, he laughed. "Like what you see, sweetheart." I tipped one shoulder upward and gave him a coy look. "I'm not complaining." He wrapped the towel around his waist and put powdered detergent in the pull-out drawer and started the wash. With a loud crash, the ancient washer sprang to life. Corbin jumped back. "Whoa. Not too quiet, is it? You're in Pont Mesa now, Suga, and we don't have new anything. It costs too much." "Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude." "Nah, you weren't being rude, just truthful. Out here you just learn to deal with loud washers and dryers that need a second or third time around." "I'm not complaining. And I won't say a word to Miss Cecily." "Oh, you can complain about the washer, I do all the time. Just don't complain about Miss Cecily's cooking." He crossed his arms over his muscular chest, and I almost pouted at the obscured view. Anyone who tells her she can't cook is a liar on top of being dumb as an ox. I just had her bacon and eggs today, and they were amazing. She can definitely cook. I bent over and tugged out more laundry from the dryer. It must be nice to get home cooking after being on the road. "Where you headed at summer's end?" He hesitated, then scratched at his thick brown beard. "I'm not sure yet." I'd never wanted to rub my cheek against Scruff so badly. Just looking at Corbin made me want to rush over and climb him, right there in the middle of Miss Cecily's basement. If Corbin was half as good as my fantasy last night had made him out to be, I'd be in heaven. Besides, he'd been so kind to wear Miss Cecily's charm, even though that rock on an old leather strand was far from a fashion statement. Then he'd risked his life, and chanced losing a limb or more to a gator to save that unpleasant woman who'd fallen overboard. Corbin was the kind of guy who dove into certain danger and befriended old women. Who was I fooling? I didn't want to wait a minute longer to get Corbin into my bed. I wanted to do everything that had gone through my mind last night, and anything else he could come up with. I wanted to do all of it with Corbin. "What?" he asked. You're staring at me like you want to eat me." The next thing I knew, I had my arms wrapped around his neck and my mouth was over his. Both of us were hungry, and we had waited long enough to satiate the fire burning between us. I felt like a wolf let loose on a rabbit, but Corbin was no hapless bit of prey. He was every bit as eager as I was. He dragged me through the basement and back up the stairs. Bringing a finger to his mouth, he waited for me to be quiet. "Shush, I don't know where Miss Cecily is. I don't want her to catch me making out with her favorite boarder, wearing only a towel." I giggled. "I'm pretty sure she's with Cindy, trying to set us up. Otherwise, she would have put you on the first floor. That one has a better bathroom and bigger rooms. Still though, plus I'm still covered in swamp water. Let's go back to the shower and finish what I wanted to start this morning," he said, grabbing my hand and hurrying up the stairs. He took the risers 2 at a time, and I knew that feeling, that urgency. In the shower he didn't waste time, just stripped me and lathered the 2 of us in soap, then entwined my fingers with his, then pinned me to the wall as the hot water sluiced over our bodies, washing us clean. When the water started to run cold, he pulled me out and toweled me dry, then let me do the same to him before we headed to his bedroom. This man was gorgeous, and I took him in as we stood by the bed, from the soft yet not too long beard on his chin that scraped me in all the right ways to the ridges of his perfect 8-pack. There was no part of Corbin that wasn't a work of art. He was everything a girl could want in those soulful brown eyes as well as in his kindness and bravery. There wasn't anyone I could think of who would just jump in with gaiters. But he had. Corbin the brave. Corbin the ungodly attractive. Corbin who was mine if only for a while. Chapter 10. Corbin. I never sleep with a woman without first setting boundaries, no matter how hot and steamy the situation. "Aimee," I said. I shifted away, just enough to keep my focus going but not so much that she'd think she was being rejected. "I need to clear some things up." "Is this the standard issue conversation? Meaning? Birth control, diseases, expectations, that sort of thing." Her hands were frenzied now, practically clawing me closer. Aimee was as amped up as I was, and she wanted the same thing I did, except this was Aimee, and it was special, not just another moment in a VIP room with an eager groupie. It wasn't even the fun I'd had in different bars from Los Angeles to Austin and beyond. This was something primal, and I was digging every minute of it. "I'm on the pill," she said breathlessly, "and completely clean, but I have condoms too. And I know you're headed out of Pont Mason in a couple of months, so I have no expectations beyond us having a great time while you're here." Yeah," I answered slowly, a little surprised she'd beaten me to the punch. "All that, and well, if we're going to have a summer fling, it will be just you in my bed. I can't tell you how to live your life, but I'd prefer." "Of course I'll only sleep with you," she said emphatically. "You drive me crazy, honestly, and there's no way I'd sleep with anyone else while I'm sleeping with you. If you're good with that." She grabbed me and pushed me onto the bed. "I'm good with that," I managed to get out. Her olive skin was slicked with sweat and it caught the light of the noon sun, making her skin glisten like bronze. Those eyes of hers were clamped shut even as she raked her fingernails over my chest, those sharp nails digging into me with the perfect mix of pleasure and pain. Time for me to take control. Rolling to my stomach, I pinned Aimee under me. The rock hanging around my neck that Miss Cecily had given me dangled down, touching right where Aimee's heart lay. She shivered at the cool touch, and I kissed away the cool sensation, aware of how rapidly and strong her heart beat under my lips. "More Corbin," she mewed. No way was I disappointing her, and usually man, that was hardly a problem, but I'd rarely had a woman affect me the way Aimee had. She got under my skin and seemed to be in my blood and my soul. Everything I'd wanted since I'd first seen her. Later, I felt a surge of guilt. Aimee trusted me, but she didn't know I was the bass player from Point Break. She didn't know the real me. I found my mind working to rationalize my decision not to tell her who I really was. First, I didn't want anyone to know who I was. I'd come to Pont Mason with the idea that I could hide out from the public eye for a while, take a breather while the band was on break, see if I could find my mojo once again. Second, Aimee had this thing about not dating musicians, and that was bound to magnify if she found out just how big a musician I was. Third, when women found out I was famous, they stopped seeing me for who I was and just saw the bass player for Point Break. Fourth, the reverse was true too. The few times I'd tried to have a relationship with a woman, even a casual one, she couldn't handle the fact I was a rock star. That women threw themselves at me. They became jealous, insecure, clingy. I didn't want that to happen with Aimee. For her to modify her behavior because of who she perceived me to be. Aimee saw me for who I was, not what I was, and I wanted more of that. Besides, she had her secrets too. But there was one question I did want answered. What's with the no musicians rule? You seem to love the music Bayou was putting out last night. I saw how you'd tap your foot or move in rhythm to the music while you were working. You like music, just not musicians. Why? My mom's a groupie to the max. Lily is always falling for Mr. Wrong every freaking time. And they're always musicians. Always. Every single guy. Lily is like a grown-up groupie, always following bands around, sleeping with whichever musician wanted her, not caring that they move on without her. She'd leave me time and again with neighbors, friends, my Uncle Daniel, just to chase after another rocker or blues guy who'd dump her the minute he could unwrap her clinging arms from around his neck. What about your father? Wasn't he in the picture? Couldn't he take care of you? She snorted. My dad was some big rock star. She met him in a club in New Orleans, but when he found out she was pregnant, he left her high and dry. She doesn't even know the guy's name. That's rough, I said, and meant it. My friend Elaine says I have abandonment issues. Her words spiked in my chest, and I felt my breathing go shallow. I knew a little something about abandonment. What about your family? She asked innocently. I have a big extended family back in Minnesota. Grandparents and cousins. They love me. I love them. I just haven't been back to visit in a while. Why's that? And where are your parents? I closed my eyes and flopped an arm over my forehead, not answering, caught in the dark past. She was silent for a moment, then in a small voice said, Sorry. I shouldn't have asked. I hated that I'd made her feel bad. That hadn't been my intention. I just hated remembering. I shifted on the bed, and Miss Cecily's rock necklace found its way to the hollow at my throat, reminding me of Miss Cecily's statement that the rock was supposed to help me see. See what, though? My dad had too much to drink one night when he was out with my mom, I said softly. He hit another car head-on, going 70 miles an hour. There were no survivors. I was 17. And 3 months later, Kara, the one person who'd brought me comfort during the worst time in my life, betrayed me to the point of devastation. I'm so sorry, Aimee whispered, stroking my skin with her soft fingertips. You've had a huge loss. I don't know how someone could get through something like that. I cleared my throat. Yeah, you can't get over it. But I found a way to get past it. Through music? How intuitive of Aimee to realize that. Yeah. At first it was because the music got into my blood, you know? Like oxygen. Later, never mind. Later it had been the crazy partying, the wild nights leading to wild days, the women that had helped me get over what had happened back in Halvard Hill. But deep down I knew I hadn't truly gotten over it. That was the reason I rarely went home. Because I was too embarrassed to face my family after what had gone down. After the accusations that Kara had made. I was afraid that even though they'd stuck by my side, that they didn't appear to have believed anything Kara had said, that maybe they had. Of course, I didn't want Aimee to know all those details. And even though I once again was tempted to tell her I was the Corbin Ross of Point Break, Cindy's words of warning clanged loud and clear in my head. If Aimee knew I was a rock star, she'd have nothing to do with me. And I wanted more time with her. I wanted the summer. I switched the topic back onto her, asking, So if your mom wasn't around much, did you have to fend for yourself a lot? Aimee nodded, and some light returned to her eyes. I'd work at Evangeline's and make enough to feed myself, and her too, if she were home long enough. But that's where I learned to make desserts, was at Evangeline's. When my grandma Vivian was alive, she'd teach me her grandma's recipe. My great-grandma started the Roadhouse, way back when. Named it after herself. I want to follow the tradition and name my bake shop Aimee's Decadent Desserts. I shifted. What bake shop? Asked, lazily tracing a circle with my fingertip on her smooth shoulder. I thought you baked in the kitchen at Evangeline's. I do, but I don't want to do that forever. I've wanted to open my own bake shop for years. An old diner came up for sale in town and I'm buying it. Since there's already a professional kitchen installed, it won't take more than a new paint job and some minor repair work to get Aimee's Decadent Desserts up and running. I let out a low whistle, showing how impressed I was with her drive. Some women wanted a man to take care of them. Kara easily came to mind, but not Aimee. She seemed determined to make it on her own. When's all this happening? End of the month. My down payment is due then. She curled up against me, her warm skin comforting even in the summer heat. I had a slice of one of your pies last night at Evangeline's. Is the rest of the stuff you make as good as your pie? She leaned up on my chest and kissed me long and hard. Stroking my beard, Aimee nodded. You'd better believe it. I'll prove it to you. Tomorrow I'll treat you to one of my famous dessert trays on the house. I take a little of everything I've made that day and serve it up on a big platter. You interested? Darling, you know I am. But at the moment, the only dessert I'm interested in is you. She giggled and added, Oh, you'll get plenty of that after you try my baked goods. Thursdays are slow at Evangeline's, so I won't need to cover Beth's shift if she cancels again. What is it you Southerners say? Oh yeah, gimme some sugar, baby. I covered her giggling mouth with kisses, then let those kisses trail down lower and lower still. Her jolt of pleasure filled me with something unknown. A pleasure I had not experienced until this moment. Aimee in ecstasy was a bigger and greater high than any drug, any throng of screaming fans. The rest of the day faded into late afternoon, then evening, and Aimee and I barely got out of bed. We did manage to get downstairs for an evening meal prepared by Miss Cecily, who gave us a knowing but warm smile. At some point a text had come through from Tucker, checking in on me yet again. This time I ignored his text. Point break, my old life could have me later. Right now was for Aimee. For pleasuring and pleasing her. This summer couldn't get any sweeter. Chapter 11. Aimee. I'd left Corbin's bed at 5 in the morning and headed straight for Evangeline's, where I baked 3 pies, 8 dozen assorted cookies, made 3 slabs of fudge, and whipped up a batch of Georgia peach scones. I still had plenty of baking to do, only I was having trouble keeping my eyes open. Someday I'd get enough sleep, I thought as I blinked, trying to get my eyes to focus. But I had to be honest, if having Corbin in my bed meant having to do without sleep, I'd happily embrace the ensuing exhaustion. It would only be 2 months after all, and I was going to enjoy every second with Corbin I could. I wiped a hand over my sweating brow, then grabbed the tray of scones, and bumped the swinging doors open to the main floor of Evangeline's. Seated at the counter were Brad and Elmer Lamel. I bit back a groan and pasted on a big fake smile. How's you all? I asked politely, setting the scones on the display stand next to the bar. Scones for either of you? Don't mind if I do, Elmer said, helping himself to not 1 but 2 scones. When Brad reached out to grab one, Elmer coughed conspicuously. Some of us are hitting the gym in a few minutes, right son? Brad glared at his father but pulled his hand back. I glanced around the room, desperately searching for one of the other staff at Evangeline's, but saw no one who could help me avoid conversing with the Lamel men. We'd like some coffee too, Aimee, Elmer added. That Beth, she said she needed a break. Left us to fend for ourselves. I sighed but got busy pouring him and his son coffee, then slid the cream and sugar down the bar. Maybe if I kept my head down and said nothing, they'd ignore me and go back to talking about whatever their conversation had been before I'd entered the dining area. Aimee? Brad's voice buzzed around my ears like an unwanted mosquito. But he was a customer, and I couldn't slap him. Instead, I gave him a fake smile, hoping he'd catch on to the fact that I really, and I mean really, didn't want to talk. Clearly he didn't get the hint, because he started speaking again. You didn't give me an answer about my sister's wedding. I did my very best to keep from rolling my eyes. Brad and his ego and his blasted father. Elmer sat there, coffee halfway up to his mouth, giving me an expectant look. I'm sorry, Brad, I said patiently, but I can't be your date. Elmer's sudden scowl took me aback. You sure, Miss Aimee? Elmer asked. I mean, you got your business to start. Brad's mighty fine with a hammer, even knows some plumbing. He could help you get that old diner up to snuff. Friends are good to have in these uncertain times. I scrutinized him. That had been a veiled threat, hadn't it? Elmer couldn't possibly hold my loan over my head if I didn't date his son. I'd had the concern before, but now. I already have a date, I said. His name is Corbin. He's the bass player from last night. I'm taking him to Tallulah's wedding. Of course, Corbin didn't know that yet, being as I hadn't asked him, but I couldn't think of a reason he wouldn't want to go with me. And if I had a genuine date, then Elmer couldn't possibly hold it against me that I refused to go with his son. Corbin. Brad drew out the silence, and I realized he was trying to ask for Corbin's last name. I swallowed. Uh-oh. I didn't know the last name of the guy that I first was sleeping with. Oops. Probably a detail I should have found out before jumping into bed with the guy. Oh well, too late I guess. I flashed a fake grin at them, and pretended I didn't understand what he was asking. Yep, Corbin. A real sweetheart. We're looking forward to celebrating Tallulah's love on her big day. Now, either of y'all want more coffee? Heard that boy's a drifter, Elmer said, holding out his cup for a refill. Drifters aren't all that welcome in these parts. They move on, leaving behind broken people. Don't want to see you get broken there, Miss Aimee. I heard the unspoken reference to my mother's past in his words. Elmer wasn't looking out for me, he was trying to shame me into dating his son. And although I'd never go out with Brad, I did feel an unwanted sensation of guilt crawl up my spine. Was I being like my mother? Ruining my life for a man who'd use me up and leave me? No. Unlike my mother, I knew what I was getting into, a short-term summertime fling. And unlike my mother, I wasn't going to get my heart involved. This thing with Corbin was because it was fun, thrilling even. He was a decent human being, and as sexy as they came. He'd been honest with me, setting the parameters of our short-term relationship clearly. This thing I was doing with Corbin. This was my choice. And one I didn't need to feel ashamed of. Corbin. The sun was bright in the sky when I woke up, and my bed was empty. Last night Aimee had fallen asleep in my arms. For the first time in maybe my whole life, I regretted that a woman I'd slept with wasn't still in bed with me come morning. I yawned, stretched, and noticed a note next to my phone on the nightstand. In the note, Aimee apologized for not waking me up, but she'd had to head out at 5 o'clock to start her baking at Evangeline's. She reminded me that I'd planned to meet her at Evangeline's during her break at noon to try her other desserts, adding a naughty note about what we'd do afterwards. Then she'd signed the note with a lipstick kiss. I glanced out the window and clocked the sun. It was probably around 9 in the morning. My sleep schedule had been rotten for years, and had been especially bad during the recent Point Break World Tour. Sleeping in was a luxury, and I felt indulgent this morning. There was something about lying in this bed that made me feel amazing and calm. There wasn't a lot of room for calm in my life. It wasn't how being a rock star worked. We thrived off chaos and the unknown. Except now, there was everything wonderful about lying here with the mosquitoes buzzing around me and the muggy air all over my skin. There was everything exciting in seeing Aimee again this afternoon. There was everything enticing about spending another night or a bunch of them with her. Was this what Tucker and Liam had found with Nikki and Abby? Oh hell, was I being tamed? After just one night with Aimee, it felt wholly possible, and I didn't know what to think about that. I'd always made fun of guys who were whipped. To me at first, Liam had been hopelessly stuck on Abby's leash. The more she said jump, the more he leapt for her like a pathetic and neutered puppy. Then the same thing had happened with Tucker and Nikki. After he came back from Paris that first time, it was the first time I'd ever seen him at a party looking miserable. No. Not even that. It was like one of those old sci-fi movies, where aliens take over everyone and replace them with pod people or slugs in the brain, some crap like that. All these beautiful women and tons of blow, and he just sat there nursing a beer and looking like his whole world was ending because he and Nikki were on the outs. Both times I thought Liam and Tucker were totally crazy. Except now I could almost get it. When I closed my eyes, I saw those hauntingly deep eyes of Aimee's and that olive-toned skin. I really wanted her, but it was more than just sex. There was something else, something just fun about hanging out with her, and about the thought of trying all the desserts she lovingly made. I was actually looking forward to seeing her again, craving her. That hadn't happened to me in a long time, not since Kara actually. I felt my chest do its familiar tightening the way it always did when Kara invaded my mind. So needy, so desperate. So willing to chew me up and spit me out so long as she got what she wanted. A man to make her feel whole. Kara was the kind of woman I was running from. It had never occurred to me, though, that I could run toward someone vastly different. I grinned, relaxing, as my mind toyed with the memory of Aimee. I had places to go and things to do, namely, meeting Aimee at Evangeline's at noon. I hopped out of bed, gathered fresh clothes, and headed down the hall to the bathroom, where I took a quick shower. Aimee had been in the shower earlier in the morning, and her towel was still a little damp. I buried my face in the towel she'd used and breathed in her scent. A little bit of heaven. I dressed in record time and headed to the front door, but Miss Cecily stopped me and hauled me into the kitchen, where she didn't have to force me to sit down and have breakfast. The food smelled amazing, just like yesterday. Sausage links, scrambled eggs, and what looked like either a biscuit or scone made me salivate. I could get used to Miss Cecily's cooking. Miss Cecily pointed a gnarled finger at the leather thong and rock around my neck. "You see past the veil yet, son?" I shook my head. I wasn't sure what she meant, but as long as she wanted me to wear the rock around my neck, I would. "I think you have," she said cryptically. I stuffed a homemade thyme and orange biscuit in my mouth. The moan that came from deep in my throat wasn't planned, but it sure was loud. Miss Cecily chuckled, a low, dry sound that filled the room with warmth. "Aimee made it. One of her great-grandmother Evangeline's recipes, that." I cocked my head. "Did you know Evangeline, then?" "Yes," she said slowly, "I did. We went to school together, and until the day she died, she was my best friend. A good woman. Worked as hard as our little Aimee does, day in, day out. She passed when Aimee was a youngin'. Doted on that little girl." "What about Aimee's mother? Do you know her?" She pulled a face. "Lily. That woman got no more sense in her head than a flea on a dog's toe. But that's Aimee's story to tell. She did tell me about her parents last night." I shared with Miss Cecily what Aimee had told me, confident the elderly woman knew every detail and more. Evangeline had a daughter, Vivian, who had Daniel in a first marriage. That didn't end well, so she married again. Her second husband gave her a child, that would be Aimee's mother, Lily, but he passed a week after Lily's birth. Vivian did her best as a mother, but with no father and her brother Daniel a good 15 years older and not to be bothered with a little sister, Lily felt the lack of a male figure in her life. She turned that lack into a need deeper than a fish needs water. I chewed and swallowed before saying, "Aimee said she never knew who her father was." True. That Lily ran off on her 16th birthday, chasing after some musician friend of her brother's. She came back into town a year later, a baby on the way, father unknown. The town tried to do right by Aimee, and I think we have. She's a wonderful woman. Too polite for her own good sometime, but she can usually work her way out of a bad situation. She sobered and looked at me. "You're not going to be a bad situation now, are you, young man?" I gave her my signature cocky grin and held up a hand, 2 fingers to the sky. "No way, ma'am. I promise. I'll hold you to that promise, you hear? I learn you done our Aimee wrong and—" Miss Cecily stopped speaking and gave the herbs drying on a wooden rack a meaningful look. I sobered. I didn't believe in voodoo, but that look Miss Cecily was giving those herbs had a shiver running up my spine. For as long as I'm in town, I'll do right by Aimee. I spoke the words and I meant them. Chapter 12. Aimee. I knew I was blushing. All morning I'd been blushing and humming and smiling so widely that I felt like my face was going to crack. I sang while I beat egg whites and sugar into a meringue for the lemon pie. I hummed as I rolled out pie crust for 4 pies, and I smiled as I whipped up a batch of marshmallows and set them out to cool. I'd even found time to make my decadent pecan pie, a traditional Southern recipe my great-grandma Evangeline swore had been passed down from her great-grandmother before her. I was every schoolgirl cliché out there, but I loved it. I felt like I finally understood at least a little why my mom was always doing crazy things because of a guy. I was finally feeling that I could connect with someone. I'd spent 22 years building up my walls and trying to hide from intimacy, and there was something about Corbin that just seemed so open. Across from me, Elaine leaned on the diner counter inside what used to be Reba's diner and gave me a quizzical look. A half hour ago, I'd finished up making all the desserts Evangeline's would be serving and had driven over to the diner during my break. For me, a break meant not working on ordering supplies or working up the staffing schedules at Evangeline's, but instead doing a little deep cleaning at the diner, preparing it for next month when I moved in. A few days ago, despite the fact I hadn't yet earned the full $15,000 and my loan wasn't final yet, Elmer Lamel had already given me a key and permission to get the place ready for Aimee's decadent desserts. Elaine had noticed me through the dingy window. I needed to clean that until it sparkled before the big move and had popped in to say hello. I enjoyed having her help, especially since she was going to be helping me with the business, running the front of the house. Her mother had already promised to babysit little Brian while she worked. "You have something on your face," Elaine said, narrowing her eyes at me. I swiped a hand over my face. "Chocolate or flour?" "Neither. You're wearing a particularly goofy expression I have never seen on you before. Might this have something to do with that tall, dark, and handsome bassist in your uncle's band I've been hearing about?" "He's not in the band," I hedged. "At least, not permanently. He just helped Bayou Beau out with a gig in Austin, and with their Tuesday night show at Evangeline's." "You're forgetting a few details. Like the rumor that he jumped into that nasty bayou to wrestle a gator on one of your tours, just to impress you. And the rumor that he's living in the same house as you, which is causing the entire town to speculate." Elaine narrowed her eyes and leaned in closer, staring intently at me. "And more importantly, you aren't telling me why you're turning beet red during this conversation." My eyes went wide even though they shouldn't have. Pont Mason was a tiny town. One person's business was everyone's. I shouldn't have been surprised that the entire town knew there'd been a near-fatal accident on Earl's tours, or that the gossip had already spread that Corbin was living out at Miss Cecily's. I mean, I had planned to tell Elaine all about Corbin anyway, but still, it was weird that somehow our whole relationship had become fodder for the whole town. "He didn't wrestle a gator. He jumped in to save a woman who fell. Nothing chomped on anyone." "Fine," Elaine added, still chuckling. "But what about the fact he's staying at Miss Cecily's boarding house? Is that rumor true?" She waggled her eyebrows at me and gave me an over-exaggerated wink. I felt the heat rise on my cheeks. "Actually, yes. But our rooms are on different sides of the house, and they lock independently." "So how has him staying at the boarding house really gone?" Her voice went low and quiet on that question, and I knew what she meant by gone. Scrubbing at an old stain on the counter to buy time, I tried to figure out my answer. There was nothing I was sure of, not yet, but the connection we'd had yesterday and into last night felt so real. I had to share it with someone, and Miss Cecily had been up early this morning and out gathering her herbs. I trusted Elaine not to spread anything, even if gossip was the #1 commodity in Pont Mason. "We did do some things," I admitted coyly. "Seriously?" Elaine asked. "Like, how far did you go?" When I waggled my eyebrows, mimicking how she had done it earlier, she squealed with delight. "Good for you, honey. You need a little loving in your life." I snorted at the word loving. When Elaine gave me a quizzical look, I tried to explain. "Corbin's only in Pont Mason for a couple of months. It's just a fling between us. The word love will never be a part of what we are." "We?" Elaine emphasized the word, and her smile went to a frown. Concern laced her eyes. "Honey, you've never referred to you and a guy as a we before. And you've only known this Corbin dude for a couple of days. I worry about you. I don't want you to get hurt." "Neither did I, I'm not my mother," I said quickly. "I don't ever get so worked up over a man that I can't cope." "No," she said slowly, "you never have before. But there's always a first time." I shook my head. "Not with this." I pointed to my heart. "I won't get hurt." "Promise you'll protect yourself?" Elaine asked. I snorted and waved a hand airily even as I felt my chest tighten. "No need. It's just a fling. Corbin is amazingly attractive, attentive, and more than capable in bed, and a nice guy too, but he's going to be gone soon. I'm up for a good time, but nothing more." "We." I caught myself. There I went again, making Corbin and I into a we. Maybe Elaine was right, and I did need to protect myself better. Because although white picket fences and babies weren't exactly dancing around in my imagination, the idea of Corbin and I together as a real couple was. Now how had that thought slipped past my defenses? And how do I get that thought out? I had to wonder. I cleared my throat, pretending I'd stopped my sentence because of dust, then said, "Corbin and I have set up the parameters, 2 months and that's it. And we walk away with no regrets, no commitment." Well, we hadn't made things that clear between us, but I felt confident what I told Elaine was the truth. "I'm serious," she said, reaching out to take my hands. "You're going to be okay, right?" "Of course." I was nervous too when he first hit on me, and when I found out we were at the boarding house together. Then he saved that woman's life and he's been so kind. Miss Cecily gave him a gift, like a charm or something, a rock on a leather band to wear around his neck, and he's worn it. For her. That's cool, Elaine said, even though there was hesitation still in her voice, and I could understand that. I got that Elaine was looking out for me. He's not like the other guys in Pont Mason, and he's not even like the band guys that breeze in here to play Evangelines. There's a lot more to him than that. Sounds like you really care for him. I was silent for a moment, letting Elaine's words sink in. I did care for Corbin. More than I had about any other guy I'd gone out with. Besides the insane attraction, there was an ease, a sense of respect between us, despite the short amount of time we'd known each other. I really do care about him, I admitted. I even explained to him about my mom, how she's never been around and goes wacko over random musicians, and he understood. I was a little worried that her past would be like a big cold bucket of water on him, that he'd just run away, or worse, that he'd laugh at me. And he didn't, of course. Sounds like he's not like any of the guys you've ever dated. She pulled a face. Like Brad. You thought Brad was cute back in high school, I reminded her. In fact, you were the one who told me to go out with him in the first place. I do occasionally make mistakes, she said with a fake haughtiness. That was one of the few. He's still bugging me to go out with him, you know. In fact, he asked me to go to Tallulah's wedding as his date. No. Elaine exclaimed. Then she frowned. You're not right? I mean that guy. Of course not, I reassured her, then frowned, remembering Elmer Lamel's odd excitement over his son asking me out. What is it? Elaine asked. When I shook my head, she added, Tell me, Aimee. I sighed, then shared how Elmer seemed to want me to go to Tallulah's wedding with Brad. You don't think he'd pull out of our business deal if I don't date his son, right? I mean, I have to be imagining things. You have good instincts, Aimee, and they've served you well. Those instincts are what's gotten you this far. Not all of us are business owners in our early 20s, doing what they love. So if you think Elmer Lamel might make life tough for you if you don't date his son, you might be right. According to Cindy, Nancy down at the beauty parlor told Betty over at the general store that Elmer hated Brad's last girlfriend, mostly because he doesn't want Brad moving to New York with her. He wants to find Brad a new woman, to get married and settle down. There aren't that many single women around Brad's age in town besides you. Elmer probably thinks you're his only hope. I groaned. But I could never love Brad. He doesn't. Doesn't what? Doesn't make me feel alive. Does this new guy Corbin make you feel that way? Elaine asked gently. When I swallowed and nodded, she gave me a sweet smile. Then I'm glad you're with him. For the next 2 months, that is. For an instant, worry curdled my stomach before I pushed the concern away. He said I put love in my baking, I confided. You do. And Aimee's decadent desserts is going to be fabulous. She waved a hand to gesture to the empty space, and for a moment I could see what it would look like in the future. The old tarnished chrome fixtures and table legs would be shining, the Formica countertop replaced with a warm wood bar Uncle Daniel had promised to build for me. The cracked vinyl seats in the booths would be recovered in black leather, along with the seats on the chairs. I planned to paint the walls a light dove gray, and to add decorations with a little pop of orange and green. What have you made for him? Elaine asked. He had one slice of my huckleberry pie. We have a date, I stopped myself and corrected the term. I was sleeping with the man, not dating him. A meeting over at Evangeline's at noon today. I'm serving him up a little bit of everything I made this morning. Give him a taste of what I have to offer. Elaine giggled and fanned herself. Good grief, Aimee. I mean, I love Dirk, but he's not exactly a Casanova these days. Little Brian won't be a toddler forever, I said, chuckling. You and Dirk will get your groove back soon. I hope you're right, she said. I envy you some of the magic you have with this Corbin guy. Sometimes it's not so easy finding the romance in a relationship when you've known your husband since you were both in diapers. Where's Corbin from anyway? I'm not entirely sure, I admitted. I do know he came in by way of Austin, and he said he grew up in Minnesota. Seemed like there was a story there. Maybe one he'll share with me. There's just so much hiding underneath the surface there, and I can't wait to explore who he is. Oh, I'd explore some things with your gator-fighting bass player, sweetie, Elaine said, now smirking hugely. I think I'll take your advice. I surreptitiously checked the time on my cell phone. No bars on the phone as usual, but the clock still worked, 9:15. I still had plenty of time to clean up the diner some more, drive the couple of miles back to Evangeline's, make sure I had no flour on my nose or chocolate on my shirt, and set up for my date with Corbin. It's not a date, I reminded my quivering tummy. Geez, I was a mess. Just be careful, you hear? It's a tough life, sweetie, but I'm glad for you. You deserve happiness. Nodding, I picked at the peeling polish on my nails. I'd have to add more pink to them. Normally, I touched them up on those rare moments I had time between my various jobs, but for the first time I actually had someone to make the effort for. I wanted to show Corbin that he made me feel desirable, made me want to get gussied up, as my grandmother would have said. I had to hope I wasn't wanting too much. Corbin. After loading up on the carb fest, I helped Miss Cecily wash the dishes by hand. Apparently the woman didn't believe in dishwashers, but I was cool with it since it reminded me of doing dishes with Grandma Brigitta when I was young. Gran would put albums on the old Victrola as we stood side by side at the old farmhouse sink, washing dishes in sudsy soap up to our elbows, with Gran teaching me to sing all manners of songs from 1940s swing to 50s bebop and even old folk songs. My Gran had a lovely voice, all warm and throaty, like the words were pouring over velvet. The memory was as warm as her voice. After the breakfast dishes were washed and dried, Miss Cecily announced she was headed into the swamp to look for herbs and would be gone for several hours. I'd found a list she'd written for a handyman and started in on the few minor repairs around the old house I knew I was capable of completing, such as replacing light bulbs and hammering down a few floorboards on the veranda. My great-grandfather Orrin had taught me how to wield a hammer at a young age, and soon the veranda no longer had loose boards. I was about to put away the tools when my phone rang. Cell reception was spotty and unpredictable, but it looked like I'd managed to grab the single bar of cell service available in the entire parish for once. Grabbing the cell, I frowned as I saw my friend Jason's name on the screen. "Hey man," I said, putting the call on speaker and holding perfectly still on Miss Cecily's veranda so I wouldn't lose the cell signal. "Corbin, I've been trying to reach you for days." I flicked open my text app and noticed multiple missed texts from Jason. "Sorry again," I said, and meant it. "There's crap cell service where I'm at. I didn't see your texts. What's going on?" My bassist got arrested. "Seems like Thrasherville has a habit of hiring bassists who insist on getting themselves arrested," I said, alluding to the only time I'd ended up in the slammer, back when I was playing on Thrasherville's first tour. That had been before Point Break, of course. "What did Nick do?" "Same thing you did to get yourself behind bars. He ended up getting into a fight last night. A bar full of people got to watch as he broke a bottle and went after some guy who'd yelled out that Thrasherville sucked." I let out a long, low whistle. I'd use fists during my fight, not glass shards. Nick was a great bass player, but not too bright when it came to fighting. "You bail him out?" I asked. "It gets worse," Jason said. "Nick cut the guy. He'll have to do some time. Which means I have no bassist." I wasn't sure I liked the direction this conversation was going. "You're not on tour, right?" "Nope," Jason said, but before I could relax he added, "We're recording our 4th album up in Chicago. It's good, best we've put together ever. But we have 2 more songs to record before the album's complete. I need a bassist." "Did you try Vinny? How about Tommy?" I asked, naming a couple of studio bass players who could do a better than decent job in the studio. "Vinny's in LA doing a gig out there, and Tommy's hooked on horse. Our producer has given us an extra few days in the studio to finish up, but if we don't complete the album..." He left the rest unsaid, but I knew what the recording meant to him and Thrasherville. Completing the album would mean the difference between success and complete failure. My friend needed me, but I didn't want to leave Aimee. "I'm in nowhere, Louisiana," I prevaricated. "What are you doing there?" The point is that I was taking the summer off after the world tour. "You sure you can't find anyone else to help you finish recording those songs?" "I mean, I hate to do this to you, Corbin, but whose couch were you on when your band back in Chicago failed and you couldn't make rent for 6 months?" I searched my mind for another bassist who could handle the heavy sounds Thrasherville put out, and who was decent enough in the studio to cover for that asshat Nick. "What about Chomper Langley?" "Chomps does a great job in the studio, and he probably has the time. See, there's this girl and..." Jason laughed. "Bro, there's tons of girls in Chicago. I'm sure more than the entire population of Louisiana. Plus they're hot." I heard the assumption in his tone, the dig at Louisiana girls, the insinuation that whomever I was interested in here in Louisiana could be easily replaced. I wanted to slam my fist on the phone. I'd only known her a few days. Only slept with her once. But already I knew Aimee Bodine was special, unique, irreplaceable, and the most beautiful woman I'd ever laid eyes on. There wasn't any girl I'd met yet who was even close to as amazing as she was. Last night had been special for me. Aimee was special to me. So is my girl, I ground out. Corbin, you know it has to be you. You're the best bassist I've ever seen. I know you came late to Point Break, but you're a huge part of its success, and anyone who thinks otherwise is nuts. Give us a day, and then you can be back to all your barbecue and gator roundups. Man, please, I hate to do this to you, but you did make me a solemn promise when I spent my very last dime to bail you out, that all I had to do was call in a favor. He sighed, and I could hear the regret in his tone when he said, "This is me calling in that chip." Chapter 13. Corbin. I closed my eyes and sighed. Yes, there was a lot here with Aimee, and I hated the idea of leaving her, but Jason clearly needed me if he was calling in the favor. How long do you need me, and when do you need me there? One day tops. We got all the intricate stuff recorded before Nick went psycho killer on that fan. The 2 missing songs are basic 12-bar blues, no solos. No Zydeco. I joked and quickly added, never mind. Inside joke. I couldn't see a heavy metal band like Thrasherville adding in that unique sound that had gotten under my skin. Come to think of it, I couldn't imagine Point Break incorporating the sound either. Somehow that made me feel heavy and a little sad. Yeah, well, we kinda need to start today, Jason continued. We have until midnight tomorrow to get the producer the recordings. I checked the time, 9:30 a.m., and flipped open the airline's app on my phone to find available flights. If I drove like a bat out of hell and hoped the security line at the airport was fast, I could catch the 10:49 out of Lafayette. That would put me in Chicago before 4 o'clock. As far as return flights went, I can get in at 3:38 at O'Hare today, and there's a return flight leaving at 9:30 on Saturday. Would that give you enough time? Jason's sigh of relief was audible even over the poor cell service. Thanks, man. You're a lifesaver. A real rock and roll hero. Guilt surged up my back with the knowledge that I'd have to bail on Aimee's dessert tasting date. But Aimee knew a thing or two about loyalty. The way she helped her Uncle Daniel out at Evangeline's spoke volumes. I'll be there as soon as I can. Silence met my statement, and I realized I'd lost even that one little bar. I frowned at my useless phone and shoved it in my pocket before bolting back into the house and up the stairs to grab a change of clothes. I didn't have time to sort through the clothing, just stuffed my one duffel bag, then grabbed my shaving kit from the bathroom before heading back down the stairs. Even if my phone was working, I didn't even have Aimee's cell number, I realized. I'd have barely enough time to find Aimee at Evangeline's and explain why I couldn't indulge in today's dessert fest or tonight's Aimee fest before heading to the airport at Lafayette. Damn, this was cutting it close. I jumped in the GTO and left the car unlocked in Evangeline's parking lot, then took the wooden steps 2 at a time into the roadhouse. I flung open the doors only to see a middle-aged waitress setting up tables. I didn't see Aimee, but she could have been in the kitchen. Walking over to the waitress, I waited until she set down some plates, checking out her name tag. Excuse me, Beth, but do you know where Aimee is? No, can't say I do at the moment. Why, sugar? Do you know where she might be? When Beth shook her head, I frowned and pulled out my cell phone. Still no service, so I couldn't call or text her. I noticed Beth was still staring at me and asked a little, "Do you have some paper?" I need to leave her a note. Sure, I can get you something, she said, reaching into her pocket and pulling a sheet from her order pad as well as a spare pen. You can leave the note with me, or shove it under the office door over there. She gestured to a door next to the double-swinging kitchen doors. I do know she'll be back by noon. She said she had a special guest coming. The waitress eyed me, grinning knowingly, and said, I take it you're the special guest she's all excited about. I haven't seen our Aimee smiling this wide since, well, it's been a while. And here I was, about to wipe that smile off Aimee's face by not showing up. I really wanted to be able to break all this to her in person, to be able to explain to her that I'd far rather be staying here, instead of heading out of town for a day. But with Aimee having flown the coop to who knew where, and with no way to call her, I was out of luck. I had to hope she wouldn't be hurt when she read the note and knew I'd bailed on us being together today. I sat at one of the tables and quickly jotted out a few words. It just felt like there was no way for me to create the right letter. The note wasn't going to make it up to her, and that much I knew. When I felt that I'd done as good a job as I could explaining the situation without going into too much detail, I'd just said a band I'd worked with before was recording an album and needed me on an urgent basis. I folded the note and stood, intending to slide it under the office door the way the waitress had suggested. But when I turned around, I found Deputy staring at me. He was a little taller than I was, and built like a football player. I had a feeling Brad was the type of guy who off-duty would hang out at the local hardware store or even at Evangeline's and tell them about his glory days and winning the big game. The loser had peaked in high school written all over him. He also had been giving too hard a sell to Aimee a couple nights ago. I didn't trust him, and that broad smile on his face looked as fake as a $2 bill. "What are you up to there? Sorry. Forgot your name." "Corbin," I reminded him, shoving my one hand in my jeans pockets and holding tightly to the note in the other. "Nothing much. Just leaving a note for Aimee." Brad raised an eyebrow. "I take it you're headed out of town, moving along. Travel safe." "Nah, I'm not leaving Pont Mason," I corrected. "Just have some business in Chicago that will take me away for an overnighter." Brad's face tightened, and the superior expression he wore changed to petulance. "Tell you what. I can just give that note to her in person." He held out his hand for the note. I stiffened and shook my head. The last thing I need is to get into some pissing contest with the local law enforcement. But I didn't put it past good old Brad to shove me in jail to keep me away from Aimee, and that would not only ruin Jason's chance to finish Thrasherville's record, but would also make tabloid headlines around the world. Point Break bassist arrested for obstruction. I had no interest in either of those things. But I sure didn't trust him. If I gave that note to him, then he'd crumple it up or throw it in the trash or something just as vindictive. I've met that meathead mentality before, and I can sniff out a lie from those kind of jerks a mile away. "It's fine," I said, stooping quickly and shoving the note under the door. I stood, held out my open hands and said, "All finished." Then I headed out of Evangeline's, knowing I was leaving behind a very pissed-off deputy and a soon-to-be very pissed-off. What was Aimee to me? My lover, even if after only one night, yes. But the truth was, that didn't seem like an appropriate moniker. It seemed too casual. Too temporary. And even though I knew that's exactly what we were supposed to be, temporary lovers until the end of summer, I didn't want to think of her that way. What I wanted to think of her, no, what I did think of her as, was mine. And I didn't know if that made me bonkers, or the smartest man on the planet. Aimee. When I got back to Evangeline's a few minutes after noon, Corbin's car wasn't in the parking lot, but that didn't worry me. Miss Cecily had probably shown him the trail from the boarding house, and he'd walked over. I figured he'd be waiting inside, ready for a tasty treat, and me. I couldn't stop the butterflies in my tummy from dancing all around like they were listening to Uncle Daniel's Zydeco. Elmer Lamel had made sure the electricity and water were still on at the old diner, so I'd been able to wash up and put on a little makeup after scrubbing the countertops and washing the front windows until they sparkled. I was ready for my date with Corbin. Somewhere along the way, I'd realized that as much as I'd protested that I wasn't dating Corbin, I was. What else would you call an arrangement to spend the summer together? This dessert tasting was a date, as sure as anything. I ran up the steps lightly and pulled open the door to Evangeline's, casting my gaze around the room. At their regular tables sat the folks who always came for Thursday's red beans and rice. Remy stood behind the bar, polishing glasses ahead of service, and Tony, one of our substitute waitresses, was coming through the swinging doors, steaming platters of shrimp and grits in both hands. I frowned. Beth must have gone home sick if Tony was here. Elaine was right. Beth was great, but with her illnesses messing up the schedule, I needed to find another backup waitress. But no Corbin. I wasn't worried until I couldn't find him in the kitchen. I even checked the office, which was unlocked. I'd have to remind Beth and Tony that they had to lock it back up if they used the office to change in. I even checked out back, wondering if maybe he'd taken a stroll along the banks of the bayou. Corbin was nowhere, though. I checked my phone, then realized that although Corbin had asked for my number the first night we'd met, I actually had never given it to him. Even if I had, there were no bars and therefore no signal to receive calls or texts. I asked around, but Remy said he'd just arrived and hadn't seen Corbin. I gave Corbin's description to the regulars, but none of them had seen him either. Even Brad, who'd been hanging out at the bar chatting with Remy, just gave me a shrug. Tony suggested I call Beth and ask her if Corbin had stopped by. I used the landline to call Beth's house but got no answer. Miss Cecily couldn't afford the phone, so there was no landline at the boarding house for me to call. Fear nudged me. He could have gotten lost or fallen into the bayou or crashed his car somewhere. Best not let your imagination run away with you, Aimee, I reminded myself. There could be plenty of explanations. First, I had to get myself home and see if his car was still there. If it wasn't, I could assume he'd either gotten lost or was injured. I could always call the sheriff and ask for help at that point. I headed home and arrived to find Corbin's car wasn't out front. I fought back the worry and the bad feeling in my gut and checked inside the house, first the living room and then the kitchen. Neither Miss Cecily nor Corbin were in sight. With Miss Cecily, I wasn't worried. Some days, she'd spent late into the night collecting her special ingredients and didn't return until the moon was up. But Corbin? Reality dawned on me slowly. The worry and concern I'd felt earlier thinking something bad had happened to him faded away, replaced by fear. Bile ate at the back of my throat. No, I whispered. I rushed to where Miss Cecily kept her spare keys, then hurried up the stairs to Corbin's room. The key seemed to stick in the door, but I realized that was because my own hands were shaking. When I finally got the lock to turn, the door fell open. What I saw made me want to vomit. The entire room was empty. His clothes and his duffel bag were gone. I ran down the hall to the bathroom, where I remembered he'd hung his shaving kit on the peg marked with his room number. Even that was missing. Everything was gone. Everything, including Corbin. Slumping down onto the wooden bathroom floor, I brought my hand to my chest, and even though I tried, I couldn't stop the tears from falling. I'd only just met him. We'd only been together one night, but that night with Corbin had meant something to me. It had meant more than the entire summer I'd spent last year with that graduate student Bill. This was what it must have felt like all those years ago when my deadbeat father disappeared on Mom. This must be how she felt time and time again when a man would come into her life, allow her to feel for him, and then take off into the night. As I sat and sobbed, tears streaming down my cheeks, I realized that although my mother had made terrible choices when it came to parenting me, she'd done so out of a need for love. I couldn't quite forgive my mother, but finally I understood, if but a little. She'd been abandoned time and time again, and without realizing it, had abandoned me the same way. Just as Corbin had abandoned me, leaving me behind without a care. Chapter 14. Corbin. That was a blast, man, Jason said, shaking out his lanky, dirty blonde hair. I sat back in the booth and sipped my coffee, needing the caffeine. It was only midnight, but I was wiped. I rubbed my gritty eyes. Jason had offered to put me up at his place for a few hours' sleep before my flight took off in the morning. It had been a long, hard day and night, but he and I had hit up the dive near the recording studio to get a cup of coffee in celebration. We'd been successful in the recording, getting the tapes over to the producers by the midnight deadline. Thrasherville had held up as we worked on those songs. One of the songs was a Wham Bam Thank You Ma'am song, and we got it out of the way in under 2 hours. The second song, though, needed work. I'd pulled out a red pencil and some blank sheet paper, and reworked some of the lyrics and quite a bit of the melody. Jason and his band members had even opened up to my suggestions of throwing in a little Zydeco sound in the song, and had even called a couple of friends to join us, a guy who played fiddle and a guy with an accordion. I'd felt alive doing the work, that same buzzing sensation in my gut I'd had playing with Bayou Bo. It felt good to be connected to the music again, good to be writing. I missed Aimee, though, and I wanted to kick myself for all the times I'd razzed Liam and Tucker about being in love. What would they say in return, knowing that I was head over heels for a woman I'd just met a few days ago? To be honest, I didn't care. I'd let them skewer me all they wanted, so long as it meant I got to spend the summer with Aimee. Aimee would have gotten a kick out of me adding in some Zydeco sound to a heavy metal recording. I even shared Daniel's information with Jason, told him to hook up with the guy if he ever needed a fiddle player. How's Tucker? Liam? Wes? They all good? We'd gotten to work so fast Jason and I hadn't had time to play catch-up, So I filled him in on the gang, smirking when Jason rolled his eyes when I talked about how serious those dudes were over those women. He'd understand when it happened to him. "You happy with Point Break?" he asked. When I raised my eyebrows, he added, "You used to be a sinner, not a saint, and you loved the wildlife, something intense. Not as intense as me, but you know." He let his words trail off. Jason didn't talk about it much, and I never made a big deal about it, but he'd had a bad episode where he'd almost OD'd on heroin. He'd been sober for about 3 years, and I was proud of him. I forced myself to think about my life with the band. My life without Aimee, that I was supposed to return to once summer ended. I loved the guys in the band as if they were my brothers, but... "Course I'm happy," I finally said. "What's that supposed to mean?" He shrugged. "You seemed a little less enthused than I'd figured you'd be is all. If I thought that I could lure you away from the fame and fortune of Point Break, then I would. Although I'm wondering if maybe I should try." "I don't think so," I said, tossing a sugar packet at him. "You could never afford me." "I know. You come with all those lawyers, agents and hangers on that the rest of us mere mortals can only dream of," he drawled, sipping on his drink. His tone wasn't bitter. Jason wasn't that type of guy, but I could tell that he missed me. We'd come up together in all the grunge bands and the totally off-the-road shacks around Cook County. When we first started playing together, I'd barely been 18, but the gigs had been good for keeping my mind off Kara and the way she'd mess with my head, so I'd played like I had the devil on my tail. And because I played so much, I got good, amazingly good. Eventually, when Tucker and Liam had been looking for a good bassist, they'd heard through the grapevine about my reputation. I'd moved on from playing with Jason to the ultimate high life in the blink of an eye. Still, I did miss the days when life was a little less crazy. There was just something different now after having been on the world tour, something I'd never touched before in me. It was becoming just too many hotel rooms, too many bus rides, and I was feeling empty. At least that was the only explanation I had left. But something was changing inside, and maybe everything that glittered wasn't golden after all. "It's a good ride," I said, not wanting to sound like I was ungrateful for all that Point Break had given me. "But there are days when just being out in a more intimate venue feels amazing." "I hear you, man," Jason said, grinning. "Sorry for the moping. I just meant that, I guess, I wasn't expecting you to join me for the sober fun." He indicated the coffee cups sitting in front of us. I could have ordered something alcoholic, but had felt a need to support Jason in his sobriety. And oddly enough, since the world tour had ended, I hadn't been drinking nearly as much as I had been. "First," I said emphatically, "you're one of my best friends and I resent that you're talking about yourself like you're some kind of burden. So you're choosing not to get trashed? So what? I respect the hell out of you, man, for getting your life together." "Thanks. It's so hard on the road. That's what I hate most about it. It would be so easy to slip or get into terrible habits, to fall back on what's easy. I never want to do that." "And I don't think you will," I added, sipping my own drink. The coffee was strong enough to take rust off a Buick. Just the way I liked it. Miss Cecily had served it the same way. LA was always some frothy crap that was basically $9 warm milk. "No, it's my pleasure. I'd stick around, but I have to get back to Louisiana." An image of Aimee, her dark curls bouncing on her olive-colored shoulders as she sat in my bed, giving me an adorably cute wink. "Louisiana, huh? I mean, I get that you're winding down from the world tour, but the swamps in the middle of nowhere is where you want to be." I know it sounds weird. Me, the guy who thought the city of Milan was too boring. This town, Pont Mason? Yeah, never heard of it. Not surprised. It's basically 3,000 people, a roadhouse with a house band that plays music that makes angels dance and roads that barely are. I'm talking not paved and bumps all over. It's a real trip. "Well, yeehaw," Jason echoed, putting on a southern accent. "That how you got that necklace you're wearing? Looks a little down home to me." I fingered the stone hanging on the leather thong around my neck. The rock warmed under my touch, and I could swear for an instant I could smell my Granny Tilda's nut kringle baking in the background. "Friend of mine gave it to me." "Quite the fashion statement," he said sarcastically. "It's not meant to be. So why not take it off?" Shrugging, I said, "It means something to the old lady who gave it to me. And to the girl who adores her." I paused as a big dopey grin crossed my face. "She's quite the girl too." Jason chuckled long and hard. "There's always a girl, buddy. They're everywhere you look. This one can't be any more special than the last. The attitude sucked, and I wanted to punch him for a minute. I had this anger boiling over in my gut that anyone, even a good friend, would say that about Aimee, but I got my inner Hulk under control. Jason hadn't meant to be rude. He was just saying what most rockers thought. I mean, come on, before Tucker had come back to the States so happy with his Nikki, I never would have thought he'd be capable of settling down. The fact he has? I want to say it gave me hope. That my intense feelings for Aimee, despite our short acquaintance, gave me hope as well. But as much as I like Aimee, miss her, think of her as mine, think she's special, that doesn't mean I can have her forever. Hell, not even past summer. Because Cindy was right. She didn't want to be with a musician, and I was one on steroids. She'd never accept my rocker lifestyle, and I couldn't expect her to. I was on vacation, living in a fantasy bubble in Pont Mason. It was great, and I was going to enjoy it while I could, but it wasn't reality. And for all my restlessness and thinking that maybe I was searching for that someone special, just like Liam and Tucker had in Abby and Nikki, part of me still believed that it just wasn't meant to be for me. That after all the crap Kara had pulled, I'd be a fool to think otherwise ever again. To trust another woman again. Still, it hit me suddenly, knowing just how special Aimee was, that when I moved on at the end of summer, so would she. And even the thought of that had my stomach twisting and brow furrowing. So fine. Someday she'd belong to someone else. But for now, she belonged to me. I wished I'd gotten her cell phone number or email. Right then, I decided to find the number for Evangeline's. Call and ask someone on the staff for her number. Or leave her a message there. I'd left her that note, and if Aimee was the woman I thought she was, she'd understand, but something was suddenly burning in my chest, warning me that I needed to get hold of her and get hold of her fast. Aimee. The Friday night crowd at Evangeline's was a little subdued and had cleared out early, I realized tiredly as I cleared a few glasses off the bar. We weren't even up onto closing time yet, but not many people were left in the joint. Remy was busy checking on a back order in the office, so I'd offered to watch the bar for a bit. A summer storm had blown in early in the day, shutting down electricity to the entire town and wreaking havoc with the phone lines. I'd taken the rare opportunity to sleep in a little, since I'd had no way to do my usual early morning baking. But I was still bone-deep exhausted, even with the extra few hours of sleep. I had a sense my exhaustion had less to do with my perpetual lack of sleep, and more to do with the fact Corbin had walked out on me without a word. Just the mere thought of being abandoned made my stomach pitch and heave. I'd been grateful when, by mid-afternoon, the power had come back on and I'd dragged myself over to Evangeline's to help with the dinner and night crowd. Beth, for once, was feeling well enough to handle her shift, but because of the storm, Remy needed a little extra help, and tips for a bartender were good. And I needed every dollar I could put into my bank account, with my loan about to be signed. I turned when I heard the door open, frowning when I saw Cindy walking in without my Uncle Daniel. "Hey Aimee," Cindy called. "Hi Cindy. Where's Uncle Daniel? And why are you here?" "Thought Bayou Beau were playing in New Orleans for the week." Elmer Lamel called. "He wants us playing at his daughter's wedding tomorrow night. Her band backed out 'cause of the storm." "Tallulah's a sweet gal," of course Daniel said yes. Sent me back early to grab our sound system stuff. We were hoping that Corbin would still be in town, that maybe he'd play with us at the wedding. He'd told us he was sticking around Pont Mason for a bit. Did he ever take a room at Miss Cecily's? She gazed at me with innocent wide eyes, the kind of wide eyes gators had before they bit you. My cheeks heated up. "You set him up. You set us both up, sending him out to Miss Cecily's the way you did. You should be ashamed of yourself for meddling that way." Cindy grinned. "You're blushing." "I'm not," I argued. "Those cheeks of yours are as red as an apple in September. What happened between you two?" "Because something did, and you can't hide it, and where is he?" "He's gone, Cindy. He's never coming back." "What? But he said he'd stay until we got back. And the way he looked at you. You sure he's gone?" "Sure as I am my granny's pushing up daisies." We were getting to know one another, and then one day he just up and left, cleared out his room without a word. "Maybe something happened and he had to leave town fast," she argued. "Without leaving a note?" "And I never gave him my number, but he could have called Evangeline's landline." "Nope. He's not coming back, Cindy. He's just gone." and I really don't want to talk about him anymore. She took some time in responding, allowing me to wallow in my misery for a tad bit longer, then finally said, "Well, Suga, it sucks he left because I can see it hurt you. I hope that in that getting to know one another stage, there was at least some good stuff thrown in." I wanted to shout that yes, there'd been good stuff, but it wasn't worth experiencing due to the pain that came afterward, but I hesitated. Cindy looked so worried and guilty, probably because she was blaming herself for sending Corbin to Miss Cecily's in the first place, and I couldn't lie. The truth was, Corbin had given me something good, something I'd always remember, and despite everything, they were memories I'd cherish. I'd just have to make sure I learned my lesson, and never make the same mistake again. Yeah, he gave me good stuff, Cindy. So no worries. He didn't break my heart. He definitely cracked it, but I'd heal. I'd heal and move on and pursue my dreams. And someday when I had a good man and a child I doted on, I'd think of Corbin and if not smile, at least be comforted that I'd done something reckless in my life. Something wild. And it hadn't broken me. Cindy patted my arm, then headed toward the stage. The door blew open again, letting in Brad and Elmer. I flinched. Why couldn't they have found somewhere else to get a drink tonight, of all nights? I gave them a weak smile as they bellied up to the bar. I poured the two Lamel men their drinks in as friendly a manner I could muster. But as I turned to go, Brad reached out a hand and grabbed my wrist. "Excuse me?" I said, raising an eyebrow high and yanking my arm back. Brad responded by flashing me a big cheesy grin. "I hear your date for tomorrow night is no more." Heat crept up my neck and into my cheeks. Great. Even Brad knew Corbin had taken off. The humiliation burned. Bad enough I'd had Cindy's sympathy, now I had Brad gloating about it. "Means there's no reason why you can't go with Brad now, is there?" Elmer's smile was genuine. He seemed to be holding on to some sort of fantasy that I'd end up with Brad, but didn't he understand Brad and I were so very wrong for each other? "Hey, Aimee." Remy's voice interrupted the conversation, which was a good thing because I had no idea what to say to Elmer to convince him to drop the idea of me and Brad. "Found this on the floor in the office. Looks like it had fallen off the desk or something." He handed me an envelope which had my name handwritten on the front. When I hesitated, he said, "Go ahead, open it. Whatcha waitin' for?" Brad and Elmer's eyes were on me, an almost mocking smile on Brad's face. I shot him a look, but didn't have the time nor the inclination to figure out what his attitude was all about. Because a tiny spark of hope had lit within me. Could Cindy be right? Had Corbin left me a note? With shaking fingers, I ripped the envelope open. Inside was my weekly paycheck from Gator Ventures and a note from Earl. I stared, the numbers not quite making sense. The amount Earl had written the check for was a good $100 short. I flipped the check over to see Earl's chicken scratch handwriting on the back of the pay stub. Check reflects payment for hours performed. No hours given on day of accident. Next time don't let tourists fall out of the boat. I crumpled the note and threw it into the trash. "I had a little conversation with old Earl the other day," Elmer said. "Heard about the mishap, and the fact you weren't going to get your full paycheck. This won't cause a problem with you getting the money pulled together for the loan now, will it, Missy?" The threat in his words was real, and I heard it. $100 might not mean a lot to some people, but when you're pinching every penny, the loss stung. "I'll make the payment, Mr. Lamel, don't you worry," I said firmly, but inside worry clawed at my gut and my knees wobbled. Corbin. I'd only slept a few hours and had arrived at O'Hare early, only to find my flight delayed. A summer storm coming off the Gulf of Mexico had butted heads with some weather pattern coming down from Canada. The mutual mayhem had delayed the flight, which had then been rerouted to Dallas before hopping over to Lafayette. The morning flight that should have gotten me to Pont Mason by noon had taken an additional 10 hours. I was beyond pissed. But the trip had sucked more because I hadn't been able to reach Aimee. I'd called the landline number to Evangeline's before the flight took off, but the phone had just rung and rung, going unanswered. After I landed, I called again twice. This time I'd gotten through. Remy, the bartender, had answered both times. The first time he'd said she wasn't there and refused to give me her cell phone number. Then the second time he'd mumbled something about Aimee being busy and had promptly hung up on me. I put pedal to the metal in the GTO, doing my best to avoid potholes and rocks on the road to Pont Mason, a dull feeling hitting my stomach. Aimee wasn't going to turn into another Kara, right? punishing me for not being there 24/7, not picking up the phone at the first ring, not answering texts the second they'd been sent. I couldn't exactly ask Remy if Aimee was avoiding my calls. If I'd just gotten her cell number myself, I could just call her privately and not rely on whatever was going on at Evangeline's. Once I finally got back to Pontmason, I headed straight to the roadhouse, sending dirt and gravel spraying when I slid the GTO to a sudden stop. But when I rushed into the bar, the place was like a ghost town. Daniel wasn't around, but Cindy and their unconventional washboard player were sitting on a couple of stools on the corner stage, playing a bit of acoustic guitar to the few people who were left. Maybe I should have dragged my ass out to the boarding house first to check if Aimee was there, but Remy had said Aimee was working. I'd assumed she'd still be there by the time I arrived. Cindy saw me walk in, and she immediately spoke into her mic, saying she needed to take a quick break. After setting down her guitar, she came over to the bar and glared at me. If she were actually tall, that death stare of hers would have been terrifying. As it was, I felt like my balls were on the line, even if I wasn't quite sure why. "What are you doing here? You forget something?" I began, but she poked one finger into my shoulder hard. "Seriously, what makes you think that you can just come back here after how much you made Aimee cry?" Her words shocked me, and filled me with an uneasy feeling of dread and distaste. "What?" I asked, but she turned and stalked out of the building. For a moment I stood there, stunned, wondering if I'd been wrong about Aimee after all. Was she just like Kara? Clingy and controlling? Unable to let me out of her sight without freaking out? Unable to accept that sometimes I'd have to do things on my own, and willing to talk about me to others in revenge? My stomach churned, but I forced myself to take a deep breath. No. I refused to believe it. Not about Aimee. I followed Cindy out onto the porch. I called and she froze and turned to face me. "You don't get to say I made Aimee cry and then walk off. You owe me an explanation." Cindy rolled her eyes with exaggeration. "I'm serious. How do you just show up here after ditching Aimee? Sneaking off without so much as a word like a real coward, that's what you did. Do you know how humiliated Aimee was?" She put up a good front, but I saw her crying. "I've half a mind to skin you myself, and then let Daniel feed your remains to the friggin' gators." "Whoa," I said, my worry for Aimee building, along with frustration at how this situation was unfolding. I didn't sneak off. I tried to find Aimee to explain about this commitment that came up, and when I couldn't, I left her a note under her office door. She never got a note. "I left one explaining everything," I said, feeling like I wanted to tear my hair out. "Ask Beth." She gave me the paper and pen, and Deputy Brad saw me write it. He even offered to give it to her, in fact. I know he's the long arm of the law, but he seems about as trustworthy as a big fat New York sewer rat. I didn't trust him, so I slid it under Aimee's office door. Cindy narrowed her eyes. "You really left a note for Aimee?" I held my hands up, palms facing her. "Swear to God." She swore and shook her head. "Yeah, I'm starting to get a good picture of what a rat he is. He helped himself to that note, didn't he?" "I know he did. We may never be able to prove it, but he's a jerk and he's been pressuring Aimee since forever to go out with him. If he saw a way to easily get you out of the picture, he was going to take it," she answered, her eyes blazing. "He's the worst, and I hate that he's the long arm of the law. He's always on one or another good old boy power trip." I shook my head, pissed as hell, and dug my car keys out of my pocket. Time to go find Aimee and make things right. But first, I needed to set things straight with Cindy. Playing with Bayou Bo had given me a way back into that part of me that loved music, that felt a connection to the world. Okay, well, I'll find a way to deal with Brad, but Cindy, you have to believe me that I didn't mean to abandon her. I know about her mom and her bio father, and how her mom always ditches her. I know how hard it is for her to trust anyone. If one of my best friends hadn't been in a spot back in Chicago, and if I hadn't owed him big time, I never would have left at all. There's no way I would have done that to her. I believe you. You say the word Brad, and I think there's some serious foul play involved. And I think I know what he was up to by stealing that note. Yeah, he was making me look like I ran off without telling Aimee." She shook her head and jerked a thumb back at the quiet Evangelines. "It's more than that. The reason the place is so dead tonight, and the rest of the band ain't here, is because there's a wedding tonight." That wedding Brad was trying to talk Aimee into going to as his date, I said flatly. That's tonight? Yes, sirree. Where's the wedding? I ground out. Cindy shook her head. You're too late. The reception was out at the Grange. They shut that place down at 10. She'll be at home by now or headed there. I didn't wait to say goodbye. Just jumped in the GTO, revved the engine, and headed to the boarding house. Chapter 15. Aimee. And that's how I made sure we won the state championship against the Jayhawks back in 2009, Brad said, swerving widely to avoid a tree on the way down the bumpy road to Miss Cecily's. I clutched the handle on the door harder and was glad the seatbelt held firm. What I wasn't glad of was that my beat-up Chevy had died a painful death right when I tried to leave the reception to come home. I'd stayed behind a bit, packaging up what was left of the wedding cake, and most people had already taken off, headed for home. Most people except for Brad. I should have known he'd hang around until I was gone. I'd done my best all night to avoid him, but he'd put on a big public display of asking me to dance, saying how beautiful I looked in my formal red dress and with my hair up. I'd brushed off his compliments, but then noticed how Elmer looked like he was close to apoplectic every time I turned down Brad's invitation to dance. So I danced with him, annoyed at how he'd let his hands drift but giving Elmer a big fake grin over Brad's shoulder at the same time. I had less than a month to go to make my down payment. I wasn't about to mess up this chance at getting my own bake shop. After all, it was my future. I was tired, cranky, and miserable as Brad whipped around the curves in the road, trying to show off, I assumed, but really just getting me pissed off. I glanced over at him, and could see how women would think he was handsome. Heck, I'd thought he was a little cute back in high school, but knowing I'd never want to look at him day in and day out the way I did with Corbin. I sighed. Love just wasn't for me, I figured. I was destined to be an old lady with lots of cats. Finally, we made it to Miss Cecily's. Brad pulled to a stop, but didn't unlock the car or make a move to get out. Southern politeness had me sitting there too, waiting for him to say whatever it was he wanted to get out. You know, darling, why didn't we ever work out? I was young and naive, and then I wasn't. You mean you think I'm a mistake? He asked, his tone gruff. Then he reached out and stroked my hair. I stayed still, waiting for Brad's common sense to come back. I'm not. I think we could be great together. I pulled away and his hand fell on the console between us. Brad, you know when I said it was over I meant it. I don't do second chances. And there's nothing between us. Not on my end at least. We should talk about it though. About us. I sighed. There is no us. And I don't have to talk about this anymore. I want to get out so that I can get some rest. I'm appreciative of the ride home, and I know you were just doing me a polite favor. Don't make the ride home more than it is. You think you're too good for me? Come on. Who's the star quarterback and a deputy, and who doesn't even know her daddy's name? Anger twisted in my gut as he said that. Most people in Pont Mason were kind enough never to mention that, or they never held what had happened against me. That was mean. I don't deserve that. Brad glared at me. I told my father you weren't good enough for me. What does your father have to do with this conversation? He wants us to get married. I blew out a harsh breath. Brad, you're an adult. You don't have to do what your dad wants you to do. Just tell him what he already knows, we wouldn't be good together. You don't get it, do you? I put my hand on the door handle. Southern hospitality be damned. I was done with this conversation. He'll take away that loan, you know. And he won't give me my inheritance if I don't get you to marry me. Whipping my head around, I stared at Brad aghast. Why? Why would he hurt either of us that way? Why would he want us to be married? What's in it for him? Then there were headlights glaring into Brad's car. That confused me. I knew that Miss Cecily was home, could see her old and slightly rusted Crown Victoria in the spot by the shed. No, this was different. Looking over my shoulder, I saw the cherry red muscle car and I couldn't believe it. No, I have to be hallucinating. Then Corbin was there, stalking toward Brad's car, silent. In the bright light of the full moon, I could make out the tension and anger in his face. I should have hated him for abandoning me, should have wanted to get out of the car and slap his face for taking off without a word, for leaving me alone to face the humiliation of the town knowing I'd been stood up. But all I could feel was a sense of elation. He'd come back. I got out of the car slowly, unsure of what was happening. Was he mad at me? Mad I was with Brad? Aimee. Corbin's voice was low and throaty. You okay? Brad was having none of this. He shoved himself out of the car and leaned against it. Bastard even rolled up his undone shirt sleeves dramatically and spit onto the ground. Well, look at what we have here. The pretty boy is back. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Aimee. Brad stalked toward Corbin. If you're talking to Aimee, you're talking to me. He took a swing then, and Corbin dodged it. As the men circled each other, I felt my heart in my throat and fear spiking in my gut, hoping Corbin wouldn't get hurt. It dawned on me that the two men were moving farther from the car where I stood, and I realized this was deliberate, that Corbin feinted and dodged so that he could lure Brad away from me. But I'd seen Brad like this before, bullheaded and charging and completely out of control. He'd once beaten up a kid on the playground, and had kept punching even after the kid was on the ground, covering his head with his arms and hands, begging Brad to stop. I had to stop this. I dug around in my purse and pulled out my cell phone, hoping to see bars so I could call 911. Except that was foolish, wasn't it? Who would the deputies believe when they bothered to get out here from the wedding? Would they side with the out-of-town drifter, the guy who'd already flitted out of town, or the literal hometown hero? Soft hands were on my shoulders, and I turned around, relieved to see Miss Cecily beside me. She wrapped her arms around me harder and whispered in my ear, her voice becoming a series of hushed whispers that reminded me of how you calmed a skittish horse. But maybe that was me right now. My adrenaline was pumping in my veins, and my tears still flowed freely. Tonight I'd almost know I couldn't think about that now. We have to help Corbin, I exclaimed, then held the phone up. But there's no service. Ain't no one who'd come out here besides the sheriff's office, and they ain't gonna do nothing when one of their own is duking it out, you know that, Miss Cecily said, her voice carrying an air of authority. Of finality. I frowned back at her, wondering if one of her powers included the ability to read my mind, or maybe my desperate idea was just so plainly obvious. We could call Remy. Or Uncle Daniel maybe. She shook her head and pointed back to the brawl. Brad rushed for Corbin, who shifted just in time to miss the charge, and then grabbed him around the shoulders. Brad struggled in Corbin's grasp. You see, Miss Cecily said, her voice echoing like soundproofing on a wall. You're going to be okay. I think Corbin can handle Brad and, she said, pulling an old leather pouch from her housecoat pocket. He's not the only backup you got, child. I said, clinging hard to her as I watched the fight unfold. Now Brad had worked himself out of the hold and was stumbling pretty bad. He stepped forward and aimed an uppercut punch for Corbin's face. I flinched when it collided with Corbin's chin. He grunted and spit out some blood, then he gave back as good as he got, a punch that smashed Brad's nose. Suddenly Miss Cecily slipped from my side, and before I could grab her and hold her back, she was walking toward the two men fighting. The forest night, even the crickets, seeming to grow quiet at her approach. Brad, you stop this foolishness, you hear, or you'll have something to worry about, she said, her tone grave. Brad glared at Corbin, even as blood spilled from his face. Some random Yankee coming in from nowhere ain't never gonna take Aimee away from here. Ain't never gonna change the fact Aimee's mine. I'd had it. Excuse me? I shouted, looking at both him and Corbin. I don't care what your daddy wants, I'm not marrying you. And more importantly, I belong to myself. Apparently my declaration of independence didn't mean much to Brad. Brad charged Corbin, who fainted, landing Brad on the ground. Miss Cecily's composure never wavered. Instead, she surged forward. Her housecoat blew in the breeze, and her graying braids flared out behind her in the wind. There was a regality in her posture, a sense of power that made me nervous. You don't want Aimee, Brad, Miss Cecily said calmly as Brad slowly got to his feet, wheezing and bleeding from the nose. Not really. But a match between the two of you is what your father wants, and you don't want to disappoint him, do you? You know nothing, old lady, he spat. I know that Elmer Lamel doesn't like that you've been sniffing after Mireille Dubois. Now that she's got her big company in New York, she'll never be back in Pont Mason. He don't like the thought of you marrying Miss Mireille, and moving all the way to the Big Apple and becoming a Yankee. He wants you here in his backyard, so he can keep his dynasty going. And Aimee's who he chose for you. Brad's mouth gaped open. How did you know, he asked, his voice oddly tremulous. Miss Cecily didn't answer, at least not with words. Instead, she laughed, a deep throaty cackle that seemed to echo endlessly in the dark night. Brad stumbled backward, and I tried to keep from laughing. He didn't think she'd used voodoo to know that fact, did he? I mean, once it dawned on me, I could see how it all made sense. Time for you to go, Brad Lamel, Miss Cecily said firmly. All the fight seemed to crumble right out of him. Yes, ma'am, I'll go, he said. He backed up all the way to the car, never letting his gaze leave Miss Cecily. Meanwhile, my gaze was focused on Corbin. Part of me wanted to run to him, to tell him how happy I was he was back. But I hesitated, and I was very conscious of the fact he didn't move toward me. He didn't try to tell me that I'd misunderstood, that he hadn't really abandoned me, that he'd always meant to come back. He just stood there frowning at me, and I did something I'd never done before. Did something I'd never thought I'd do to anyone. I flipped him off. Horrified, I looked at Miss Cecily, who actually looked like she was fighting back a smile. Then she said, Corbin, come inside into the kitchen so we can patch you up. Aimee, come with us. I don't want. I began, but Miss Cecily glared at me, and I swallowed my protest. With a sigh, I followed her into the kitchen, aware of Corbin's silent presence behind me. When Corbin sat down at the kitchen table, I handed him a dish rag wrapped around a dozen or so ice cubes. We don't have any ice packs around here, so we have to improvise, I said, my tone still tight. A part of me wanted to hate him forever for ditching me like he had, but another part of me so desperately wanted to know why he'd returned to Pont Mason. I wasn't ready to ask, though. Not yet. He winced. Thanks, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of swelling by tomorrow. True, although I think you made out better than Brad did. I glanced over at Miss Cecily. Why did he cower like a puppy when you came over to him? What were you holding in that pouch? Miss Cecily shook her head even as she began to make tea. People believe what they want to believe. I narrowed my eyes. And what is it Brad believed was happening out there? My family and the Lamels go back so many generations, we was all here in the beginning. Legends were made, beliefs formed. About 75 years ago, I used those old beliefs and played a prank on Brad's granddaddy. Made him think I could read his mind. She chuckled. I couldn't, but he was a believer, and he made his son Elmer into a believer who passed that on to his children. There were nothing in that bag tonight except some lavender, but that's not what Brad thought. I blinked at her, but before I could respond, Corbin spoke. Did he hurt you? He asked, his voice a bit muffled as he held the bag to his jaw. You didn't look like you were enjoying that conversation the two of you were having in the car. Because if he did bother you, a little dust-up out front is the last thing he is going to have to worry about. No, he didn't, not really, I said. I'm glad you showed up, though. I turned to Miss Cecily. And I was grateful for you, too. I think Brad's going to have a lot to think about. Good, because if he'd hurt you. Corbin started. Then what? I asked, my voice thick with emotion even as my eyes started to well with tears again. Brad was a jerk, taking advantage of the fact I needed a ride home from the wedding, but you're the one who left me. Corbin's eyes shimmered. Hold on. You mean to say you weren't on a date with him? I sputtered. On a date with Brad? You knew I had no interest in him. You knew who I was interested in, and yet you just rushed out. You abandoned me. My shout echoed around the kitchen, startling us all. Miss Cecily stood and nodded at both of us. You stand up for yourself, child, but do remember there are two sides to every yarn. That said, Corbin, if you did go and hurt our Aimee on purpose, you'll answer to me, you hear? He nodded soberly, looking her straight in the face. Miss Cecily, I promise I never meant to hurt Aimee. In fact, I did everything I possibly could to make sure that didn't happen. Good, that's all I'm saying, she said. Now I don't need your reasons, but Aimee does. I'll leave you to it. She eased out of the kitchen and headed off down the hall to her quarters. I still don't know why you took off like that, I said, my voice shaking. I trusted you so much and then you left me. I felt used, just like my mother must feel used after each musician she falls for and who dumps her. I've tried to avoid feeling this way my whole life. I'd spent that whole morning on pins and needles, so excited to be with you, but then you were just gone. No one had any idea where. I'm sorry. I was rushing to help a friend in a tough spot in Chicago. I was only going to be gone a couple of days. But I couldn't find or call you, so I left a note for you at Evangeline's, explaining everything. You did? I blanched. Yeah, and I think Deputy stole the note, he must have. He was there when I left it, after Beth gave me a pen and paper. And I tried calling you at Evangeline's. Even got through to Remy, but he wouldn't let me talk to you. Was that really true? But why would he lie, when he knew I could just talk to Beth and Remy about what he'd said? He wouldn't, I realized. Staring into his eyes, I knew he spoke the truth. He leaned forward and took my hands in his ice pack seemingly forgotten. Please believe me. I told Cindy all of this too. I'll give you Jason's number in Chicago, and he can verify it. Please, Aimee, believe me. I would never have left you like that, he said, stroking back my hair from my face. Tears came, just enough to wet my lashes, but Corbin saw and cupped my face in his hands. I was so dumb, I choked out. I didn't trust you. I didn't treat you right. Don't say that about yourself, he said, stroking my cheeks with the pads of his thumbs. You were hurt. And you had a lifetime of watching your mother make bad mistakes in love. You didn't want to make the same mistakes. You protected yourself the best you could. You forgive me? He grinned, a cocky half-grin that set my body on fire. Baby, there's nothing to forgive. All we have to do is go forward. Together, if you're still willing. We still have all summer. I felt the smile spread across my face, even as my heart twisted at his reminder that, while he hadn't abandoned me, while he'd come back, we had no future beyond the summer. So you still want to spend your 2-month hiatus in Pont Mason? I still want to spend it with you. A shadow crossed his face. But Aimee, there's something else I should tell you. About me being a musician, see? Shush. I whispered and placed a finger over his lips. I know I said I wouldn't date you if you were a musician, but that was stupid. However you earn your money is none of my business. I should have realized that my mom's issues were about her being needy, not about the men being musicians. He frowned. You mean you really don't care if I play bass professionally? I tipped a shoulder up. I've tried to protect myself from what's always hurt my mother. But that was her life and it's not mine. I leaned forward and kissed his cheek. Whatever way Corbin paid his bills shouldn't matter to me. What mattered was that a sexy, heroic, and kind man who could give me multiple orgasms wanted me for the summer. What I want most, Corbin, is for you to be happy. And if I can make you happy during the next 2 months, then that brings me joy. I could give him a second chance. I could give him happiness for as long as he was in Pont Mason. What I could never give him, what I couldn't forget, was that once again Corbin had laid it all out. We were together for the summer. That was all, and I had to remember that. I could give him my body. I could give him my time. I could give him a lot of myself. But the one thing I had to hold on to, the one thing I had to protect, was my heart. Chapter 16. Corbin. I'd only seen Aimee naked twice so far. Once she'd been sopping wet, and I'd only had the slightest chance to appreciate the promised land. Then we'd made love after the boat ride disaster, and I'd worshipped her then, but it hadn't been enough. Now I was leaning against the doorframe, clad only in a white towel wrapped around my waist, watching her slip off that brilliant red dress and reveal her skin underneath in all its bronze glory. Reaching up, she pulled the pins out of her hair and let the brown curls cascade down her back. Smirking at me, she leaned against the bed frame. Seems we have our mutual apologies out of the way. What do you want to do now? I know exactly what I want to do to you, darling. And I always have. She grinned and kissed me. It was everything we needed to forget the miscommunication between us. We needed each other. I could love you, Aimee, I murmured. When I realized what words had come out of my mouth, I froze. It had been what I'd been thinking in that moment. Of course I'd be feeling close to her, but why had I said that? I'd confuse her. Confuse myself. We were just supposed to be a summer thing. But that's when it hit me, and hit me hard. I didn't want to just be a summer thing with Aimee. I wanted more with her. At least, I wanted to move forward as if that was a possibility. But did she? Aimee blinked at me for a moment, then she whispered, "You said we had until the end of summer." I did. Because that's all I thought I wanted. All I thought I could have. But being back here with you, I want more. I think we could have more. I want to open myself to exploring that. Do you? She hesitated, bit her lip. Then she rocked my world when she said, "I do." "Aimee." I was smiling. I couldn't help it. The light from the moon was faint, spilling like silver over the lines of Corbin's torso, highlighting the tempting ripples of his abs. I felt a ripple of pleasure run up my spine as I stared at him. Before he'd fallen asleep, he'd asked me if I had tomorrow off. When I said yes, he'd made me promise we'd spend the entire day in his bed. I'd happily agreed. A nightbird's call outside the window caught my attention, and I got out of bed to stare at the moonlit night. Across the watery bayou I could barely make out the roof peak of Evangeline's, and far beyond that were lights from the town. I knew where one of the streetlights was located, at the corner of Main and Broad Streets, right above Reba's Diner. No, I corrected myself. It wasn't Reba's Diner any longer. In a few weeks, it would be Aimee's Decadent Desserts. In Miss Cecily's folk tales, anything could happen and the bayou was magical. It sure seemed that way to me. In a few weeks I'd have my dream business, and Aimee's Decadent Desserts would finally be open. Once I'd hoped to go to culinary school and then business school. My dream had been to start my own online dessert business. I'd had images of my chocolate truffles being flown all over the world, of my cheesecakes being served in New York or Los Angeles. But my mother could never seem to keep herself out of trouble, and Uncle Daniel needed extra hands at Evangeline's. I'd done what I had to in order to survive. My dreams didn't matter. But now the dream of Aimee's Decadent Desserts, tucked in the corner of Pont Mason, Louisiana, was about to take shape. And even better, I had the possibility of everything working out between Corbin and I to look forward to. I wasn't fooling myself that they might not. He said he could love me, that he wanted to be open to us being together for longer than the summer, but there were no guarantees. Moreover, my fears about him hurting me and me turning out like my mother hadn't vanished overnight. But just as I'd seen he'd been telling me the truth earlier about leaving me that note, I'd seen the truth about him wanting to explore more with me. And as long as we both continued to be honest and real, why couldn't we have a shot at something special? We just had to take one day at a time. And if things did work out, I'd have this amazing, incredible man to share my bed and life with. And that was something worth taking a chance on. I sighed and closed my eyes. Snuggled close to Corbin. Began to drift off. And that's when my cell phone rang. I jerked up, my heart beating fast. Beside me, Corbin sat up as well. Our gazes met and I saw what I was thinking in his eyes. It was late. So late that if someone was calling my cell now, chances were something was wrong. Chapter 17. Aimee. 3 hours later, I was sitting next to a hospital bed, staring at my mother who had been admitted with pneumonia. She'd been found passed out on the ground outside a performing arts center in the morning, and ended up being taken to the ER. When Corbin and I arrived, we learned she'd been transferred to ICU. Corbin kept silent, as if letting me work out my worries and fears in my head. He'd sat in the hospital room with me until my mom had started to show signs of waking, then he'd kissed my cheek and said he'd be in the hall if I needed him. I knew he wanted to give me privacy because of what I'd told him about my relationship with my mom, and the fact I hadn't seen her in almost 6 months. It was sweet of him, and I didn't feel alone. His silent presence instead gave me strength. "Mom," I said when she finally blinked her eyes open. She was sitting up on the bed with those oxygen tubes in her nose, a nasal cannula if I remembered correctly, but at least she was lucid and awake. She was so thin, far thinner than I'd seen her 6 months ago or so at Christmas. Curled up there in her gown and under all the blankets with tons of leads and tubes coming off of her, she seemed so tiny and frail. It was as if we'd switched roles more than we ever had before, as if I was coming to a small child's bedside. "Mom?" I asked, sitting down beside her, taking her hand in mine. "What happened?" She coughed, and when she spoke her voice was a wheeze. "It was Dale. He's with the Nightshots. Country rock band with a few hits on Billboard back in the day. He promised me he'd be with me forever. Then he went and found someone younger. Prettier." Tears formed in her eyes and she turned her face away from me. Between deep coughs and slow breaths using the oxygen tubes, she shared the rest of her story. Apparently she'd had a fling with some drummer in a B-level band for a couple of months, but when he'd tired of her, he'd given her a bus ticket back to Pont Mason, which she'd promptly exchanged for a front-row ticket to his next concert. When his band had finished the concert, he'd grabbed a 20-something bleached blonde and told my mom to beat it. My mother had ended up crying herself to sleep in the wet grass outside his van. Sighing, I held her frail bony hand as tightly as I dared. "It's okay now." She sighed and glanced at me. "No, baby, it's not okay. And I'm gonna do something about this obsession of mine. You know, chasing after men who remind me of your daddy." I frowned. Mom hadn't ever acknowledged her pattern of chasing after musicians was an obsession before. Wasn't the first step in overcoming a problem identifying that you actually had a problem? "You will?" I asked, cautious optimism creeping into my voice. "I want to, baby," she said. "When I came to in the hospital I didn't see a light or some fiery pit, but it's like some people say. You know? About how their whole life flashed before their eyes. I had me a moment like that. I thought about all the things I can't undo, and I thought about you. Mom, I know you're struggling." Granted, she'd been struggling for over 22 years and left me to fend for myself for most of it, but she was trying. I had to support her in that. "It's okay." "No, it ain't," she said, wheezing again as she sat up a little. "I care about you, and I done you wrong. I should have told you about your father years ago. I already know. He was some rocker you met at a concert. You never knew his name. He got you pregnant and you never saw him again. You don't know. Your birth father wasn't some random guy that first hooked up with one night." "I don't understand." "Baby, your father is Grandy Love." I gasped, shock hitting my midsection and radiating outward down my arms and legs, making me feel weak at the knees. "Grandy Love, as in the lead singer for the Love Wilds? But that's their he's?" I sputtered to a stop. The Love Wilds were a hit band since the early 80s, still churning out record after record, still performing worldwide in sold-out concerts. They were big. Huge, really. Everyone knew them. And the man who'd given me life was their lead singer. And my mother had always known. "You knew who my father was this whole time, and you kept it from me?" "I didn't know who he was at first." "That part's true, honest." She coughed violently and started to turn gray. I waited as she breathed in through her nose, sucking up the oxygen until she got her color back. "So how'd it happen?" I asked. "I was 17, following around another band. I had a fake ID, and looked years older than I was. I met Grandy at a bar outside Nashville, listening to the music coming through the window of the bar. He told me his name was Grant. We started talking, then dancing, then..." She coughed, and I waited until she could catch her breath and finish. "I spent 3 weeks with that man. He thought I was a 21-year-old from Tulsa, Oklahoma, 'cause that's what my ID said. I thought he was some roadie. I swear I didn't know who he was at first. Then when I got pregnant..." "He dumped you because of me," I said, and now my throat was so dry that it was almost hard to keep carrying on. "No. I never got a chance to tell him about you. I was going to, but when I went to the hotel room where we'd been holed up, he was gone. That's when I found out who he really was. I was shocked. So very shocked. I knew the feeling." "So what did you do?" "What could I do? I was dead broke and pregnant, so I came back to Pont Mason and had you. But I couldn't help myself. I was deeply in love with him. So I kept track of his tour schedule, and a year later, when he was close enough to Pont Mason, I took off to find him again. I guess I thought if he knew about the baby, we could be a family." "Did you find him?" I racked my brain, trying to recall any tabloid stories I might have read about the man, but came up blank. I knew his name, knew his music, but nothing else about the man. Her downcast eyes said it all. "He'd gotten married," she said. "He had a wife who just had a baby girl. I wasn't about to destroy someone's family. I came home to Pont Mason without a daddy for you, and instead with a broken heart. It's never healed." Compassion built and surged through me. She'd been 17 when she fell in love with him. A child, really. Squeezing her hand tighter, I kissed her forehead, ignoring the fact I had a sister out there somewhere and a father who knew nothing of me. They meant nothing to me. But my mother, as much as she'd done me wrong, I still loved her. And she'd always loved me. "Mama, you don't have to worry yourself anymore about this. It's been over 20 years. I get it." "No, you don't, because I am sorry. It crushed me to lose him. He was the love of my life, and then he was gone. I didn't cope the right way, just kept trying to ease the pain by chasing after other musicians, trying to replicate what I once had with him. Love hurts. It chews you up and spits you out with no remorse. I don't believe that, I said, then regretted my harsh words. She made a face. It's true, baby. Love makes you do dumb things. I should know. I left you too many times to count because of love. Messed up your life something awful. I never should have done that. Maybe not, I said. I wasn't sure I could ever forgive her for acting like a child my entire life, but I was willing to try. But maybe we can start over. Where are you living now? What are you doing for work? Nowhere and nothing. But when I'm released, I'm gonna come back to Pontmason. See if my older brother will let me work at Evangeline's. I'm actually a really good waitress. Mom? Look, I love you and I didn't do right by you. It's time I was a better person for you and for myself too, she said, easing back down onto the covers. I'm gonna be better, baby. I won't make you a false promise, but I will say I think I've finally grown up. I smiled at her. She'd made promises before, but this time did feel different. She'd never mentioned anything about my father before, never been so honest. Even as I stood and left her dozing, I hoped she could get through all of this and promised myself I'd do everything in my power to be by her side. Corbin smiled up at me when I walked into the hallway and saw him sitting in a chair a few feet away. Close in case I'd needed him. His brown eyes were like pools of dark chocolate that I wanted to lose myself in forever. Are you okay? He asked. I wasn't sure how to answer him. How did you tell someone you just discovered your father was a famous rock star, and that he didn't even know about you? Telling Corbin about my past was something I'd have to do, but not now. Not in the middle of a hospital, surrounded by nurses and hospital staff, half of whom kept ogling Corbin. I mean, the guy was attractive, yes, but did people really think it was okay to stare? I realized Corbin was waiting for my answer. I'll be okay, I demurred. What about your mom? Will she be fine? I nodded. She needs to rest and lots of antibiotics, but she'll be okay. She's resting now, and I'd like to come back to see her tomorrow, but after that. I shrugged, still unable to believe how things were turning out. She's coming home to Pontmason, actually. Wants to work at Evangeline's. Corbin's eyebrows lifted in surprise. That's a good thing, right? It will take some of the load off you if you don't have to keep pinch hitting for Beth every time she gets sick. I found it sweet that he already knew the pulse of Pontmason. For a moment, I allowed myself to picture what it would be like if he didn't leave at the end of the summer. I could see the two of us renovating the upstairs unit over the bakery. Corbin could have the back bedroom as his office and could write all his music there. I'd get up early and bake, then we'd close shop at 5 and crawl all over each other. He'd leave town every once in a while if any of his musician friends needed him, like that friend of his Jason had up in Chicago. And when he'd return home to me, I'd have his favorite huckleberry pie waiting. We'll see, I said quietly. I'm glad, he said, leaning down and kissing the top of my head. Now let's get you back to Miss Cecily's. I entwined my fingers with his. The tension from learning about my birth father eased from my body, replaced with something warm and delicious that flooded my veins. Chapter 18. Corbin. I'd undressed Aimee, but she seemed distant. Withdrawn. Leaning back against the headboard on my bed, I backed off and stroked her forehead. What's going on inside that sweet head of yours, Aimee, my angel? She shook her head, those long dark curls of hers tumbling over her shoulders. I know I'm distracted. It's not you, it's me, I said, finishing her cliché. Tell me. A long deep sigh emanated from somewhere deep within. My mom shared something with me today. Something important. A secret about my father. Leaning forward, I placed a soft kiss on her shoulder. You don't have to tell me unless you want to. I'm here, though. She toyed with a strand of her hair, staring off into space. I wasn't sure she'd open up again, but she heaved a deep breath and started speaking. I always knew my birth father was a one-night stand. Some random rocker my mom met and never saw again. She didn't even remember his name. Supposedly, she added harshly. I massaged her temples, doing my best to silently communicate I was there for her. I hear that tone in your voice. I must be shaking all over. Whatever she wanted to tell me, she needed some time to lead up to it. I rubbed her arms, and while she was shivering some, at least there were no goosebumps. Something had upset her, and to a significant degree. Whatever it is, it's going to be okay. If you need to shake, then do that, I said. She stilled but leaned into my arms. My mom could have died out in a cold field if someone hadn't found her and brought her to the It's got to be scary knowing you almost lost her. Aimee laughed bitterly and wiped at her eyes. I looked away for a minute and tried to give her a moment of privacy. I knew her more now, and she seemed to be the type who didn't want anyone to worry about her, who felt she needed to hide her feelings. Maybe that was why we got along so well. I think she's going to get better, it's just this feeling I have. It's like she's different, like something had just changed in her. That's good, I said, keeping my voice low and soothing. Leaning down, I kissed the crown of her head. You know how I know this time it will be different? She turned and gazed at me with limpid eyes. This time she told me the truth. How so? She told me who my father is. I now have his name. Her simple statement had me floored. She knew all along. She nodded, then dipped her head to catch my gaze with hers. You know who Grandy Love is, right? Shock and guilt traveled in unison up my spine. Your father's Grandy Love? The Grandy Love? Yep, that's the one. But he doesn't know about me. He has his own family. Yeah, his wife Constance and his kids. Ella is 22, and Gabriel just turned 17. I have a brother too. She sounded shocked. How do you know all this? Now wasn't the time to tell her I knew the Love family well because I'd hung out with them when Point Break opened for the Love Wilds a few years back. And now wasn't the time to tell her about Point Break, even though I'd planned to on the way back from the hospital. I'm glad I kept my mouth shut. Learning her father was a world-famous rock star and so was her boyfriend on the same day would have been way too much. Especially since her mother had been in ICU. Aimee was strong, but I didn't want to add to the burden she was already carrying. What do you want to do about that? I asked. She shrugged. Nothing. He doesn't know about me, and it's going to stay that way. Aimee. No. He might not have known about me, but he clearly didn't want my mother. He's not going to want me either. Aimee. You can't know that. You. Corbin, I don't want to talk about it, she said sharply. Not now. Not ever. You hear? I hear you, I said mildly. But I knew Grandy. Not well, but well enough to know the man was decent. He and his wife had a fantastic marriage, and even behind the curtains with the fans going crazy he was polite but never went after any of the girls who threw themselves at him, and a lot did. He loved his 2 kids, and I couldn't see him rejecting Aimee. Not at all. But I couldn't tell her all this without admitting who I was, and 2 shocks in one day was one too many. I wouldn't push the issue now, but later, after I'd had a chance to admit to Aimee who I was, I'd let her know her father would welcome her with open arms. That's what she was afraid of. That just like she said, he wouldn't want her. But Corbin refused to believe that for a second. He knew how special Aimee was. So would Grandy. You're being very nice to a girl who just found out she's a child of a rock star who never knew about her. A girl who's unwanted. Aimee emphasized her point by stroking her fingers through my hair, and I groaned at the touch. That woman was a temptress and she knew it. You're not, I said, holding her chin and staring deeply into her eyes. Aimee couldn't just laugh this off or try and avoid this, us. Our connection mattered, and she couldn't get away from that. Unwanted, that is. That's why I care about you so much. You're strong. Stronger than anyone I've ever met. Way stronger than... I caught myself before I could say Kara's name, but Aimee noticed. Hey, she said softly. I told you my big secret. You tell me yours. I had 2 secrets to pick from. I chose Kara. Because the woman I was falling in love with deserved to know about the woman who'd nearly destroyed me. Her name was Kara Eklund. We grew up together. In high school we dated. She was my first. How long were you together? From when we were 14 until 18. Then you broke up. Why? I bit back a grimace. She played mind games on me. Multiple times. Messed me up in the head, you know. You don't have to tell me if it's too hard, Aimee said, concern in her voice. I shouldn't have pushed you to tell me a secret. It's none of my business. But it was, and in more ways than she knew. Kara first told me she was pregnant in our junior year. We'd abstained until then, and even though I used a condom, she claimed she'd gotten pregnant. She tried to pressure me to marry her, but I said no. I wouldn't. We could raise the baby, but I wasn't ready to be a husband. I wanted to go to college to study music. Did she have the baby? Aimee asked, her eyes wide. There was no baby. She was never pregnant. But she let me believe that she was, and then when I wouldn't marry her, she told everyone in town, including my parents and my grandmothers, that I'd made her get an abortion. Oh my God, that's awful. It gets worse. She'd always text, call, come over, and when I didn't get in touch with her right away, she'd flip out. Like completely flip. I was on pins and needles, never knowing what kind of whacked-out thing she was going to do to me next. I grew silent for a moment, letting the memories swim through my mind as I fingered the rock necklace around my neck. Used to be I'd get sick at the memories, that I'd feel like I was drowning any time I recalled my time in Halvard Hill, but this time even the thoughts of what Kara had done didn't trigger the same gut-wrenching reaction. You okay? Aimee asked softly. I jerked, bringing myself back to awareness. Yeah. The memories aren't nice, but it's easy telling you, oddly enough. So there I was with a girlfriend who was making my life miserable, when my parents were killed in that car crash I told you about. Suddenly Kara was wonderful. She held me together during the funeral, helped me stay on top of my classes when I was crying too much to do homework, made sure my grandmas were feeding me well, everything. She was supportive, loving, totally there for me in a way I needed, but it was all fake. I don't get it. How could being there for someone be fake? Aimee's question was legitimate. It was something I'd tangled with for years. I got involved in a rock band. They were older and played actual gigs. I was good, really good. But Kara didn't like that I wasn't at her beck and call anymore. So she started with more mind games. More manipulation. She'd show up at gigs crying her eyes out, telling girls in the audience that I'd beaten her, that I'd raped her, that I was a monster. Then when I tried to break up with her, she threatened suicide. Time after time after time. I blew out a sharp breath. I couldn't take it anymore. I left. Found a band that was on the road and joined up with them. Never looked back. And Kara? I shrugged. After I'd hit it big, Kara had tried getting in contact with me again. It had taken me filing a restraining order to get her to back off, and only after she'd pulled some pretty psycho stalker kind of stuff. So that's why you're a drifter. You're rootless because your roots were cut out from under you. I'd never thought of it that way before, but somehow what she said made sense. Until now, I replied, nuzzling her hair. I kinda like Pont Mason. And I sure like having you in my bed. She giggled. I know. But that's not the point. I haven't had someone who cared about me the way you do. I'm not sure I deserve it, but it feels good, and I don't want it to stop. You're amazing, though. You basically outswam a gator to save someone you didn't know. You're nice to Miss Cecily. Don't think I don't know you're the one who hammered all those loose nails back in on the veranda for her, and you like my cooking. It's not hard to see you. Or to know what a good man you are. And when you thought Brad was being a jerk to me when he brought me home, and you beat him up for me. She stopped then and shook her head. No, I'm not ever thinking about him here. Not in our bed. I certainly hope not, I said, grinning back at her. I have to admit that I love the way you say that. Say what? Our bed. They're the best words on the entire planet. I thought the best words on the entire planet were either I love you or chocolate, she teased. Leaning over, I kissed her, feeling her, enjoying the way her hair smelled like vanilla and cinnamon. That was Aimee, this wonderful mix of sweet and spicy. There was so much more to her than she saw, so much more she had to offer the world, and I had no idea how she couldn't see it, but I needed her to know that I saw her, that I cared. That I really was falling in love with her. That part of me, no matter how ludicrous it sounded, was beginning to think I already had fallen. She was a goddess, come to life just for me, and I loved everything about her. I loved Aimee. How had that happened? I wasn't sure, but I did know that it felt right. Aimee in my arms felt like perfection. Chapter 19. Aimee. With my Chevy still out of commission, Corbin drove me back to New Orleans to visit my mom at the hospital the next morning. Daniel had made it clear that Evangeline's and all of Pontmason could do without my baking for a day, and that he'd take over Beth's shift himself if she called in sick. Corbin and I arrived to find my mother had been released from ICU and would be in a regular hospital room for a couple more days while they made sure the antibiotics were effective. I'd introduced Corbin to her, and she'd narrowed her eyes and stared at him as if she'd been trying to figure out if she'd seen him before Corbin excused himself to wait out in the hallway again, out of earshot but always within reach if I needed him. "You in love with that fine young man of yours?" my mother asked, a knowing grin on her face. It felt good to see her without the nasal cannula in, and without the IV drip and heart monitors attached to her. She was definitely on the mend, and Uncle Daniel was eager to have her back. "He's only in Pontmason for a couple of months." That don't answer my question. "We're going to see where things go," I finally said. She only nodded at that. "You given much thought to what I told you about your father?" The grin faded. I cleared my throat. "Best let sleeping dogs lie, right?" "Maybe. Up to you though. You wanna go find him, tell him about me and you ain't no business of mine or anyone else's for that matter." Rolling my eyes I said, "Right. And how would I go about getting in communication with a gigantic rock star? I mean, it's not like I have his number handy. And as far as emails go, he'd have assistants and aides and whatnot responding, and I'm sure they've heard time and time again crazy stories about people claiming they're his child. There's no way he'll ever know about me." The choked sob that filled my throat surprised me. I had lived without a father for my whole life, and now suddenly I had some weird desire to know the man who'd given me life. Where there's a will, there's a way. Tears pricked my eyelids. I'd been so shocked by my mother's revelation, surprised more by the name of the man who'd given me life instead of the fact that I now knew who he was. I'd immediately shoved any desire to see him out of my head. But these tears stated a different truth. I wanted to know my father. I just had no way of doing so. "It's impossible, Mom. Just forget about him." "I will." I moved the conversation elsewhere, and soon my mother fell asleep. I tiptoed out of the room and found Corbin seated right outside the room, reading a celebrity magazine. He shoved it under the chair fast when I stepped into the hall. I almost laughed at how guilty he looked, like he was ashamed of being caught reading one of those paparazzi papers. "How is she?" he asked. "Better." We walked in silence toward the hospital doors that led to the parking lot. "I think she'll come home with me in a couple of days," I said. "Miss Cecily can put her up, I think." "You don't want her living with you above the diner when you move in?" Considering Miss Cecily said she's going to be losing her place pretty soon. I froze. "Losing her? What are you talking about?" Corbin frowned. "She told me. I mean, I figured you knew. She said she owed too much on the house, and since business wasn't good, she was going to have to give it up." My chest clenched. "No," I whispered. "Poor Miss Cecily. She loves that place. It's where she and her husband lived until he passed." He put his arm around me, and we started walking again. He pulled open the hospital door and held it open for me. "I'm so sorry, Aimee. I know it sucks, but..." "Corbin?" My head jerked up at the scream and my eyes widened in shock. There were various news vans, tons of cars, and a mob of teenage girls with posters and t-shirts in their hands. Young women were everywhere. The shrieks and screams were deafening. Corbin swore as he grabbed my arm. "What's going on?" I asked, my voice being lost as the crowd erupted into a shrieking din of noise. Suddenly reporters and paparazzi were thrusting cameras in our faces and blinding me with flashing lights. I stumbled and would have fallen if Corbin hadn't brought me closer to his body. The women shrieked almost in one organized team, a wail that even made me shudder and grabbed at my ears. They surrounded us, confusing me. Someone famous must be in the hospital, but God, you'd think the crowd would let innocent people leave. Suddenly a leopard print bra landed on my head. In an instant, Corbin had me wrapped in his arms, protecting me. Reaching up, he pulled the bra from my face and threw it back to the crowd. "I'm so sorry, Aimee. I never meant for this to happen. Not like this." Why would he apologize for us getting caught in a horde of some famous person's fans? Reality set in when I realized the crowd was shouting one word, and that one word was Corbin's name. My stomach pitched. "No." I moaned. Corbin wasn't just any old bass player. He was famous. He was a star. I realized he was pressing me behind his back, as if protecting me. Aimee, go back inside. Ask for security to be sent out. I'll get to you when I'm done here. A swarm of teens and young women shoved me aside before I could answer. They engulfed Corbin. It was too much of a wave to fight against, and I was swept away, thrown to the side as the mass of women rushed him. Unnoticed, I managed to slip back inside the glass doors. There was no need to ask for hospital security. They were already running down the halls and heading outside. I stared through the glass doorway, and my mouth hung open as I watched women try and tear parts of his shirt off, but that was tame. One woman had whipped her top off. She had a Sharpie marker in one hand, and it took a minute for my addled brain to realize she was actually asking him to sign her. It was madness. And it was over in minutes. Security body blocked the worst of the fans and Crab walked Corbin back inside, then formed a perimeter against a throng of hysterical girls and insistent paparazzi, not allowing any of them inside. Corbin leaned against the glass door and looked at me, an expression of pain in his eyes. "What is this?" I demanded, pointing to the mob outside. "Who are you?" He didn't answer, just jutted his jaw at the receptionist behind the counter, who gaped at him with a dreamy expression on her face. "Is there a back way out of here?" Nodding mutely, she pointed to a door marked Exit. "Let's go, Aimee." He tried to slide his fingers between mine the way he had only minutes before, but I pulled back. "Not until you tell me who you are," I demanded, my voice flat. "He's Corbin Ross, bass player from Point Break," the receptionist piped up. "I have their poster on my bedroom wall." "Point Break," I whispered, dumbfounded. I knew the band. I downloaded 2 of their albums onto my phone one day, when Evangeline's had particularly good cell service. They were good. And insanely famous. "I was going to tell you, Aimee, I swear." "A couple of times I tried," Corbin said, a pained expression on his face. "They all say that," I scoffed, but my voice was hollow. "If you'd really wanted me to know you're a rock star, you would have found a way. Can we talk about this at home?" The hospital doors rattled loudly and I glanced back over. Wrong thing to do. One woman had removed her top and had her breasts squished against the glass. I shuddered. This was his double life, the part he'd tried to hide from me. Part of Corbin might have been an honorable guy, part of him was definitely my hero, but the rest was a world-famous rock star with adoring women throwing themselves at him right in front of me. "Aimee, don't look at them. Look at me. I'm still who you thought I was. I'm still the guy who wants to be with you." I couldn't break my gaze away from the screaming fans. Was this what it was like every night backstage? Was this the overflow of women available for him? His words echoed in my head. "I'm still me and I'm still yours," he said even more urgently. But he wasn't. He never had been my Corbin. He'd just been in hiding. How long before I would be tossed aside? How long before he tore me into a million pieces, the way my mother had been torn apart? I was just a simple country girl who'd never been farther than New Orleans in her life. I was a baker. A niece to a Zydeco-playing fiddler. The daughter of a failure of a mother. The most you could say about me was that I was about to own a broken-down diner in a tiny town out in the middle of nowhere. There wasn't anything I had in common with a rock star, and there was certainly no way I could compete with all these women. Whatever had been building between Corbin and I was never going to work. "Take me home," was all I could say. "Corbin." Aimee was silent the whole drive back to Pont Mason. She was silent when I pulled in front of Miss Cecily's. She was silent when I turned off the engine. How was I going to fix this? How was I going to get her to talk to me? "I've heard some of Point Break songs," she said suddenly. Quietly. "You're good." I shifted in my seat and turned toward her. When I tried to take her hand though, she pulled it away. I sighed. "Thank you. You said you were falling in love with me. That you wanted us to be open to the possibility of something more than just a summer together. And I meant that, Aimee. It is what I want." She smiled sadly. "Point Break, Corbin. You're in Point Break. That's as big as it gets. Even if you truly want more with me, you had to know it would be impossible. That when I found out. That's why I didn't want you to find out. Not until you trusted me. Not until you loved me, Aimee. The way I love you. There. I'd said it. And I didn't regret it. I felt it. I wasn't just falling in love with Aimee. I loved her. And I didn't want to lose her. I couldn't lose her. She just stared at me, and despite the circumstances, I couldn't imagine a hotter girl on earth, her creamy olive-toned skin, her gray-green eyes that held so much depth, and that pert Cupid's bow mouth of hers. I wanted to kiss her, every inch of her, and I couldn't imagine doing anything else ever. I longed for her. For the first time in my life, I was in love with a woman, a real woman, and with real love. Please don't give up on us, Aimee. Not without talking things out with me. Please? I can't talk about this right now, she finally said. It's all too much. Tomorrow, then? She nodded. So there it was. Tomorrow, my fate would be decided. Aimee. I was lying next to Corbin in his bed, my back to him, knowing I should get up and go back to my room. But something was stopping me. The fear that when we talked tomorrow, that talk wouldn't be enough to keep us together. The fear that this was my last night with Corbin. In my mind, I already saw the writing on the wall. Whenever I closed my eyes, I couldn't help but replay that mob scene at the hospital. And I hated it. I wanted things to go back to the way they'd been before. When he was just my Corbin. A musician, yes, but a man within my reach. A man whose touch lit me on fire and made me feel alive. A man who said he was falling in love with me, something I could believe and hold on to, unlike the idea of a bona fide rock star claiming he loved me. That I couldn't seem to swallow, even as I had to admit what was in my heart. I loved him. I hadn't told him so, I'd barely just admitted it to myself, but I loved Corbin. And I was going to lose him. Slowly I turned around and placed my hand on Corbin's chest. He immediately exhaled, took my hands, and pulled me close to him. Corbin cradled me in his arms and whispered, "I love you, Aimee. Everything's going to be okay." I just lay there, hot tears falling from my eyes and making trails down his bicep as he cradled me. In the morning, I blinked my eyes open and automatically reached for him, but he wasn't there. His side of the bed was still warm though, and I got up like a robot, wondering if he'd sensed my decision last night and had decided to get a jump on me in breaking things off. I went through the motions of brushing my teeth and getting dressed, then headed downstairs. I ate my breakfast with the same grim determination as a pirate who knew that soon they'd be walking the plank. My mother had loved a man who had left her high and dry, more interested in the wild life of a rock star, and the rejection had nearly destroyed her. She'd spent over 20 years looking for respite in the arms of whichever bad boy musician she found. I wasn't like her, and I knew that. I was the responsible girl because I'd always had to be. Still, even if Corbin had been honest about it, he had a whole different side to his life that I wasn't a part of and that I could never understand. And Corbin wasn't just any rocker. He was the rocker from the hottest band on the planet. He was my father 22 years before. Corbin might care about me now, but his feelings were running away with him. It was probably the first time in years he hadn't slept with a groupie. That was something that had to be confusing him. He'd probably not had more than one night with a woman in forever. He couldn't really love me. Shuddering, I toyed with my soggy cereal, unable to eat and trying to think of anything else besides my father or Corbin. Miss Cecily came and sat beside me, her hand patting my shoulder. "Child, I know that look." Sighing, I refused to look up at her. "Do you?" "I've seen it before. If you do what you plan to do, then you're going to break two hearts. If I don't do it, then mine will get shattered. Broken I can fix, but I can't end up like my mother. If you keep shoving people away, then you'll be as lonely as she is, just in a different way, sugar, and that's not going to help either of you." "I can't do this," I said, and my voice was breaking. "If I told you that Miss Cecily could see into his heart, and that he's a good man, would that help?" "Maybe, but even good men falter." I told her about the mob outside the hospital, and how Corbin was in actuality a rock star. I told her too about my birth father. How he'd left my mom without even knowing about me. "What scares you the most about this here Corbin being a rock star? That he won't be in Pont Mason much?" "I don't know how he could be. Point Break is huge. They literally just came back from a world tour. He'd be on the road a lot." "So you go with him?" I scoffed. I've worked too hard to get Aimee's decadent desserts up and running. Besides, I love what I do. I won't give that up for a man. Didn't say you'd give up your dreams of cookin'. You got smarts, Aimee Bodine. You love making them sweets, and you'd find a way to make those desserts of yours a financial success. Miss Cecily's words settled around me, calming me down. She was right. I'd set up part of my marketing plan for Aimee's decadent desserts to include online sales. So long as I had a professional kitchen available, and all major cities had those to rent out, I could cook to my heart's content. You know I'm right, child. But your long face tells me there's more. I suddenly felt exhausted. He's a rock star. Beautiful women are always and will always be after him. You should have seen the crazy mob yesterday outside the hospital. One nurse recognizes him and boom, everywhere he goes, screaming fans are trying to get his autograph. To touch him. Offering themselves up to him. I can't compete with that. Hey, Corbin said, walking into the kitchen carrying a bouquet of wildflowers. There was hope in his eyes, but I noticed it slip away as he took in my expression. Oh, he said quietly. He knew. Miss Cecily shook her head but didn't say anything else as she left the kitchen. I appreciated that. I knew that she cared for me, had become that grandmotherly figure I'd yearned for. But for right now, I knew what I needed, knew what I could actually survive and what I couldn't. Cautiously, Corbin eyed me and pulled out his chair. You make your decision about our fate? I don't think we're going to work out. The words were lame, but it was all I had to offer. He clenched his jaw, but took a few minutes before he gestured to the flowers he'd laid on the table. I guess these won't sway you. I'm sorry, Corbin, was all I could get out. Aimee, this has all been sudden. There's no way a week ago anyone could have told me I'd fall in love with a woman in just a few days. But I did. I want you and I love you. I won't let you pull away without making that perfectly clear. We're just too different. I'm just a small-town girl. You're world famous. Thousands of people flocking to every concert, women throwing themselves at you. I gave a mirthless laugh. Literally. He reached out and stroked my cheek. You love me, though. I can't let myself love you. Can you let yourself love anyone? He asked, a tendon in his neck still strained even as he seemed to be pushing other frustrations away. Love is messy, love is hard, and if you're waiting for a guarantee, you can't get it. My mom thought. I started, then looked away. I've seen it end badly so many times that I can't trust it will end well here. I'll be here baking profiteroles at Aimee's decadent desserts, and you'll be in Milan or New York or Tokyo. You could come with me. I know. But I won't. I can't handle another encounter with I shuddered, your fans. And you think I'll succumb to temptation and sleep with those groupies? I couldn't answer. Then you are making assumptions about me. Just like women before you have. I won't beg you. I can't make you see something that's right in front of you, not if you're basically shoving a mask over your eyes and refusing to. He stood then and shoved his hands in his jeans pockets. I guess there's nothing left to say. He clenched his jaw once more and headed to the doorway. And there's no reason left to stay. In under 10 minutes, he was gone. So was my heart. Chapter 20. 3 weeks later. Aimee. I opened the door to what would be, in under an hour, Aimee's decadent desserts. The bell over the door rang delightfully, bringing the ghost of a smile to my face. I wasn't sure I'd smiled at all since I'd sent Corbin away, but today deserved a good mood. With one stroke of a pen, I'd be the proud owner of a bake shop and an apartment upstairs. This was it. Everything I'd worked so hard to gain. Finally, after years of sacrifice and working weekends and extra shifts and falling exhausted into bed, I was about to have my dream. The longing to have Corbin by my side as I signed the mortgage papers surged through me with intensity, enough to leave me gasping for air. Enough, I murmured. The promise I made myself every morning was to not think of Corbin. I hadn't had much luck. I walked around the old diner, flipping on light switches and admiring the renovations. Uncle Daniel had helped out, as had Remy and Elaine, each providing their own abilities in helping me turn the faded and dusty Reba's diner into a bright and clean space. Uncle Daniel had moved the old bar stools away from the countertop, and had built basic tables and stools for people to sit at if they wanted a cup of coffee or tea with their goodies. Elaine had found a bolt of light gray and white checked gingham, and sewed tablecloths and window treatments to go with the soft dove gray I'd painted the walls. She also found a sweet spring green and poppy-colored print, and had made covers for all the stools and throw pillows for the window seat. Remy provided an extensive set of white china and matching glassware, and told me not to ask where he'd found it. The upstairs apartment was just as tidy and clean, and also bearing a fresh coat of paint. Once my mom got out of the hospital, she stayed at Miss Cecily's, but we had plans for her to move into the apartment upstairs. With a little work by Uncle Daniel, we'd made the 2-bedroom apartment into 2 separate studios, one for Mom and one for me. A part of my heart twanged each time I remembered fantasizing about Corbin living there with me. What a joke, considering he was rich, flew all over the world, and was used to every luxury. I reminded myself of that constantly, as if doing so would make the loss of him hurt less, but it never worked. So I did the best I could, distracting myself by throwing myself into work. I'd spent every waking hour scrubbing the entire place clean, and making improvements in the kitchen. I needed an additional oven, but based off my projections, I'd be able to make that purchase in under a year. Everything was set and ready to go. The bell tinkled behind me, and I pivoted to see Elmer Lamel enter. He held a large manila folder stuffed to the brim with papers under his arm. My loan and the mortgage to this place. This time my smile was genuine and wide. I gestured to the best table in the house, the one facing Main Street. A basket of flowers hung off the streetlight just outside. Elmer cleared his throat as he sat. "Aimee, you've done a great job in here. It looks good." Sitting across from him, I shook his hand, then smoothed my hands on my skirt, hoping they weren't too sweaty. To say I was nervous was an understatement. After what had happened with Brad, who'd thankfully stayed away from me since that run-in with Corbin, I truly feared that even after I came up with the money, Elmer would find a way to back out of our deal. "Thank you, Mr. Lamel." I reached into my purse and pulled out an envelope with the check I owed him. $15,000. The entirety of my bank account. My life savings. And my food budget for the last month. Thankfully, Uncle Daniel had allowed me to eat my meals at Evangeline's on the house. "It's all there," I said confidently. "Oh. I didn't doubt it would be. I am surprised it's your name on the check though, and not Corbin Ross's." I frowned. "Excuse me? What does that mean?" Elmer held up his hands. "I didn't mean any offense. But since he paid off the one loan, I figured he'd front you money for your business as well." He shrugged. "I guess I misjudged the fellow. It was a nice thing he gone and done for Miss Cecily." "What did he do for Miss Cecily?" Clearly puzzled, Elmer scratched his head. "You mean you don't know?" When I shook my head dumbly, he said, "Miss Cecily was behind on her taxes for the plantation house and all the land. She was gonna lose everything. He made all the back payments for her, and set up a trust so she can live there the rest of her life." "What?" Shocked, I barely could think, much less make sense of what Elmer was saying. Corbin had paid off Miss Cecily's debts and set up a trust for her. And that's not all. He done went and set up with the internet company to put in a cell tower on the back of her property. Pont Mason will finally have good internet. Good thing too. Brad and his girl. They're talking again. And well, I didn't give that a chance, their relationship, because I wanted my son here with me, but... He shrugged, looking at me a little more intently. "A man has to live his own life. Choose the woman he's meant to be with. And heck, if he moves to New York, now I can do that video chat thing people keep talking about." Right. Now he could. Because the town finally had good internet. I shook my head in disbelief. Why would Corbin do such a thing? "Why do you think?" a voice inside my head whispered. "He said he loved you. Was this his way of showing you that?" No, I realized. This was his way of showing he cared about Miss Cecily. About the whole town. That even after he left Pont Mason, even after we were through, that hadn't changed. The fact that Corbin loved me. He'd proved that time and again in how he'd treated me. Supported me. Talked to me and made love to me, and pleaded with me to give us a chance. I hadn't believed it could be enough. That he'd stay loyal to me. That I'd be enough for him, a rock star. Now I understood I'd underestimated us both. His capacity for love. My ability to be strong and fight for what I wanted. Who I wanted. Now the only question is, what am I going to do about it? Corbin. Okay, wait. Earth to Corbin, come in Corbin, Tucker shouted, waving his drumsticks in the air. I blinked and stared blankly at the drummer for Point Break and one of my best friends. When I'd taken off from Louisiana 3 weeks back, I'd returned to LA to find the guys had returned as well. They'd taken one look at me and known something major had happened, and after a lot of denials on my part, they'd extracted the story about Aimee from me. They'd sat in stunned silence, then Tucker had said, "Work. It's the best thing you can do right now. The music will get your head on straight, then you can decide what to do about your girl." I hadn't bothered arguing with him. Instead, I'd been operating on autopilot, and it was clear 3 weeks later that I was still doing so. Tucker sighed. "Seriously, bro, you just started playing the bass line again during my solo. You're the one who arranged this piece, don't you remember?" I wanted to groan and hide in my corner of the recording studio, not that there was a lot of place to hide in these kind of things. It was close quarters, filled with a ton of wires and recording equipment. Still, I'd zoned out yet again thinking about Aimee. It was going into week 4, and I still couldn't concentrate. I kept seeing those amazing eyes, that olive skin, and the way her laughter made me feel enveloped in satin. I wanted her back, and badly. But she'd given up on us. Hadn't been willing to fight for what we had. She'd been just as bad as Kara, not because she'd been weak and needed me too much, but because she'd been weak and hadn't believed that she was special enough to be all I'd ever need in a woman. I loved Aimee, and she'd sent me away. And now every part of me burned. "I'm serious, man, you okay?" Tucker asked, his brow furrowed in concern. "Hey guys, can we take a few?" Liam, our lead singer, and Wes both nodded. They left, but not before Liam patted my shoulder and Wes said, "We're here for you, Corbin. We always will be." "Thanks, man," I mumbled. When they were gone, I looked up at Tucker. "I'm good," I said. "No, you're not. And you're not getting any better. The music should have cleared your head by now. Hell, I expected you to go after your woman weeks ago, Corbin." I wasn't sure what Tucker thought he could do to help me. I tried everything, booze, exercise, even some stupid self-help books I was hiding deep under my bed. None of it was making me get over Aimee. I just didn't see how a few pep talk words could do better, but I was desperate and I needed anything I could get. I wasn't expecting him to lead with, "You're drinking way too much, man." What the hell? Tucker Benning was telling me I'd been drinking too much? You just think that because you watch Nikki and make sure she stays on the wagon. Now you think you see addiction and little pink elephants everywhere. It was a low blow and I knew it. Tucker was actually trying, and I was trying to throw his girlfriend's former issues back in his face. Tucker stiffened, but he didn't fully rise to the bait. "That's low, man. I know you're hurting because of Aimee, and I know exactly how you feel. I came back from Paris after Nikki really spiraled, and I felt like my heart had been cut out with a rusty knife." I closed my eyes. That's exactly how I felt. I thought it would get better, but it hurts to breathe, bro. I don't sleep. I opened my eyes and stared at my best friend. When I do, I have dreams of her, and sometimes they're great, but then I wake up and she's not with me anymore. It's worse than the nightmares because that just replays what happened that last night. It's like the ultimate tease to have her in my arms and then wake up to nothing. Some things are so big that it only gets worse. Like missing Aimee. Exactly. And how I ached for Nikki until we figured it out, and you know without Abby that Liam's completely lost. Laughing, I nodded again. They're cute together. Never tell him I said that, but they've channeled that couple vibe where they finish each other's sentences. I thought I could have that with Aimee, but I can't. I can't, Tucker. She doesn't believe she's enough for me, and if she doesn't believe it. I shook my head. It's a lost cause. Eventually, I'll make her miserable. And she'll make me miserable. Tucker shook his head. She's not Kara, Corbin. I know that. Do you? I talked to Jason. He said he'd never seen you happier than when you came out to help in Chicago. He told me that you even talking about Aimee lit up your whole face. You have to know that that's the good thing, man. Hell, that's the one thing. Did you ever have that with Kara? I hadn't. Not even when things were the best between us. Aimee had made me happier than anyone I'd ever been with. Tucker was right. That was the one thing. But even assuming I could convince Aimee to give us another chance, were the cards stacked too high against us? She lives in Louisiana. I wouldn't ever ask her to leave. And with us on the road all the time, a relationship wouldn't work. Tucker blew out a breath. Look, we're all in the same boat. Well, not Wes yet, but who knows with that dude. What I mean is that we found more to life than just the wild partying and indulging in the fame. I don't have all the answers right now, but I know Point Break can make changes. Do fewer cities on our tours. Not waste time during recording sessions and whip our albums out. If you truly love her, man, you'll find a way. You just have to prove to her what you're willing to do to have her. You have to prove it to yourself. I stared at Tucker, emboldened by his words. And suddenly, a vision of myself jumping into the bayou filled with alligators to save a woman I didn't even know ran through my head. And I knew without a shadow of a doubt that I'd do the same for Aimee. Without hesitation, when, believe me, I'd hesitated before jumping into the water to save that other woman. I'd die for Aimee. Yet here I was, using the excuse that Aimee hadn't been willing to fight for me to justify me not fighting for her. And that was just not how things were going to go down. If we were over, we'd be over despite the fact I'd done everything I could to convince Aimee otherwise. So, Tucker said, you want me to call Liam and Wes back in here? Nope, I said. I want you to tell them I'll be back in few days. And hopefully, I'll be bringing Aimee with me to meet them. Chapter 21. Aimee. Elaine was standing in front of Aimee's Decadent Desserts, even before I'd arrived to open for the first time. Happy first day on your new job, I said excitedly, then yawned. Honestly, Aimee, I thought you buying this place and starting Aimee's Decadent Desserts meant you didn't have to work so hard. That you'd be able to get some sleep, Elaine grumbled as I stuck the key in the lock and turned the handle. We walked inside, the tinkle of the bell a delightful sound overhead. I gazed around the place. It was beautiful. And it was all mine. Everything I'd worked for over the years, all the sacrifices I'd made, the ways in which I'd pushed myself, it was all here, right before me. I had everything I'd ever wanted, that is, until I'd wanted Corbin. He was the only missing piece. I had something to do last night. I needed the internet, so I drove the 20 miles over to Verdant Crossings and stayed most of the night parked outside a Starbucks so I could use their Wi-Fi. You did what? Why? I plopped my purse down on the countertop and pulled out a sheaf of papers, then handed them to Elaine. Printed those out at an all-night print shop. Take a look. Elaine perused the papers, a frown causing 2 lines to form across her brow. Finally, she looked up at me. I don't get it. What does this mean? With a nervous smile, I said, it means you might have to increase your hours at Aimee's Decadent Desserts. If that's okay with you. Of course it's fine with me. I need to get out of the house, and my mom adores taking care of little Brian. But this, Aimee, she shook the sheaf of papers at me, what does all this mean? Why did you give me a list of cities around the world? And what's with the addresses next to the names of the cities? I don't get it. I sucked in a huge breath before starting. I found Point Break's next tour schedule online. And I found professional kitchens in each of the cities they'll be playing at. I can get most of my online orders prepared and mailed out that way, and you can handle the day-to-day operations. But that's just when Point Break is on tour. You're going to go find him, Elaine exclaimed happily. Oh, Aimee, that's wonderful news. I nodded my lip. Of course, this is all contingent on Corbin wanting me. He'd be a fool not to. Well, I was a fool to push him away, so we'll see. I mean, he might feel differently about me now. Might not want to give me another chance. He'll want you back. You said he'd found himself when he was here with you. That has to matter for something, right? I nodded. It mattered. I know it did. I'm still scared. I mean, I'm just Aimee Bodine from Pont Mason, Louisiana, a town of 3,000. And? The tinkle of the bell over the door stopped me mid-sentence. And Aimee Bodine will always be enough for me, Corbin said, stepping through the doorway. I'm not leaving this time until you believe it, Aimee. At Corbin's sudden entrance, my heart nearly exploded with joy. He grinned. Behind him stood a middle-aged man with long wavy black hair that went down his back, loosely holding hands with a woman who was dressed in fashionable jeans and a silk sleeveless top in a bright and cheerful pink that matched her cheerful grin. A young woman and a teenage boy stood behind the couple, their expressions open and eager. My first set of customers at Aimee's Decadent Desserts, but I only had eyes for Corbin. "Did you mean it?" he asked. "About figuring out how to join me on tour?" "I heard everything." He jutted a thumb to the open window behind me. "We all did. I don't feel differently about you. I do want you back." As whirlwind as our romance was, it was also the most real thing I've ever experienced. "What are you doing here?" I managed to get out. "Winning you back?" The fact he'd said the words more as a question instead of a defiant answer sent tingles up my spine. The intense case of nerves I'd carried with me since I'd made my decision to go find him relaxed, and suddenly I felt giddy. Elated. He wanted me. Corbin wanted me back. "Aimee." Elaine said my name. "Don't hate him for what he is. Love him for who he is." "I already do," I whispered. "You do?" Corbin asked, his eyes filled with hope. Behind him, the older man and woman squeezed their hands together, smiles on their faces. The young woman behind them squealed and grabbed the teenage boy in a big hug. My first customers probably had expected beignets, not a declaration of love. I'd have to give them a dozen cookies on the house in celebration. But first, I was going to make Corbin work for his treats. Just a bit. I cocked a hip and put on a naughty smile. Don't men usually bring flowers when they try to win a woman's heart? The open expression in Corbin's face tightened just a bit. He cleared his throat. Yeah, that didn't go so well last time. You kinda rejected that bouquet I picked from Miss Cecily's garden, and then kicked me out of your life. So, I brought you something else. Something I hoped would mean more to you." My knees wobbled, and I had to catch hold of the countertop to keep myself steady. He wasn't about to get on bended knee and propose, was he? Because as much as I loved Corbin, we needed time to find our feet under us before thinking about the rest of our lives. "What did you bring me?" I managed to get out on a strangled breath. Corbin pivoted and faced the customers who'd followed him inside. He gestured, and they came forward a few feet until they were in a semicircle behind him. "I brought you a..." "Look. She has the exact same hair as Daddy." The young woman nudged the teenage boy in the ribs. "And Dad's eyes?" "Same eyes as Grandma June's, gray and green at the same time," the boy answered. "Aimee," Corbin said slowly, coming to me and catching my hands in his. "I didn't bring you flowers. I brought you your family. Corbin." Aimee would either hate me or love me for what I just did to her. I found myself holding my breath, waiting for her to respond, but she remained silent, just staring at Grandy Love. What had I done? To Aimee, to myself? I'd arrived in Pont Mason empty, almost dead inside except for a flicker of life triggered by the music of the Louisiana bayou. I'd found Aimee, and everything had fallen into place. The screaming fans, the wild parties, the intense drive to perform, all of it didn't matter after my time in Pont Mason. But had I made a mistake? I'd thought I knew the answer. I'd overheard Aimee telling her mother there was no way she could ever find Grandy Love. And I knew from what Aimee had told me that she did want to know her father. I knew because her denial had been too emotional, too forced. Aimee had wanted something the way I'd wanted something, but she'd been like me, too scared to face what was real. Too frightened to face what could hurt. But maybe I'd hurt her too much. Because she still wasn't saying anything to Grandy Love. To her father. And then the tears came. I swore inwardly as two matching trails of tears streaked down Aimee's cheeks. Maybe I should have stayed Corbin Ross, hard-partying bass player of Point Break who lived life in a numb haze, feeling nothing, running from everything. Because if I had, then Aimee wouldn't be standing in front of me crushed beyond belief. "Aimee, I'm sorry," I said roughly, pushing my way between her and Grandy. Her sweet scent, that heady mix of chocolate and sugar, wafted over me and my stomach clenched. "I didn't mean to hurt you. I thought you wanted to meet your father." I turned to Grandy and his family. "This was a mistake. I've hurt her. Please go." "No. No, don't go," Aimee choked out. She placed her hands in mine, then tugged me to her side and faced Grandy and his family. She squared her shoulders and tipped her chin up high. "I want to ask you some questions. And I want answers. Real answers." Her last sentence she directed at Grandy. "I know what you're going to ask." "I made a dumb, youthful mistake," Grandy said soberly. Next to him, his wife Constance squeezed his hand reassuringly. I remember your mother. Lily was beautiful, much like you. The time we spent together was magical. Then the Love Wild's manager found out how young she was. She'd lied, Aimee. Told me she was older than me. Her ID even proved it. Hell. I was only 18. She was 17. I thought she was 21. He cast his gaze to the ground. Just tell her dad, Gabriel, his son and Aimee's half-brother, said confidently. Grandy looked back up. During the time your mother and I were together, the Love Wilds had our first hit. It went platinum in a flash. Our manager made an executive decision. He flew me out to LA to meet with the head of our recording company, and they both told me it would be all over for the Love Wilds and for me if I kept things up with your mother. I was young and cowardly and made a huge mistake. I never went back to your mother. You ghosted her, Aimee whispered. Yeah. That's what they call it now. I call it being a chicken. Grandy's eyes held honest regret, and I knew from experience the dude was legit, but telling Aimee he was sincere wasn't my place. He continued on saying, I never knew about you, Aimee. Honest. I would have done things differently if I had. I don't know what, but there's no way I would have left a 17-year-old girl, your mother, pregnant and alone. You can hate me for my cowardice for the rest of your life. It's no more than I deserve. That's stupid, Dad, Ella piped up. She beamed at Aimee. You're my sister. My dad was a total and absolute jerk back then, but he's a good guy now. And besides, Gabriel and I are awesome and we want you in our lives. No, forget Gabriel, he's a total pill who won't ever clean his room or do the dishes or... Hold on, Gabriel exclaimed. I'm not a pill, I'm amazing. No, I'm amazing and I want a sister, Ella continued even as her brother rolled his eyes, her mom sighed and her dad shook his head. So forgive my dad so we can go to the mall. But first, can I have a slice of whatever it is that smells so delicious in here? Aimee's shoulders were shaking. I put an arm around her to hold her close, to give her comfort as her heart was being ripped apart, but I stopped. That shaking wasn't because she was crying, it was because she was giggling. Aimee? I said her name, puzzled. She looked up at me then, laughter and light in those gray-green eyes of hers, her olive skin flushed along her cheeks. You brought me a family. A real honest-to-goodness family. Your family, I corrected. The smile she gave me, the one beaming with sunlight and sparkle, told me all I needed to know. This time I'd done right. Aimee. I spent the rest of the day with Corbin and my new family. Fortunately, my mom was still out at Miss Cecily's. I didn't want her to know about Grandy yet, or the fact I'd found my half-siblings after all these years. That knowledge would bring her some pain, I knew, even as much as she had finally let go of the past. I'd tell her and soon, but not today. This day was about finding my balance after being thrown so off-kilter. In the upstairs apartment over Aimee's decadent desserts, I curled up next to Corbin on the couch. We'd had a late lunch with Grandy and his family. It would take me a while to think of Grandy Love as my father, and the Love family had taken off, headed back to Los Angeles, but not before making me swear I'd stay in constant contact. This thing between us has a chance to work, right? I asked, nuzzling in close to Corbin. As much as I knew he loved me, some worry still sat heavy in my chest. We had questions that needed answering, a discussion that needed to be had. I mean, those fans can be crazy. I saw proof. Liam and Tucker have all sorts of fans throwing themselves and their bras at them, but both are loyal to a fault to Abby and Nikki. I don't care about any woman but you, he said, taking my hand. When I spoke, my voice came out as a hoarse whisper. I am so scared of really losing you. Corbin leaned closer and pushed a few tendrils of my dark hair out of my face. We already lost each other, and we were miserable. I was a zombie. I hadn't felt that empty since I ran from Kara. From Halvard Hill. He twisted to kiss me, and the rock Miss Cecily had given him brushed against my skin. I'd like to go back there. To Halvard Hill. I'd like to take you. The place where you grew up? Sure. But why? I thought you had only bad memories of that place. No, he said slowly. Actually, I only had a few bad memories caused by Kara, but I had a lot of wonderful memories. When I ran from Kara, I ran from my family too. When Miss Cecily gave me this necklace. Talisman. He grinned. When she gave me this talisman, I didn't understand what she meant when she said it would help me see through dark veils in my past. I get it now, though. The guilt I've harbored over Kara, the shame. I haven't been able to face my family and friends again. Not really. But you changed that, Aimee. You and the Louisiana Bayou. The music I've discovered here, the friends I've made, the sense of community I couldn't avoid, it all allowed me to open my heart. He held the rock in the palm of his hand. I'm not sure I can attribute all this to a rock, but I can't say it didn't help. Are you? I cleared my throat. Are you going to have to go back to LA soon? I mean to record. Before your next tour? I will have to go back to LA, a lot of what I do entails traveling. But I made a deal with Miss Cecily. You did? And I completely forgot. Elmer Lamel told me you paid her back taxes. I can't believe you did that for her. Actually, scratch that. I can believe you do something like that for a little old lady. You're my Corbin. I know your heart. But what was your deal? He chuckled and pulled me in tighter. Miss Cecily had her pride. She would only take my offer to pay off her taxes and set up the trust so she could live there the rest of her life if I agreed to one thing. Which is that when the rest of the band comes to visit me here, they stay at her place free of charge. When they come to visit you. You mean you're going to move here? Of course. Here's where you are. And I can be myself here. I love the beauty of the bayou. I love the small town feel Pont Mason brings. It reminds me of my childhood growing up in Halvard Hill. I love the music. Zydeco fills me with something I hadn't known was missing. And I love you. Not sure about them gators, but hey, you can't ask for perfection. Just something close to it. His answer filled me with hope, with delight. With love. I could barely breathe when you were away, I admitted. I can't promise that nothing bad will ever happen because that's life, Aimee. Sometimes you have to work on outswimming a gator, but I'm hoping with me around you can feel safe. Know that I'll always be swimming for you, or at least beside you. I nodded. I know. And I'd do the same for you. But maybe you can rest a little easier, knowing I quit being a tour guide last week. So that should help reduce the number of close encounters. The only close encounter I want is with you, Corbin said, leaning down to whisper in my ear. I only want to be your hero. Corbin's voice was husky and low, calling to everything womanly in me. I can't promise that I won't be scared. I admitted. I guess it's hard to believe in happy endings when you've never seen one. Then you're right, don't think about it as an ending. Think about it as every day. We promise again every day, he said, leaning forward to kiss my throat. I love you, I said, finally feeling like I could admit everything to myself. The amount of misery I'd felt for almost a month without him could only make sense if I'd been in love with him to start. This wasn't just an affair, wasn't just someone I trusted and respected. No. I loved Corbin, and I needed to stop running from that. He stilled and stared down at me. Putting my hand on the side of his face, I said it again, making my voice as steadfast as I could. I love you, and I'm sorry I didn't believe you earlier. Corbin grinned, all those white teeth shining back at me. I love you too, and I'm glad you believe me now, he finished. I tried hard, but I couldn't hold back a yawn. You need some sleep. You're always exhausted, you work too hard. But you don't have to now, you know. I can take care of myself, I said, then I yawned again. That I don't doubt, Aimee Bodine. You're the strongest woman I know. Now where's the bed, he asked, sweeping me up and off my feet. He lifted me up into a wedding carry, and I let him. Some small part of me being far too hopeful and almost wishing this was a honeymoon night. It wasn't, but it was special. It wasn't just the reconciliation between us. No, it was us sealing a covenant, promising each other that we'd try, no matter what. We'd never run again. That was my promise to myself, almost more than what Corbin was gladly offering. I had to promise myself that I'd stop pulling the emotional ripcord, that I'd stop fleeing to avoid pain. I love you so much, mon cher, he said. He'd tried so hard to mimic the Cajun accent, but he was nowhere close. I'd have to teach him. We'd have time to teach each other so many things. Why are you smirking? He asked. I didn't do anything funny. Maybe you did, I giggled. Your accent is the worst. Well, maybe my tongue is better off doing other things, cher, he said. Then Corbin was on me, teasing my neck, scraping his teeth delicately over the skin there and by my pulse. Love you, Aimee, always. Love you too. Corbin seemed to let out a breath that even he didn't realize he'd been holding. He curled me up into his arms. I promise that I won't leave you. That I'll always love you. He kissed my temple, and I relaxed further into his embrace. Just promise me today, I murmured sleepily. I mean forever, Aimee, he said, his brown eyes still so like chocolate pools I could get lost in forever. His breath was soft in my hair as he said, I promise. And I promise that every day for as long as I'm here to see the earth spin on its axis, I will love you. And I promise that I'll get both Bayou Beau and the Love Wilds to play at our wedding. Now fall asleep, sweetheart. Fall asleep. I knew, with everything I had inside of me, that Corbin was my forever. Even on nights when we couldn't be together, I'd fall asleep easily. Because Corbin was my beginning and my ending. He was my everything. Corbin Ross was the music in my soul. This has been Trusting the Rockstar, Audiobook 3 by Virna DePaul. Copyright Virna DePaul. If you enjoyed these characters, please check out my other stories including Wes's story in Treasure in the Rockstar.